Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. People are in Konoha, you are so reckless that you panic. Part 1. People are in Konoha, reckless to your panic. Author, driving Hokage to find Chen. Introduction. People are in Konoha, reckless to your panic, travel through Hokage and turn on the system. Feast, domineering, unlimited sword system, flowing water, rock-shattering fist, breath of the Sunday. Chen Fan looked at the 3 generations of Hokage and the others with a puzzled expression. Obviously, as long as the robbers are hacked to death, the hostages can be rescued smoothly. Obviously, as long as you kill everyone who finds you, it is a perfect infiltration. Obviously, as long as you kill all the enemy's pursuers, you can successfully evacuate your own large troops. Chapter 1. As long as you kill everyone who sees me, it's a perfect sneak. New book for collection. The first chapter is a perfect infiltration. As long as you kill everyone who sees me. New book for collection. Konoha Village, the training ground behind the mountain of the ninja school. At the door of a sturdy fortification, Asma had a solemn expression, hid his figure, and walked in slowly, step by step. He walked slowly, almost silently, his eyes looking left and right, full of alertness. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a rabbit, but silent. The ninja suit on his body, with colorful camouflage, can't be found if you don't pay attention. Soon, he came to the gate of the fortification. Asma watched the surroundings vigilantly, then gently opened the door and quickly disappeared behind the door. At the same time, don't forget to bring the gate back to the same place. If it hadn't been with your own eyes, no one would have noticed that a person had just walked into the gate. Good. Chunin Sensei, who was hiding in the shadows to observe, showed a relieved smile. As expected of the son of the third Hokage, even an ordinary Chunin may not have the ability to hide like him. It's an exercise. Simulate the act of sneaking into the enemy camp and stealing intelligence. A ninja's mission isn't just about fighting, and the ability a ninja needs isn't just about fighting. Lurking, poisoning, guarding, investigating. A variety of abilities are indispensable. Asma did a good job, like a real ninja, fast and stealthy. Excellent. Chunin teacher did not hesitate to write an excellent comment after Asma's name on the transcript. After this acting, the graduation exam is coming soon. Asma should have a good grade. Chunin teacher secretly said, showing a smile. When the students get their grades, he, the teacher, is also fighting for face. Especially Asma is the son of the third Hokage. The exercise continues. The second one came in with the soil. He seemed sully and a little reckless. But there is a trace of brilliance in his eyes, and he is keenly looking east and west. Although he didn't turn on the wheel eye, he seemed to have an extraordinary understanding of sight. Every time you take a step, you will always pay attention to hiding your figure in the most hidden and least visible place. It's the Uchiha clan. Chunin teacher sighed in his heart while making the same record on the transcript. There are indeed some crane tales in Obito, but that is also the tale of the elite class. The people who are currently conducting the assessment are all students from the elite class. Asma, Obito, Yuhika. After graduation, students from ordinary classes are often just ordinary jin in all their lives. If they are lucky enough to become Chunin, they can only be a school teacher like themselves. And the students of the elite class, as long as they don't die, they are also a Chunin. Even Shangnin, elite Shangnin, shadow level. They will have partial subjects, but they will not have shortcomings. On the ninja's best lurking, there is no problem at all. As predicted. Next, students such as Yuhika, Nahara Rin, and Hyuga Hime also passed the exam with ease. With a gratified smile on his face, Chunin teacher recorded excellent grades on the transcript. Until a figure suddenly appeared in the teacher's sight. He was tall and slender. He was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was close to 1.7 meters tall, surpassing all his peers. He was wearing a nondescript Konoha ninja suit, and under his healthy wheat-colored skin, his muscular muscles brought a full sense of strength. Rather than bulging out like a rock, these muscles present a streamlined shape that has a different kind of bodybuilding. The face is a little immature, but it has black hair and star eyes, and his eyes are a bit sharp. Unlike the students, who were quietly hiding and leaning over, he walked in so carelessly, ignoring the surrounding items that could be used as bunkers, and ignoring the dim lights. He strode down the road and walked straight towards the gate. Looking at it like that, it's like coming home. Chen Fan, can you still look like a ninja? Teacher Chunin couldn't help but jumped out and cursed. This is a simulated exercise for stealing intelligence. What is needed is the ability to sneak, conceal, and investigate. You came out so carefree, are you afraid that I will find you too late? There's no such thing. Chen Fan left, with a bit of calmness and ease. I'm not perfect lurking here, I'm just waiting to get the intelligence scroll. How can you be perfect like this? Teacher Chunin said angrily. He didn't have any intention of hiding at all. He stood directly under the light and walked over carelessly, without even using the ninjas for parents' feet to lower the sound of his footsteps. Unless the guards are blind, how can they not see you? Suddenly, Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth. The next second, he rushed forward suddenly. Strong muscles bring unparalleled explosive power. Chunin teacher only felt a shock. Chen Fan appeared in front of him. Then, boom! Chen Fan slowly retracted his fist. Chunin teacher widened his eyes, then rolled his eyes and passed out. Wouldn't it be a perfect infiltration as long as you kill everyone who sees me? Chen Fan left and swaggered open the door and walked inches. Chapter 2 Feast of Mythical Skills, New Book for Collection. The first chapter is a perfect infiltration as long as you kill everyone who sees me. New Book for Collection. Konoha Village, the training ground behind the mountain of the ninja school. At the door of a sturdy fortification, Asma had a solemn expression, hid his figure, and walked in slowly step by step. He walked slowly, almost silently, his eyes looking left and right, full of alertness. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a rabbit, but silent. The ninja suit on his body, with colorful camouflage, can't be found if you don't pay attention. Soon, he came to the gate of the fortification. Asma watched the surroundings vigilantly, then gently opened the door and quickly disappeared behind the door. At the same time, don't forget to bring the gate back to the same place. If it hadn't been with your own eyes, no one would have noticed that a person had just walked into the gate. Good people are in Konoha. You are so reckless that you panicked. Chapter 2 Chunin Sensei, who was hiding in the shadows to observe, showed a relieved smile. As expected of the son of the third Hokage, even an ordinary Chunin may not have the ability to hide like him. It's an exercise. Simulate the act of sneaking into the enemy camp and stealing intelligence. A ninja's mission isn't just about fighting, and the ability a ninja needs isn't just about fighting. Lurking, poisoning, guarding, investigating. A variety of abilities are indispensable. Asma did a good job, like a real ninja, fast and stealthy. Excellent. Chunin teacher did not hesitate to write an excellent comment after Asma's name on the transcript. After this acting, the graduation exam is coming soon. Asma should have a good grade. Chunin teacher secretly said, showing a smile. When the students get their grades, he, the teacher, is also fighting for face. Especially Asma is the son of the third Hokage. The exercise continues. The second one came in with a soil. He seemed sully and a little reckless. But there is a trace of brilliance in his eyes, and he is keenly looking east and west. Although he didn't turn on the wheel eye, he seemed to have an extraordinary understanding of sight. Every time you take a step, you will always pay attention to hiding your figure in the most hidden and least visible place. It's the Uchiha clan. Chunin teacher sighed in his heart while making the same record on the transcript. There are indeed some crane tales in Obito, but that is also the tale of the elite class. The people who are currently conducting the assessment are all students from the elite class. Asma, Obito, Yuhika. After graduation, students from ordinary classes are often just ordinary jin in all their lives. If they are lucky enough to become chunin, they can only be a school teacher like themselves. And the students of the elite class, as long as they don't die, they are also a chunin. Even shangnin, elite shangnin, shadow level. They will have partial subjects, but they will not have shortcomings. On the ninja's best lurking, there is no problem at all, as predicted. Next, students such as Yuhika, Nahara Rin, and Hyuga Hime also passed the exam with ease. With a gratified smile on his face, Chunin teacher recorded excellent grades on the transcript. Until a figure suddenly appeared in the teacher's sight. He was tall and slender. He was only 11 or 12 years old, but he was close to 1.7 meters tall, surpassing all his peers. He was wearing a nondescript Konoha ninja suit, and under his healthy wheat-colored skin, his muscular muscles brought a full sense of strength. Rather than bulging out like a rock, these muscles present a streamlined shape that has a different kind of bodybuilding. The face is a little immature, but it has black hair and star eyes, and his eyes are a bit sharp. Unlike the students, who were quietly hiding and leaning over, he walked in so carelessly, ignoring the surrounding items that could be used as bunkers, and ignoring the dim lights. He strode down the road and walked straight towards the gate. Looking at it like that, it's like coming home. Chen Fan, can you still look like a ninja? Teacher Chunin couldn't help but jumped out and cursed. This is a simulated exercise for stealing intelligence. What is needed is the ability to sneak, conceal, and investigate. You came out so carefree, are you afraid that I will find you too late? There's no such thing. Chen Fan laughed, with a bit of calmness and ease. I'm not perfect lurking here, I'm just waiting to get the intelligence scroll. How can you be perfect like this? Teacher Chunin said angrily. He didn't have any intention of hiding at all. He stood directly under the light and walked over carelessly, without even using the ninja's forbearance feat to lower the sound of his footsteps. Unless the guards are blind, how can they not see you? Suddenly, Chen Fan raised the corner of his mouth. The next second, he rushed forward suddenly. Strong muscles, bring unparalleled explosive power. Chunin teacher only felt a shock. Chen Fan appeared in front of him. Then, boom! Chen Fan slowly retracted his fist. Chunin teacher widened his eyes, then rolled his eyes and passed out. Wouldn't it be a perfect infiltration as long as you kill everyone who sees me? Chen Fan left and swaggered open the door and walked inches. Chapter 3 I'm so full I want to beat you for a meal. New book for collection. Chapter 2 Mythical Skills, Feast. New book for collection. Back Mountain Exercise Field. The students who passed the assessment gathered together. Isn't it just a small task of stealing information? It's completely worthless to this uncle. Obito laughed. He obviously got a good result. Obito, is this little thing worth your happiness? Asma pretended to be calm and belittled Obito, but the next second he raised his head. Isn't it right for us to pass this little exercise? Even the next graduation exam is nothing. What really deserves my full effort is the battlefield. As he said that, he showed a self-assured smile. It's time for the graduation exam soon. I think we should be able to get a class. However, Tsurune Yuhi didn't pay attention to him and instead rolled her eyes back. On the other hand, Obito Winyan next to him was a little angry and just wanted to say something. Suddenly, boom! A loud bang. The ground seemed to be shaking. What happened? It came from the simulated fortifications. What happened? Everyone looked over curiously, but saw a young man approaching carelessly. The back door of the fortification used for the simulated exercise behind him seemed to be broken by his kick. Chen Fan, you also passed the exam? Yuri Hong asked curiously. Of course. Chen Fan said confidently. I sneaked into the past perfectly and successfully stole the information scroll. Same as the first teacher. Chen Fa appeared carelessly and then was in charge of scoring, and the teachers who pretended to be virtual enemies couldn't help but scold him. Then, the enemy was instantly killed, and Chen Fan continued to lurk inches. The guards have all been killed, and no one can see me at all. Isn't this lurking perfect? Chen Fan lurked all the way to the past, that is, the last level is more troublesome. The person in charge of guarding the intelligence scroll is the head teacher of the elite class and Chen Fan's head teacher. Obviously, he has some understanding of Chen Fan's character. The moment he saw Chen Fan, he didn't jump out and scold Chen Fan like other teachers foolishly. Instead, he took action without hesitation, ready to destroy the intelligence scroll, trying to make Chen Fan's mission of seize intelligence fail. People are in Konoha, you are so reckless that you panic. Chapter 3. Because of his actions, Chen Fan had to make a slightly louder sound. But in the end it did the job perfectly. Quick! Call the medical ninja. Damn, who shot so ruthlessly? Be careful, it's going to collapse. Many staff shouted and began to rescue around the exercise fortifications. Yuri Hong and other students. Then they looked at Chen Fan with strange eyes. They have been classmates for several years, can they not know Chen Fan's character? As long as you kill everyone who sees me, it's a perfect lurking. As long as all the robbers are killed, the hostages can be rescued perfectly. These crooked theories are all from the hands of Chen Fan. I guess this time he... Chen Fan had a calm expression on his face, ignoring the strange gazes cast by his classmates, and looked up at the sky. It's almost time, it's time for lunch. With that said, he ran to a small stream not far away and skillfully caught a big fish. He took out the kitchen knife that he carried with him and quickly cut it. He was extremely fast, rough and wild. With a few knives, the fish that was just alive turned into a freshly baked sashimi. It's sashimi again? You really like to eat these things. You, he said. There's no way. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Just this thing is the most convenient and fastest. Yuri Hong. However, Chen Fan ignored her, but seized the time and devoured it. In less than 10 minutes, the big fish that couldn't even fit in the baby bathtub disappeared quickly. Not even a bone was left, and it was swallowed by Chen Fan. Then, Chen Fan wiped his mouth. Myth level skills are activated. Feast. Chapter 4. Red Yuhi, I have liked you for a long time. New book for collection. Chapter 3. I'm so full, I want to eat you for a meal. New book for collection. Obviously, Chen Fan is a transmigrator. He was originally just an ordinary person who liked anime, games, and novels. One day, a netizen said that he was writing a mobile game, and Chen Fan wanted some information about skills and items in games, anime, and novels. Chen Fan was also very supportive and passed on all the information he knew to the netizen. Then it didn't take long for a netizen to send a semi-finished game and let him experience it. Chen Fan just clicked on the game, suddenly his eyes darkened, and he entered the world of Naruto. Fortunately, the half-finished game also followed and became Chen Fan's golden finger. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Bronze, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Silver. Experience point, 41839. The function of the system is very simple, that is, a lottery. 10,000 experience points are drawn once, and skills and items of different levels are randomly selected. The frequency of low-level skills is high, and the frequency of high-level skills is extremely low. And the most advanced mythical skills. Feast, start. Feast, mythical skills. The host's stomach will have the characteristics of a void creature and the property of space expansion. Kill and devour the enemy, you will get a layer of feast effect. Depending on the swallowed object, you will get different physique, stamina, strength, speed, and defense bonuses. At the moment when the skill was activated, Chen Fan's muscles trembled slightly. The bones made a rattling sound, and the hole seemed to be a little higher, and the strength was stronger. In LOL, the ultimate move of Void feared Shoggoth. Chen Fan thought to himself. As a void creature, Shoggoth is driven by insatiable hunger. The void's desire to devour all life is perfectly embodied in Shoggoth, its complex biological structure capable of rapidly transforming matter into physical growth, not only increasing muscle mass and density, but also making its outer shell as hard as diamonds. When pure size growth can no longer satisfy it, this void creature will spit out the excess material into sharp bone spurs, piercing the prey, and prepare for the feast later. This is the original material that was referenced. Feast, as a mythical skill, the main function is to devour creatures to break the limit of life. Simply put, there is no limit to improve physical fitness. The strength is stronger, and the physique and endurance are also. Chen Fan clenched into a fist. In LOL, this trick can only be used to increase blood volume, which is the so-called physique. But in reality, if your physique has improved, can your strength not improve along with it? What about endurance? And the strength has improved, and each foot can send out more force, will the speed not increase along with it? The result is an all-round improvement in physical fitness. Of course, the most important thing to improve is physical fitness. As expected of a mythical skill. Chen Fan sighed inwardly. It's a pity that the digestion speed is too slow. Feast belongs to the infinite potential, but the skills need to be accumulated. It takes time to digest the creature it devours, and it's a CD in the game. The speed of digestion is linked to Chen Fan's physique. Currently, it takes about 2 months to digest a life. Of course, it is not impossible to speed up. Then need. Chen Fan was full, wiped his mouth, and raised his head. For a moment, as if time had stopped, the surrounding students froze and did not move, like a still picture. Chen Fan's eyes glanced around, and finally locked on. Asma, come here. The next second, all the male students, including Obito, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The still picture reverts to a dynamic picture. Chen Fan, what are you doing? On the contrary, Asma's body trembled, and she instantly became nervous. The whole person jumped up, his body tensed, and he looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan showed a gentle smile and said, I'm full now, I'm going to beat you up for digestion. Chapter 5 Gold Level Skill Madness, New Book for Collection. Chapter 4 Red Yuri, I have liked you for a long time, New Book for Collection. I'm full now, I'm going to beat you up for digestion. Hearing this sentence, Asma jumped up in fright. Chen Fan, I don't want to fight you yet. But I want to fight you. Chen Fan showed a gentle smile. He clenched his fists slightly and strode towards Asma. It doesn't matter, just accompany me to practice my hands, anyway, we usually do this. Yes. I usually do that too. If you want to speed up the digestion of the feast, the best way is to exercise. People are in Konoha, you are so reckless that you panic. Chapter 4 At the same time, fighting can also. That's great. It's Asma this time. Fortunately it wasn't me. The surrounding students all breathed a sigh of relief. This has almost become a daily routine in the class. Who hasn't been beaten by Chen Fan? This time it's Asma's turn, not me, which is really very good. Looking at Chen Fan, who was constantly approaching, Asma's face showed a bit of panic, and he stepped back. Don't come here, I warn you not to come here. Chen Fan, if you come again, I'll do it. I tell you, I'm so angry that I'm afraid of myself. You. Mad. Asma gritted her teeth, fearful and angry, and finally clenched her teeth and rushed over first. They have fought too many times, and Chen Fan's reason for being full has also been used too many times. He knew that Chen Fan would never give up. If I had known this earlier when he jumped into the elite class, I shouldn't have provoked him. Chen Fan was not originally in the same session with Asma, he was in the next session. Then, he skipped a grade. It's not surprising, compared to Kakashi's 5-year-old monster, he's not an exaggeration to skip grades. Asma didn't take it seriously at first, but planned to test the newcomer's foundation as usual. If you are strong enough, I can allow you to think of me as a big brother. If it's not strong enough, what's the matter with beating you up? I'm a senior in high school. Asma felt that she had a great advantage. Asma went up, and Asma played GG in Chen Fan's happy smile. Of course, at that time Chen Fan was not as strong as he is now, and Asma did not fail to find his way back in the future. Just now, Asma's footsteps were fast and her aura was fierce. He leaned low, showing the good qualities of a graduating ninja. In the eyes of ordinary people, I am afraid that only a gust of wind blows, and he has already rushed over. However, Chen Fan just smiled, took a step forward, and slammed into Asma with a punch. Just a simple punch. Asma has a lot of accomplishments in physique and has profound combat experience. Chen Fan's boxing style is not complicated, and there is no change in reality. But such a punch. Too fast. Boom. Asma opened her mouth wide. His face suddenly became hot. The dizziness instantly squeezed out of his brain, made him unable to stand at all, and he sat on the ground with his buttocks. Damn, this monster has become stronger again. Asma wanted to cry a little bit, because when Chen Fan just skipped a grade, he was able to make 2 moves, and now he was completely beaten at the beginning. He didn't even have time to react. Wait. Asma opened her mouth reluctantly. I'm not going to fight, okay? Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan punched him in the mouth. A miserable howl came out, and the whole person was pressed to the ground by Chen Fan. Okay. You hit it. Can I bear it? System prompt. Defeat Asma to gain 173 experience points. Victory in battle is the source of system experience points. Depending on the strength of the enemy, the experience points obtained are also different. Why is this? Chen Fan pouted. Asma, you are not serious. Shouldn't it be around 300 normally? Asma opened her mouth. I've let you beat me, what do you want? Didn't I just want to beat you up? Haven't you beaten it yet? Are you beating me up for a semester? Chen Fan frowned as he looked at Asma, who had lost his fighting spirit. Did he beat him so much that he lost his will to fight? Losing the will to fight will correspondingly reduce the strength and reduce the harvest of oneself. This will not work. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and instantly thought of a solution. He left Asma, who had given up on himself, and appeared in front of Tsurune Yuhi. Red. Chen Fan stared at Yuhi Hong with a look on his face. Huh? Hong Yuhi was taken aback. Chen Fan, what's the matter? Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Ah. Eh? Yuhi Hong's little face suddenly turned red. There are almost no classmates in the class who have not been beaten by Chen Fan. Such him is naturally the man of the year in the school. And although his ninja theory sounds very weird, he is handsome. Nearly 1.7 meters above the height of all peers. Although he is still young, he is very handsome. A pair of dark and deep eyes is full of charm that fascinates the girl. Like me? Yuri Hong was a little stunned, her heart filled with joy and doubts. Chen Fan, you actually like me? Yeah. Chen Fan smiled warmly. After all, I am a man like me, and there is still one shortcoming. What's wrong? Yuhika asked subconsciously. I'm missing you. The standard earth-flavored love words made the girl feel like a numbness, but she was happy. The group of young girls next to them were full of jealousy and wished to replace them with their own bodies. When Asma, who was knocked to the ground, saw this scene, she trembled with anger. Who doesn't know that Asma has long been interested in Yuhi Hiro, a girl with an excellent appearance and a perfect figure. And now Chen Fan is actually in front of him to pursue Yuri Hong? Still flirting? Ah. Asma couldn't stand it. People are in Konoha. You are so reckless that you panic. Chapter 5 He is up. Chen Fan, I'm going to kill you. He roared twice, only to feel that his body was full of energy from anger. Then, he rushed up. Then he was swept to the ground by Chen Fan and started to be beaten again. Anger can be explosive. But blasting seeds is useful. Do you need a strong hammer? System prompt. Defeat Asma and get 416 experience points. Well, that's right. Chen Fan said with satisfaction. Chapter 6 Asma wants to sue. New book for collection. Chapter 5 Gold level skills. Madness. New book for collection. Chen Fan was on his way home. The simple ninja suit highlights the strong muscles even more. The streamlined body and handsome appearance attracted the attention of countless sisters in the streets and alleys. So hot. Look at that muscle, it's very durable. It's mad again, look at his face, don't bring bad children. Countless sisters were joking with their girlfriends, but their beautiful eyes turned to Chen Fan involuntarily. As the saying goes, Diozi look at their faces, newbies look at their chests, and old drivers look at their legs. And female drivers obviously know the charm of muscles. This is also the reason why Chen Fan is very satisfied with his golden finger. Strength is a temporary thing, handsome is a lifetime thing, and persistence is a happy thing. Chen Fan secretly said, it is estimated that in another month, the feast should be able to be used again. Fighting and digesting food is one aspect. Chen Fan will continue to exercise to promote the consumption speed. Of course, it's better to fight. It's a pity that there are not many people who can fight against Chen Fan. A person can rush up to 3 times of experience points. After that, unless that person has a certain breakthrough, he will not be able to brush. Although the students of the ninja school are not high in strength due to their age, they are in a period of rapid improvement in their strength. In 10 days and a half months, he can be stronger than before. So Chen Fan can brush many times. I'm afraid it won't be so convenient in the future. But I'm about to graduate, and I'll meet more wild monsters in the future. Chen Fan secretly said, the trouble is still the feast. As the top myth-level skill in the game, it is completely possible to use a myth-level skill as the core to create a character's combat system. It is a pity that the feast appeared in reality. Although there is no limit on the number of devouring creatures, there is another limit. That is Chen Fan's mouth, too small. A feast needs to devour whole lives. The stronger the creature swallowed, the greater the growth. And every time a feast is launched, Chen Fan must eat all the creatures within 10 minutes in order to meet the launch conditions of the feast. It seems that after more than 10 minutes, the existence of souls and true spirits of living beings will dissipate, and they are not considered complete living beings. However, his mouth is too small. Even if he tries to devour it, he can eat a 20 or 30 catty fish in 10 minutes. And those powerful creatures in Naruto world. Chen Fan thought of one snake, slug, and toadwinte. That kind of mountain-like body shape, even if Chen Fan is exhausted, he can eat it in 10 minutes. But in the Naruto world, most of the powerful creatures are very large, and the only ones are small. That is, the 2 mortal toads of Miamu Mountain. Think of stir-fried frog, dry pot frog, frog hot pot. Unwilling tears flowed from the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Well, let's take a look at the system first. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Bronze, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Silver. Experience points, 4248 points. Lottery draw. Chen Fan said. Consume 10,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have acquired the bronze level skill, Fireball. I shouldn't have told him so many useless things. Chen Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. If he only told that is in the big move, then now every time he draws the lottery, is it also a big move? Skills are divided into 7 levels, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Master, Legend, and Myth. There is a big gap between each level. Of course, low-level skills are not impossible to advance. By consuming a certain amount of experience points, you can upgrade your skills from bronze to silver to gold. It just requires a lot of experience points, unless it is a skill that he likes, otherwise Chen Fan will generally not leave low-level skills. Replace. Chen Fan said. 10,000 experience points can be drawn once. If you are not satisfied with the results you have drawn, you can use 1,000 experience points to replace. Firewall, a skill that is not compatible with Chen Fan's combat system, is naturally unnecessary. What is Chen Fan's combat system? Of course meat. Is power. It is reckless to go up to level 8. Consume 1,000 experience points to change skills. You have acquired the bronze level skill, Floating Bomb. I don't play with guns, I'll change it. You have acquired a silver level skill, Shadow Arrow. I can't shoot arrows either, I'll change. You have acquired a bronze level skill. You have acquired a gold level skill, Maddening. Crazy Transformation, strengthening the ability at the cost of being irrational, can greatly increase the attack power. This is not bad. Chen Fan smiled. That's it. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Bronze, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Silver, Madness, Gold. Experience point, 11765 points. There's only 10,000 experience points left. Strengthen the skill, Battle Cry. Chen Fan ordered. Consume 10,000 experience points, Battle Cry, Bronze Battle Cry, Silver. Battle Cry, send out a battle cry to encourage yourself and your allies, increase attack power and hit rate, shock the enemy's courage, and more likely, make you dizzy on the ground. Feast. Chen Fan knew that it came from LOL, Collapsing Mountain, came from DNF, and Battle Cry and Madness. Chen Fan didn't know where they came from. After all, he threw too much information to netizens, anime, games, novels. These two are skills that can appear everywhere. Strengthening is much more expensive than drawing a lottery. Bronze promotion requires 10,000 years of experience, and the higher you go, the higher you will be. That's about it, just waiting for the next graduation exam. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 6 Konoha Naruto office. Sandai Hokage stood at the window, smoking a cigarette, his eyes deep. Now the situation in the ninja world is not good, and various battles are becoming more and more frequent. If one is not good, the Third Ninja World War will break out. At this time, the workload of his Hokage has also become larger and larger, making him a little powerless in his old age and frailty. Perhaps it's time to consider the candidate for the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage sighed softly. Dang dang. The door was knocked softly. Come inches. Yes. A Chunin bowed and walked in with a respectful look on his face. Aoki. 3 generations of Hokage smiled slightly. You are here to send a list of students who will take the graduation exam. Yes, Hokage-sama. Aoki Chunin lowered his head slightly. Come on, let me see if there are any good seedlings. The third Hokage smoked the cigarette and took the list. Opening the first page, a young boy with a somewhat strong feeling appeared in front of him. Chen Fan. Chapter 7 Lin Don't Complain, Hug Me, New Book for Collection. Chapter 6 Asma Wants to Sue. New Book for Collection. The list that can be seen by the 3 generations of Hokage is obviously not an ordinary student roster. It is a list of students who have passed the assessment of the ninja school and are considered to be potential students by the teachers. There are their profiles, their experiences, their specialties. If the 3 generations of Naruto think their talent is good, then some tough ninjas will be arranged to watch the students' graduation exams. If you perform well, you may be accepted as a disciple by those strong people. After all, most of the strong people are too lazy to watch graduation exams. The roster that came out, the order of the students ranking above, is also the teacher's ranking of the students' talents. Chen Fan. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and looked at the masculine boy's name on the first page. Yes, Chen Fan. Aoki Zongren lowered his head slightly. He is not an ordinary chunin, but the head teacher of the elite class, responsible for teaching Chen Fan, asthma and others. He ranked Chen Fan first because he thought that Chen Fan should be the first among all the students. In fact, there are many elites in the elite class. Asma, the son of the 3 generations of Hokage, Obito of the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan. However, he ranked Chen Fan first. Although Chen Fan's understanding of ninjas is a little weird. Aoki thought, the corners of his eyes twitched. How can there be such a ninja? In the previous simulation exercise, he was almost beaten to death by Chen Fan. If he was as calm as an ordinary ninja, it would be better not to be so reckless. Aoki sighed inwardly. As Chen Fan's head teacher, he also tried to correct Chen Fan's thinking. He even talked to Chen Fan more than once. Aoki, Chen Fan, how can there be someone like you? What if you encounter a powerful enemy in the future? Chen Fan, hack him first. So what about forces with unknown strength? Such as bandits, pirates, wandering ninja organizations. Hack them all to death. What if the enemy threatens you with a hostage? Hack the enemy to death before he threatens. What else do you do besides hacking people? Aoki's brain hurts because of anger. Once the enemy takes the hostage and you can't stop the enemy from taking the hostage before hacking the enemy to death. Chen Fan said as he should. That means my strength is not enough. This mission failed. Wait for me to go back to practice for a few days and then hack them to death. Aoki. Shouldn't it be to act secretly, to rescue the hostages first and avoid being threatened before taking action? Why did it become, I can't kill the enemy first, it means I'm not strong enough when I come to you? According to your mind, it is estimated that the simplest task of rescuing the hostages requires Xiaonan to do it. Whether it can even be completed is still unknown. Aoki feels very tired. But Chen Fan's talent is too good, he still wants to work hard to save it. So in the next semester, he spent countless thoughts trying to design some difficulties for mock exams so that Chen Fan would realize the problem and return to the psychology that an ordinary ninja should have. However, he failed. All failed. Chen Fanjin shot down like this all the way, and after causing countless damages, he could confidently say to other teachers who blamed him, "Don't care how many people I cut down and how many things I broke, and you just say this task is complete." The teachers of the entire ninja school who asked were speechless. Because no matter how weird Chen Fan's thinking is, he really completed the task assigned by the teachers. In order to rescue his partner, Konoha White Fang failed the mission. Even if his thoughts are good, he is blamed by countless people. On the other hand, although Chen Fan acted in a mess and had no plans at all, he came all the way recklessly and he didn't look like a ninja. But his mission succeeded. Ninjas only look at the results, not the process. If he succeeded, he should not be blamed. Therefore, he is the worthy number 1. Chen Fan. 3 generations of Hokage smoked a dry cigarette and looked at the information in front of him. Chen Fan gave him a very deep memory. After all, he went to the ninja school to speak so many times to promote his will of fire. Ordinary students say things like, "Lord Naruto, how strong are you? Lord Naruto, I want to be Naruto. Lord Naruto, I will do my best for Konoha like you do." It was Chen Fan who asked excitedly there, "Lord Hokage, can you fight me?" Then when he refused, he actually showed a look of regret. Such an outlier, it's strange that I can't remember it. 3 generations of Hokage took the student roster and returned home. In the end, he still hadn't decided what kind of Junin to call for the next graduation exam. Although he is Hokage, Shangin is already a high-level villager, and they also need to consider their thoughts, and it is impossible to give random orders. Especially now that the ninja world is thick with smoke, it is even more necessary to take care of the mood of the strong. The students of the Hyuga clan need to arrange masters of physique to be their teachers. They can invite Gwendu's elite Junin to come. At the same time, they can also use this reason to ask an elite Junin of the Hyuga clan to lead a team of newcomers. The quality of this generation of pigs and deer butterflies is a bit poor, but they also need to be taught with all their heart. Let Yamada Junin come. And Uchiha Obito. 3 Hokage thought. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Father. Asma. As a shadow-level powerhouse, the 3 generations of Hokage Saratobi Hidden knew who was approaching without looking back. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can. Chapter 7 Asma came over with a blue nose and a swollen face, looking depressed. These injuries were all caused by Chen Fan. Damn Chen Fan! Asma gritted her teeth. He was a bit rebellious at first, and was unwilling to play the trick of parents. He always felt that people who did this kind of thing were very unmanly and very childish. Coupled with the identity of the son of the 3 generations of Hokage, he does not want people to think that he is relying on the family. So in the past, after he was beaten, he always chose to endure it by himself. But now, you actually want to rob my Yuhihong? Then, don't blame me for telling the parents. Chapter 8 Chen Fan is here, new book for collection. Chapter 7 Lin, stop complaining, hug me, new book for collection. Father, I was beaten by Chen Fan. My nose is bleeding. It wasn't just me who was beaten, most of the classmates in the class were beaten. The one named Chen Fan bullied men and women in school. Can't you as Hokage take care of it? Asma Barbara's complaint. He is quite smart, although it is the first time to complain, but he is quite skillful. Not only complaining about his own experience, but also involving other classmates. What else can I say about Konoha's system, Hokage's responsibility, etc.? However, the 3 generations of Hokage interrupted him only after listening to a few words. Asma, are you about to graduate? Yes. Asma was taken aback and said, after you graduate, you will be a ninja. Yes. Since it's a ninja, it's like a ninja, using the ninja way to solve problems. The voice of the 3 generations of Naruto suddenly turned cold. Don't be like a child who hasn't grown up. Children's fights still need his Hokage to come forward. Do you really think he is so idle? Use the ninja way to solve the problem. Asma was stunned. Then, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. I see, Father. Saying that, he strode out, with excitement at the corners of his mouth. This strange move made the 3 generations of Hokage stunned. In the past few days, Yunren and Yanren have made a lot of provocative actions, and the affairs in the village are also very busy, so he is inevitably a little irritable. When I hear about Asma's children's fights are called parents, it's hard to avoid speaking a little bit harder. Did I say a little too much? The 3rd Hokage looked at Asma's back, but it doesn't look like he's hurting. After pondering for a moment, he was still a little uneasy. It's his own son. So, Kakashi, Shizu, you two, go follow Asma. Yes. The 2 figures quietly left. Chen Fan went to school calmly. Although he had only beaten Asma, he didn't take it seriously at all. Naruto world is different from Chen Fan's previous life. In previous lives, fighting was often prohibited in schools, and stability and harmony were the mainstay. But in Naruto world, battle is the theme. A ninja is not an ordinary job position, it is a soldier who surrounds the country, an agent who spies information, and a soldier who throws his head and sheds blood. Therefore, fighting to a certain extent is encouraged and promoted by people. From childhood to adulthood, from fighting to life and death, this is the portrayal of the lives of most ninjas. Even many people are fighting, and they can still play a strong comrade-in-arms relationship. So what is it to beat asthma? Of course, after hurting someone, it often requires a certain amount of self-cultivation. Chen Fan is not a devil. For example, after fighting asthma, he will always give him some time to recuperate, and then set aside a few days for training, and then beat him again. In this way, you can continuously gain experience points. At the same time, Chen Fan will not do anything to people with ordinary family background and ordinary talent. The family is good, and I don't care about a little medical bills. The talent is high, and after the battle, he will gain many insights that cannot be obtained in normal classes. Overall, fighting against Chen Fan is a good thing for a genius like them. However, this is a huge loss for ordinary students, whether it is medical expenses or the time it takes to recover from an injury. Therefore, there are always some familiar surnames on the list that he is often beaten by, such as Saratobi Asthma, such as Hinata Yudo, such as Inuzuka Iori, and another example. Ahatu, let's discuss it. Get out of my way! Obito almost cried. When Asthma was beaten yesterday, he was very comfortable watching a play beside him. It's like drinking a sip of ice water on a hot day, quite refreshing. Is it his turn now? Obito, you've changed it. You actually scold me. I have to use my fist to wake up the friendship between us. Chen Fan raised his fist and hit it with regret. Obito really wanted to scold people, but he was afraid of being beaten even more. As for resistance, don't make trouble. Either he or Asthma, it's not that he hasn't resisted it. The more they resisted it, the more excited Chen Fan was, and the happier they were when they fought. That's all, wasn't it just beaten by him? Graduating soon, the big deal is that I will hide from you every day after graduation. System prompt, defeat Obito to get 154 experience points. So little? This kid is groping and slipping too. Chen Fan pouted and walked towards Nahara Lin decisively. Lin, in fact, I have liked you for a long time. Ah. Nahara Lin was a little overjoyed by this sentence, but also a little puzzled and jealous. You like me? But you didn't say it to Yuri Long yesterday. Stop complaining and hug me. Chen Fan said her she loved words and hugged Nahara Lin. Feeling the strong masculinity hugging her strong arms, Nahara Lin's head was dizzy and her mouth didn't know what to say. Of course, Rin Nahara didn't know what to say, but Obito knew. Chen Fan, let go of Lin. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 8. Very good, this is the momentum. Chen Fan left and started beating Obito for the second time. Nahara Rin twisted, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly she felt a hostile gaze and turned to look. He read. It was Long Yuri who was confessed by Chen Fan yesterday. Chapter 9 Hit him or hit you. New book for collection. Chapter 8 Chen Fan, that's it. New book for collection. The two women looked at each other, their eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of brilliance that was so complicated that they didn't look like their age. That is, the color of hostility. In fact, after Long Yuri came home yesterday, she also reacted. Chen Fan didn't really confess to her, he was trying to beat Asthma. So how serious is that? Confession remains to be considered. It's just that she didn't expect that this guy would confess Nahara Lin the next day. Sure enough, I should have resolutely agreed at that time. Yuhika scolded herself in annoyance. It doesn't matter how serious Chen Fan is, feelings can still be cultivated. If you like it, go for it. After all, if you meet a good man, you should occupy it first, otherwise you will regret it later. By my mother when I was drunk. The two women looked at each other with all kinds of thoughts in their hearts, as if thinking about how to take the oath of sovereignty. Suddenly, Nahara Rin blushed slightly and hugged herself. Just now, Chen Fan hugged me so hard. Red Yuhi. Looking at the girl with ignorant hostility over there, Asthma cursed not far away. Damn, what's so good about this kind of man? What the hell is going on in this world? He is obviously a scumbag who steps on two goats. And it was the one who confessed yesterday and cheated today. But why are you staring at Nahara Lin? Shouldn't you be beating up the cheating Chen Fan? Asma's heart hurts. But he still took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He glanced at a few younger brothers and gave a wink. Then quietly approached Chen Fan. Since it is a ninja, it is like a ninja, solving problems in a ninja way. This is the original words of the 3 generations of Hokage yesterday, and Asma keeps it in his heart. So what is the ninja way? Because of the bad example of Chen Fan, the teacher has emphasized many times ninjas are deception, ambush, poison. Every move must be taken by surprise, be unprepared, and make a sudden move to determine the outcome in an instant. The way of ninjas is widely known, and Asma is more hostile to Chen Fan, so he trusts this kind of thinking. So, Father's meaning is that I want to attack Chen Fan like a ninja, defeat him, and take revenge. Asma felt that she had the answer, and then she invited her friends without hesitation. His hand went deep into the ninja bag, his murderous aura was hidden, and he approached quietly. On the other side, Chen Fan's beating Obito was also nearing the end. Obito, you have to work hard. Chen Fan said casually, if you don't train hard, next year I and Nahara Lin's children will be taught by you. Ah. Obito was incompetent and furious, but it was useless. You want Lin to have your child? Of course. Chen Fan said as he should, is this strange? Chen Fan is not Shaggy who shouted, women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Doesn't a man's sword need a woman's polishing to become sharper? It's just that he is too lazy to chase after the girl, and he is too lazy to fall in love with a girl and slowly confess. What is the use of confession, or it may be rejected? Rather. Ah. Obito roared. Then he was slapped to the ground by Chen Fan. It's now. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Fan slapped Obito to the ground, he relaxed. Asma's eyes, who were closed to Chen Fan with his friends, suddenly burst into a light. Go to hell, Chen Fan. The next second, he pulled out a brick from the ninja bag and slapped Chen Fan's head fiercely. In an instant, the little friend took out weapons such as steel pipes and wooden sticks and smashed them hard. They are worthy of being ninjas, as quiet as virgins and as moving as rabbits. In a short moment, the mess of weapons fell on Chen Fan. Not good. In the distance, Kakashi and Shizu, who came to monitor Asma on the orders of the 3 generations of Hokage, changed their expressions. They have been watching here for a long time, and they probably know about Asma and their actions. Fights between children are not uncommon. But they never imagined that Asma and the others actually played for real. Bricks, steel pipe, and still smash it in the head? Apart from not moving the knife, what is the difference between this and desperately? A bad one will kill people. Kakashi and Shizu rushed over consciously, but they were too far away to catch up. A flash of happiness flashed in Asma's eyes. He didn't keep his hand at all, and although he didn't use a knife, he didn't intend to kill anyone. But that's enough. Chen Fan, my resentment over the years, you can give me a good feeling now. Boom. The brick hit Chen Fan's head, the brick shattered. The steel pipe hit Chen Fan's arm, the steel pipe was broken. The wooden stick hit Chen Fan's back, it broke. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Asma lowered her head to look at the bricks in her hand that were broken into 8 pieces, and then looked at Chen Fan's head with no hair falling out. Then, he watched Chen Fan slowly turn his head. I thought, what were you doing sneaking up here, but... That's it. There was a hint of disappointment in the words. Chapter 10 hit Shizu and Kakashi on the ground. New book collection 44. People are in Konoha. You are so reckless that you panic. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. If I don't hit him, I'll hit you. New book for collection. I thought, what were you doing sneaking up here, but... That's it. Chen Fan looked disappointed. He had discovered Asma and the others long ago. He thought that Asma might be angry because he robbed his woman. What great progress has been made. As a result, you have this hurt too? Why? Why didn't you get hurt at all? Asma was stunned, hard to accept. Because I'm a little more physique. Chen Fan said as he should. Feast is a typical physique plus skill, speed, strength, etc. are just additional. The physique is not only the blood volume, but also represents the comprehensive physical quality, including physical defense, stamina, resistance to natural environment, disease resistance, recovery ability. Chen Fan had already discovered Asma's little move, but he didn't bother to hide at all. The strong are all output from the stand. The weak will come and go. Why, I did what my father said. Asma's eyes were blank. That's Hokage, the strongest man in Konoha. Why did I do as he said and failed the same? According to the 3 generations? What do you mean? Chen Fan asked curiously. Asma was a little stunned at this time, so he told himself at the time that the 3 generations of Hokage replied. Since it is a ninja, just like a ninja, solve problems in a ninja way. Like a ninja, I approached quietly and exploded in an instant. But why did it turn out like this? Asma, who has always believed in the way of ninjas, received a great blow. Oh, that means you didn't understand the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage. Chen Fan waved his hand. What do you mean by father? Asma's eyes flashed with hope. Chen Fan said, ninjas are people who endure and give inches. 3 generations of Hokage means that when I hit you, you have to be like a ninja and bear it for me honestly. Did my dad mean this? Asma's mouth was about to fall. Chen Fan didn't care so much. Asma came to challenge himself without making any progress at all, which made him very angry. You can't get through the experience, and you are still challenging a chicken. So he grabbed Asma and fought, even harder than before. Boom. 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 Press on the ground and rub hard. Stop. With a loud roar, 2 figures appeared. One is taller and the other is shorter, about the same height as Asma and others. Kakashi. Obito, who was beaten down early, looked at the 2 who appeared and was stunned. The short man was Kakashi, known as the first genius since the establishment of the Konoha Ninja School, a legendary graduate who has inherited the swordsmanship of Konoha Shirado at the age of 5. The other person has a more mature complexion and has a fan pattern behind him. Although other students are unfamiliar, how could Obito not know each other? Stop the water! The genius of the Uchiha clan is completely different from Obito, a genius who is highly expected by the clan. Why are you 2 here? Obito said blankly. Kakashi said casually, it's just a mission sent by Hokage-sama. Wait, why don't you stop? The last sentence was addressed to Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan didn't even look at him and continued to beat Asma. He completely ignored the words of the 2 Kakashi next to him. This made their faces a little bit stunned. They were sent by the 3 generations of Hokage to watch Asma. Although they did not include the task of protecting Asma, they were also the sons of the 3 generations of Hokage. How could I watch Asma being beaten by myself? Especially now that Chen Fan's beating is getting harder and harder. Asma's face has swelled twice in size, and the whole person has fainted. I told you to stop. Kakashi dodged and grabbed Chen Fan's arm with his right hand. Kakashi? Chen Fan glanced at him. Chen Fan was a little younger than Yuri Hong and the others, and he jumped up from grades. Kakashi graduated very early, and when Chen Fan jumped over, Kakashi had already graduated. The 2 of them didn't have much to do with each other. At most, they occasionally heard each other's names from Obito and others. It's me. Kakashi said. What are you doing here? Chen Fan glanced at Kakashi. Why are you free to take care of my business? Speaking of which, you seem to be by your side just now. Kakashi paused and said, "We have taken over the task of the 3 generations of Hokage. Come." His eyes looked at Asuma. "Are you here to look after Asuma?" Everyone around them instantly realized what Kakashi didn't say. "Anyway, don't fight anymore." Kakashi said solemnly, "Asuma has learned a lesson, it's almost enough. Everyone is a classmate, don't go too far." "Oh?" Chen Fan glanced at him. "Why didn't you say that when Asuma attacked me just now?" Forehead. Kakashi and Shizu's expression suddenly froze. "It's not that they don't want to shoot, but they didn't have time to shoot. The distance is too far. Asuma and the others are attacking again, and there is no time to react." Only. Listening to Chen Fan's words, the students next to him looked at Shishu and Kakashi a little wrong. That look, as if looking at a dog-legged gangster. "I didn't expect Kakashi to be such a Kakashi. I thought he was handsome before. In the end, it's still not as good as Chen Fan." Especially Tsurune Yuhi and Rin Nahara looked at Kakashi with disappointment in their eyes. As if to say, "I didn't expect that, you are no longer the Kakashi of the past." Kakashi's face darkened. Although he didn't have any thoughts about Nahara in that look. "Anyway, stop hitting Asuma," Kakashi said with a bad face. He was not good at words and didn't know what to say at this time. "Just repeat your own words. Then I won't hit him. Can I hit you?" Chen Fan left and threw a punch. Kakashi sneered, "People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic." Chapter 10. Who is he? The most gifted genius ever at ninja school. Graduated from ninja school at the age of 5. At the age of 6, he was promoted to Chunin. Although it is still Chunin now, and has not been promoted to Shaman quickly, but the strength is absolutely different from the students who are still in the ninja school. A mere Chen Fan has not graduated yet, so what if he is a little famous? Like this punch, the routine is so direct and unabashed. A punch of this level can still hit me. Boom! Kakashi was punched in the stomach by Chen Fan and flew more than 30 meters away. Chapter 11. Obito, do you want to take a look at the cat-eared maid? Chapter 10. Push Shizu and Kakashi to the ground. New book for collection 4/4. Kakashi fell to the ground, his eyes were slack, and his spirit was in a trance. What's wrong with me? Just now Chen Fan made a fist, and then I was knocked out. Just an ordinary fist? There was no backhand at all, no cover, and a straightforward punch sent me flying. I didn't dodge. Such a simple punch. Cough cough. Kakashi coughed twice, spitting out bitter water. He felt like the river was turning upside down in his stomach, as if he was about to turn it around. I see, no wonder you dare to shoot at me. Kakashi gritted his teeth. It looks like I'm not at school. It seems that the school has a great newcomer. What newcomer? You haven't graduated yet. Don't underestimate your predecessors too much. He stared at Chen Fan with a pair of eyes. I was not serious just now, or do you think you can beat me? Kakashi doesn't think he will lose. It has been 6 years since I graduated. Compared with ordinary students, I have 6 more years of experience. I have been on the battlefield and killed the enemy. He also has the pride of being a genius. How could it be possible to lose to a student who has not graduated yet? In the next second, he saw Chen Fan take out a kitchen knife from behind. Well, it's the kitchen knife he usually uses to cut sashimi. Extend your arms and bend your knees slightly. The next moment, Chen Fan's body, like a cannonball, soared into the sky, leaping 10 meters high, holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and suddenly smashed down. What kind of trick is this? Kakashi was stunned, watching Chen Fan smash at him with great speed. The range of action is huge, the momentum is long, and it is in the air, and it is impossible to turn. The flaws are huge. Who invented this trick? It's weird to be able to hit people. Crashing. Boom. Chen Fan fell. The surrounding earth was suddenly shattered. The smoke is in the air. The gravel is flying. In the distance, Yuhi and other classmates felt their footsteps shaking. Even the schoolhouse seemed to shake. And all objects within 10 meters of Chen Fan's landing were directly blown away, including Kakashi. Not good. Shishu exclaimed, rushing over to catch Kakashi, who flew out. I saw a trace of blood on the corner of Kakashi's mouth. His face was ashen, his whole body seemed to be shaking, and there were countless small wounds on his hands and feet. Despite all this, he stared at the center of the smoke in disbelief. I clearly avoided it. He eyes, really eyes. With its superb technology and excellent response, it accurately avoided Chen Fan's blade. But for some attacks, it is not safe to avoid the blade, such as Chen Fan's collapsing mountain strike. Kakashi. Shishu glanced at Kakashi, and his heart sank. Kakashi is definitely a master. Although the level is only Chunin, it is only because he is too young and has insufficient credit. But the strength is by no means an ordinary Chunin. However, in front of that guy, there is no way to fight back. Boom! In the center of the smoke, a figure suddenly rushed out, heading straight for the two of them. It's Chen Fan. He was like a furious bear, rampaging without any cover-up. Chen Fan. Zaishu narrowed his eyes, but he was not afraid. He put down Kakashi and walked over by himself. Chen Fan didn't care who he was fighting, he immediately started. The fist swept across, the legs and feet kicked violently, and a wind was heard. It's very strong. Zaishu secretly said in his heart. Although due to his age, he has not yet reached the peak of stopping the water during the Third World War. But it also opened the wheel-riding eye and has a good reputation in the Uchiha family. But at this moment, he opened the riding wheel, but he was still being pushed into the disadvantage by Chen Fan. His tricks are very simple and straightforward, but they are simple and ruthless, and their momentum is fierce. The most important thing is his strength. Shishu swore that he had never seen such a person who could suppress himself to such a degree by relying solely on speed and strength. According to rumors, it seems that only the lead and chakra mode of the Yeu clan of the Land of Thunder has similar abilities. But the problem is that Chen Fan is useless now. But Shishu doesn't think he will lose. Strength and speed are indeed very important factors in ninja battles. But the power of Shishu is not in these two. The riding wheel in the ice spins wildly, almost becoming a phantom illusion. Naruto sees it. Roar. Silver level skills. Battle cry. Chen Fan suddenly roared. The sound was so loud that it shook the sky and made the air ripple. Even the window glass of the distant school was shattered by Chen Fan's roar. Zishu only felt as if a fierce beast was roaring beside him, his mind tightened as if he had forgotten his actions. Although he reacted quickly, the illusion that he was about to perform just now obviously could not be continued. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 11 even. A fist, getting bigger and bigger in his sight. Boom. Students around. Whether it was Red Yuhi or Obito, they stared blankly at the center. Kakashi is the strongest genius ever at ninja school. Shizu is the foremost genius of the Uchiha clan. In the past, the names of the two people were used by teachers to make themselves, ordinary students, study hard. But now, Chen Fan actually grabbed the two of them and hit them on the ground. Chapter 12, Let Orochimaru Go, New Book Collection 14. Chapter 11 Obito, do you want to see the cat-eared maid? Add 5/4 for the reward of Ninja Boss. Boom. 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 Chen Fan grabbed Kakashi and Zishu and pressed them to the ground to beat them hard. This is not a little monster like Asma. For two people whose level is in Chunin and their strength is far superior to Chunin, they are the biggest monsters Chen Fan has fought so far. It's a pity not to take the opportunity to brush twice more. Chen Fan's face was excited and his smile gradually became hideous. Kakashi tried hard to resist, but he was injured and Chen Fan grabbed the hammer. How could he resist? It's just that his pride doesn't allow him to admit defeat. However, Zishu didn't have any psychological pressure, so he spoke while Chen Fan beat Kakashi. Wait. I admit defeat. As soon as his words reached his lips, he was shoved back by Chen Fan's fist before he could finish speaking. The classmates standing beside them were stunned, opened their mouths, and said in an uncertain tone, that Chen Fan, they seem to say they have given up. However, it was of no use, and Chen Fan continued to beat Kakashi. The students looked at each other. How about we go to the teacher? No matter what, the teacher is here, so should Chen Fan stop? Obito was disgraced, and he didn't want to let Zishu, a genius of his own family, be beaten like this in public, so he subconsciously wanted to turn around and call the teacher. Just before he could turn around, he saw Chen Fan suddenly raise his head and glared at him with murderous eyes. Obito's body trembled, and he instantly understood what Chen Fan meant. Silence for 3 seconds. Wait, I don't think it's necessary. Obito swallowed a mouthful of saliva and forced an explanation. You must have heard it wrong. What Zishu said just now was not admit defeat, but he is going to be serious now. Meaning, let Chen Fan be more careful, he has to show his true skills now. Shishu who was being beaten. Is that what my father said? On the other hand, when other students heard the words, they suddenly realized it. I see. I'll just say, Shizu and Kakashi are geniuses, and they must still have cards left. Yeah, although it looks like a one-sided battle now, in fact, Kakashi and Shizu haven't shown their true skills yet. This is an evenly matched battle. The classmates looked at Shizu and Kakashi with admiration. In the face of Chen Fan, the two of them still haven't been serious. As expected of the top geniuses of Konoha. Don't look at them being beaten on the ground by Chen Fan. Maybe they will reveal his hidden cards in the next second, turning defeat into victory in an instant. This is a great fight. We have to look carefully. Study well. I have to write down the actions of Kakashi and Shizu being beaten now. Maybe what action is connected to the start of the counterattack. Then a group of people widened their eyes, staring at Kakashi and Shizu who were beaten to the ground. The two who looked at them were ashamed and angry, and they were ashamed and angry. We really intend to admit defeat. Has anyone called the teacher? Of course, it is not that no classmates find it strange. Only. Let me tell you, Brother Zishu and the others are preparing to fight back. Obito patted his chest beside him and assured, Brother Zishu and the others are going to counterattack soon. How can we disturb them at this time? What? You suspect I'm wrong? Just kidding. I'm from the Uchiha clan. Are you doubting my Uchiha Obito's eyesight? The Uchiha family is famous for their pupil skills. How can students who have not graduated yet doubt Uchiha's eyesight? So all the students immediately believed Obito's words and continued to look forward to Shizu and Kakashi's counterattack. Shishu who was beaten. Obito, I treat you as a younger brother. Are you just like that? On the other hand, when Chen Fan heard Obito's statement, he nodded with satisfaction. Obito is a good comrade. Perhaps he should be given some favors. System prompt. Defeat Hatake Kakashi and gain 5,180 experience points. As expected of Kakashi, it is more than 10 times that of Asma. His strength should be close to that of an ordinary Jounin, right? And Zishu is a little stronger than Kakashi at this time, and Chen Fan couldn't help brushing the two of them 3 times. Then he stopped. Chen Fan follows a sustainable development path, and generally does not hurt people too seriously. After all, if the other party is injured, the other party has to spend time to recover from the injury, which reduces the training time. Wouldn't it take a while before hitting him a second time? Not only that, Chen Fan also recommended a good doctor to Zishu and Kakashi and introduced the precautions when recuperating, such as eating more fruits, drinking more milk porridge, etc. I really am a good person. Chen Fan was almost moved by himself. It's just that the two of Kakashi don't seem to appreciate it. Chen Fan, right, I remember you. Kakashi gritted his teeth with a bit of anger. After White Fang's death, he was cold, as if he didn't care about anything. Such anger from the heart has not appeared for a long time. In this regard, Chen Fan expressed his welcome so that I can come back and rush again. It was Shishu. He didn't look at Chen Fan at all, but kept staring at Obito. It makes me feel cold all the time. Chen Fan, you actually won. Naara looked excited. That's Kakashi, a genius who graduated 5 or 6 years earlier. And Yuri Hong walked over with a dignified and virtuous face and took out a lunchbox. Chen Fan, it was hard work just now. You're hungry, I just made a bento for you last night. She looked like a new wife. Naara's eyes widened, staring at Hong Yuhi. Surune Yuhi showed a gentle smile, dignified and virtuous people in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 12, thanks, I'm really hungry. Chen Fan left and took the lunchbox. Not to mention, the dishes are quite rich and the workmanship is also very delicate. Apparently it took a lot of effort. As long as you like it. Hong Yuhi smiled softly, standing quietly between Naara and Chen Fan. Separated without hesitation. Naara eyes twitched, and she immediately said, it's not enough to have food, Chen Fan, I'll buy you water. The girl's eyes were paired, as if thunder and lightning burst out. Obito next to him felt extremely bitter in his heart, although he had long known that Naara didn't like him. But looking at her so actively, it's really heartache. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have helped Chen Fan just now. Obito sighed inwardly. If it's a big deal, Chen Fan will beat him up, but it's not that he hasn't been beaten before. He clenched his fists and was about to turn away. Suddenly, Chen Fan stopped him. Is something wrong? Obito's voice carried a bit of resentment. No, but... Chen Fan suddenly lowered his voice. Obito, do you want to see the cat-eared maid? Obito. Chapter 13, Can Take Your Thighs to Fly, New Book Collection 24. Chapter 12, Let Orochimaru Go. New book for Collection 1/4. Cat-ear maid. These two simple words instantly caught Obito's ears. Although he was young, Obito was also a man, and his expression full of resentment showed signs of softening in an instant. No, I can't take it lightly. Obito warned in his heart. This is most likely Chen Fan's conspiracy. Yes. He must have wanted to see me make a fool of himself, and then make Naara hate me. It must be so. Obito completely ignored the premise that Naara never paid much attention to him, and without hesitation pushed Chen Fan into the position of the villain. There are also black silk and white silk. Chen Fan said softly beside the ear. Black silk? White silk? Slim legs and waist. Chen Fan's voice was like the whisper of a demon. What do you want to do? Obito gritted his teeth, trying hard to resist the temptation. It's nothing, just give you some benefits. Chen Fan said with a smile. After all, you helped me just now, so it's a reward for you. At 7 o'clock this evening, 3 kilometers west of my house, there is a group of cuties who have changed into maid costumes, with cat ears on their heads, and are walking there. How could I not think about my brother for this kind of benefit? Chen Fan had a look of, how could Big Brother forget you? Cute. Cat ear? Maid? Is there really a cat-eared maid? Obito asked in a low voice, while glancing at Naara alertly. Of course. Chen Fan showed a smile that men know, that is, you helped me today, otherwise how could I tell you such a secret location? Obito opened his mouth, is it really such a good thing? or I'll go take a look. Obito showed a spontaneous smile. Don't worry. Chen Fan smiled. Life will disappoint you, but Brother Fan won't. Go ahead, I didn't tell Asma this kind of good thing. Okay. I'll go. Obito felt that life was full of hope. Thank you, Chen Fan. It's okay, that's what I should do. 7 o'clock in the evening. Obito looked in front of him and fell silent. Cat here? Indeed there is. Maid outfit. Also dressed. There are also black silk and white silk, and they are pure silk. Slender legs and waist. It is indeed detailed enough. But Obito looked in front of him, a group of cats, dressed in cute maid outfits and walking leisurely. Maid with cat ears equals a cat in a maid outfit. Black silk, white silk equals here, refers specifically to the coat color. Slim legs and waist equals cat legs and cat feet. Chen Fan, you lied to me. And at the same time, Konoha, Naruto office. The 3 generations of Hokage sent Kakashi and the 2 to monitor Asma, and the 2 of them naturally came over to report their work. The 3 generations of Hokage are listening to the report. The front is normal. Asma couldn't beat anyone, so he made a sneak attack. He had never been hit by a sneak attack, and was beaten to the ground. Then, what did you say? You 2 lost to a student who didn't graduate. The 3rd Hokage looked bewildered. Kakashi and Shishu lowered their heads and said with a bruised face they were obviously not joking. It's so strong. The 3rd Hokage rubbed his temples and narrowed his eyes. Kakashi and Shizu, although currently only Chunin. But the strength is not an ordinary Chunin. You must know that the reason why they failed to make the cut, in addition to their short graduation time and insufficient achievements as ninjas, is their age. In order to prevent people from spreading rumors such as Kakashi and the others can become Chunin at such a young age, they must be related households. Konoha has always been very stuck on the level of such a young genius. If you want to be promoted to Shaman, you need all the qualities, and you must be superior to Shaman in all aspects, so that people can't speak. In fact, in terms of strength alone, Kakashi is already worthy of the name of Shaman. And Shizu is stronger than Kakashi at this time. And the 2 of them were actually defeated by a ninja school student. Unimaginable. 3 generations of Hokage whispered. Chen Fan's performance reminded him of someone. Overpowering the 3 ninjas, using one-handed Hatake swordsmanship to dominate the ninja world, the one that makes people dread White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. Can Chen Fan become the 2nd White Tooth? Thinking of that man, the 3rd Hokage felt a pain in his heart. The death of White Fang not only caused turmoil in the high-level Konoha, but also caused Konoha's high-end combat power to be stretched because of the loss of such a great power. People are in Konoha reckless to your panic chapter 13, and now the situation is getting more and more unstable. It's been a while since the Second Ninja World War ended, and all countries have licked their wounds, and the terrorists have begun to move. With White Fang dead, Konoha doesn't seem to be as powerful as before. Therefore, Sanren and Yunren move very frequently, constantly provoking Konoha's hegemony. Even Kirito had uneasy movements. Maybe we should think of a way to shock. The 3 generations of Hokage pondered slightly. This is not surprising. It is a daily routine among major countries to put out their own secret weapons to shock other countries. The Chunin exam was created for this. In fact, the people who actually passed the Chunin exam and became Chunin are less than 1/10 of the total Chunin. However, in the Chunin exam, everyone will invest in genius, and everyone is evenly matched, so the previous Chunin exams could not well deter the ambitions of terrorists. But if it was Chen Fan, what would happen? 3 generations of Hokage narrowed his eyes. If you can defeat Kakashi and Shizu, you already have the combat power of the Chunin level. Even if the people taking the Chunin exams are geniuses from every village, there must be no geniuses of this level. No, there are a lot of geniuses in other countries. For example, news came a while ago that the blood mist seems to have come out of a genius who will kill all the students of the same level in the graduation exam. And Chen Fan himself seems to have some problems. He doesn't act like a ninja at all. Just walk in carelessly and hack all the enemies to get the information easily. Is this something a ninja can do? The third Hokage frowned. The genius of the enemy represents difficulty. Unlike the performance of the ninja, it is difficult to trust. Whether Chen Fan can intimidate others as he expected is still unknown. In other words, it is necessary to let the trustworthy strong people see it with their own eyes. So, the graduation exam of the ninja school is coming soon. Let Orochimaru go. 3 generations of Hokage said. Chapter 14, Going to Yuhi Red House tonight to discuss tactics, New Book Collection 34. Chapter 13, Can Take Your Thighs, New Book Collection 2/4, Teaching at Ninja School continues. Chen Fan's fame skyrocketed again. Kakashi, as the son of White Fang, was often used by countless teachers as other people's children to educate students. Now with Chen Fan pressing him to the ground and beating him, the halo has completely faded. And whether it's Kakashi, Asma, or Zishu, Chen Fan hasn't changed his fighting style at all. He's reckless. Go ahead, hack you to death, and I will win. Simple, direct, and overbearing. But it is also the most easily sought after by passionate young people. It is even said that some students, in the lower grades, asked the teacher when the teacher taught the hidden skills. Teacher, Senior Chen Fan, seems to say that as long as you hack everyone you meet, it's a perfect infiltration. How do I hack everyone I meet to death? The angry teacher nearly had a heart attack. Does this guy actually want to bring the originally qualified seedlings crooked? Fortunately, Chen Fan is about to graduate and is about to leave. The atmosphere in the school gradually began to turn to the graduation examination. In the face of graduation exams, even students in the elite class, who are almost 100% confirmed to graduate, will inevitably attract attention. I don't know what to test for this graduation exam. A classmate said. I heard that there seems to be some changes. It seems that a big man is going to lead. I don't know if he will accept apprentices. If so, can I be attracted by him? A well-informed student flashed excitement in his eyes. No matter what the exam is, I have confidence, said a proud classmate proudly. Are you sure? A classmate next to him glanced at him. What if it's a blood fog exam? In an instant, the lively discussions of the surrounding students came to an abrupt end. The graduation exam of Blood Mist is very famous. Students who kill each other will only dare to play when they are at sea. And this time the blood fog made a great news. A student named Zayu Zion killed all the current students with his own power. Even the senior officials of Mist Ninja Village, who have always been afraid of blood, were startled and had to decide to take another exam next year. Although the graduation exam of the blood fog is bloody and harsh, it is essentially to supplement the manpower for the village, not really stupid and want to see the students kill each other. Of course, they will definitely take this news and brag about it. Can kill a whole class of students. Do you have such geniuses in other schools in Ninja Village? And this kind of news has indeed shocked many other high-level villagers. But in Konoha, students kill each other? What a joke. We'll be hacked to death by that guy. No one has any doubts about it, and no one feels that they have a chance. Fortunately, Konoha is not as bloody as Mist Ninja Village. Thank you for living in the harmonious Konoha Village. The 3 generations of Hokage-sama have a gentle personality and are not extreme at all. This is really good. Long live Hokage-sama. At this time, even the rebellious Asma rarely gave a compliment to his father. However, Chen Fan completely ignored the thoughts of everyone around him. He calmly stomped his horse, clenched his fists with both hands, and performed physical exercise. Digesting food is not just fighting, training is just as effective, but the effect is much worse. and even with golden fingers, Chen Fan never neglected his physical training. From a certain point of view, he is more like a classmate with thick eyebrows, who is keen on muscles and training. At this time, notice. The teacher walked into the classroom, the content of the graduation exam is down. For a moment, all the students' eyes were focused on the teacher. Classmates, I don't need to say more about the importance of the graduation exam, you should also understand. The teacher coughed, and this time the graduation exam is even more different. Master Orochimaru has decided that he will come to the examination room on the same day. Students, remember to seize the opportunity. In an instant, there was a mute roar in the arena. Master Orochimaru. The one who is one of the three ninjas? He actually came to see our exam? Tsunade had left the village for many years. Jiraiya is not a positive type at all. And Orochimaru is the most charismatic existence among the three ninjas. Although the three generations of Hokage have not yet revealed the intention to choose the fourth generation of Hokage, almost everyone has already regarded Orochimaru as the heir of the three generations of Hokage. Watergate. Sorry, although the current Watergate is very talented, he has also made some famous names. But compared with Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, there is no comparison at all. Such an existence, to come and see our exam. Almost instantly, all the ninja students were excited. Cough, cough. The teacher coughed. Silence. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 14 and the way of this exam. The teacher paused and said, this time the exam will be conducted as a team. You choose your own teammates and face the Chunin teachers arranged by the school. The result of the battle is your test score. Team up. The students were in a mute roar. In the past exams, although the assessments were different, weren't they all assessed separately? The teacher doesn't know why, but it is the order that Orochimaru personally issued, and they can only obey. Remember, pick your own good teammates, it's about whether you can graduate successfully. The teacher couldn't help but exhort it. It may even affect your future. This is the graduation exam that decides who will be the teacher you lead based on your performance. No fooling around. When the students heard the words, they were stunned at the same time. Excellent. Teammate. Almost in an instant, everyone looked at Chen Fan. It's not just good teammates. It is even more, can fly your thighs. Chapter 15, Take You to Pretend to Take You to Fly, New Book Collection 44. Chapter 14, Go to Yuhiko's house tonight to discuss tactics, New Book, for Collection 3/4. A good teammate can save your life and make you perform better. And an excellent fight can let you lie down and win. Chen Fan, do you need teammates? I want to join your team, what do you think of me? Chen Fan, you asked me to join your team, and I'll take care of your meal. Chen Fan. In an instant, countless people were still in class despite the fact that the teacher was still on the table. Directly surrounded Chen Fan with a water leak. Although Chen Fan is a little out of place, he doesn't act like a ninja. But he is strong. Very strong. Kakashi, the genius of fame. Shizu, the elite of the Uchiha clan. However, both of them were defeated in his hands. Battle is an exam that directly tests his strength, and it is impossible for Chen Fan to fail. As long as he succeeds in his teammates, even if he does nothing, he cannot fail. If Chen Fan fails, then it is impossible for one of the students in this class to pass the exam. Winning thighs. For a time, even Asma and Obito were a little moved. That was an inevitable victory, and the result was definitely ranked first, and there were no surprises. Only with a good grade can you get a good teacher. Even yesterday, he swore that he would make Chen Fan look good, but at this time he ignored the question of E made with cat ears and turned his attention to Chen Fan. It's just that they are relatively young after all, so they have to make a face anyway, so they don't feel embarrassed to lean over directly. Teacher, do you have to form a team? Chen Fan raised his hand and asked. Yes, this is the requirement of the exam. The teacher replied. So, Chen Fan glanced at the people beside him. What can you help me with? As soon as the voice fell, the boys around him subconsciously wanted to answer something like, I'm good at defense, I know how to escape from the earth, please form a team. However, before he could speak, he was pushed down by countless girls. Chen Fan, please take care of me, I will warm the bed. Asked bluntly. I can do this too, I still know 18 kinds of postures. Any PLAY can be accepted. Throws a wink. Brother Chen Fan, take me with you. Pretending to be a little lolly. The look of every girl stunned the men next to her. But no one man has this advantage. Whoever dares to learn the words of the girls will really be beaten to death like Chen Fan. The boys were trembling with anger, their whole bodies were cold with sweat and their hands and feet were cold on a hot day. Can this society get better? How can we boys live to be satisfied? Tears are streaming down. This world is full of oppression of men. When will men truly stand up? Of course, there were also girls who shivered in anger. A bunch of shameless bitches. Surune Yuhi and Rin Nahara could not wait to smash all these unsightly bitches with a flamboyant fireball technique. But he had to pretend to be dignified and virtuous. Chen Fan, we also want to join your team. Yuri Long smiled softly, quietly taking advantage of her arrogant body to squeeze out a space. I know some medical ninjutsu. Sister Hom has a good magic trick, so I should be able to help you. Nahara Rin smiled next to her. Although the two of them are fighting openly and secretly, they should be unanimous at this time. Medical ninjutsu and illusion. Then you too. Chen Fan thought about it and nodded. Nahara Rin and Yuhi Hom are among the best among girls. An illusion and medical ninjutsu have many uses, which are very important to Chen Fan. For example, illusions prevent enemies from escaping. If it is ninjutsu, it is difficult to effectively organize the enemy to escape. For example, Huoden can forcibly endure the injury and the start time of Huden is slow. However, the illusion is launched quickly and it is impossible to escape like a fire escape, paying the price of injury. It can effectively help Chen Fan buy time. Yes, Chen Fan is not afraid of the enemy being strong, but he is worried that the enemy will run away. So Yuhika is very useful. The role of medical ninjutsu is even greater. The biggest effect is it can heal the enemy. Yes, Chen Fan accepted Nahara Lin not because he wanted to treat himself, but because he planned to use medical ninjutsu on the enemy. In case Chen Fan confiscates his hand for a while and beats the opponent to be seriously injured and dying. With Nahara Lin there, she can still treat in time, which is convenient for Chen Fan to brush the second and third. Just the two of you. Chen Fan said with a smile. Rin Nahara and Hom Yuhi suddenly smiled, then quickly leaned over, quietly squeezing the Kokwudashiviches around, occupying Chen Fan's left and right. What's the use of medical ninjutsu and illusion? I can warm the bed. A girl who was pushed away by Yuhi muttered in dissatisfaction. Hearing the words, Yuhiko turned her head slightly, turned her body, and showed a gentle smile. At the same time, put your hands together slightly, to do a lady's ceremony. The capital far surpassing the girl level is proudly displayed. The girl was struck by lightning. Woo, everyone is the same age, why are you so old? The poor girl ran away in tears. Yuri Hom showed a triumphant smile, turned her head and said, Chen Fan, since we have formed a team, and the day after tomorrow is the exam, so tonight, why don't you come to my house to discuss tactics? Hearing this, Chen Fan nodded decisively. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 15. As a mature ninja, you must study tactics well at night. Chapter 16. Lin rescued him. I want 3 brushes. For Levo 1240804330. No trace of the world. Chapter 15. Take you to pretend to force you to fly. New book for collection 4/4. Time passed, and soon it was time for the graduation exam. The graduation exam of today's ninja school is completely different from the graduation of Naruto in the future. Today's ninjas are more of a test of combat power. This is a habit handed down from the Warring States period. Now that the smoke of the Second World War is approaching, more emphasis is placed on this aspect. And this time, the weird team assessment is even rarer. Next to Nuota's training ground, many ninjas are watching quietly. If they meet Lion K who thinks they are outstanding, they will be accepted as disciples. These people are generally special Shangnin, and some may be real Shangnin. They recruit disciples, talent, strength, and even political aspects must be very outstanding. Of course, if you say so, in fact, this is just an assessment. Passing the test is a shinin, and the teacher who leads the team will be assigned by the 3 generations of Hokage after waiting. However, especially Shangnin and even Shangren are the elites of the village, and their opinions must be obeyed. It is not so much the distribution of 3 generations of Naruto, it is better to say that they became teachers after seeing some geniuses. As for the rest of the less talented, then you can only follow a Chunin to debut, and then after a few missions, it will be wiped out by everyone. The students lined up and formed a team, and under the arrangement of the teacher, the assessment began. The first team, Asma, Hyugami, Mizuno Mizuyo. Asma and the others walked over, looked at each other, and rushed to the Chunin in the examination room. Although he was hanged and beaten by Chen Fan as the son of 3 generations of Hokage, Asma received the best ninja education. He was trained by many excellent tutors and ninjas, and his strength was not bad. As his teammates, the other 2 are not weak. The 3 of them joined forces, and they soon became a group with a Chunin. This performance fell in the eyes of the onlookers, who nodded. As expected of the son of the 3 generations of Hokage, his strength is not bad. I don't think even an ordinary elite man can beat him. The cooperation is also good. They should have fully thought about the tactics and prepared well. A ninja couldn't help but said, actually, this kind of team test is not bad. Master Orochimaru has good intentions. When everyone heard the words, they nodded. The team exam seems to be just one more team formation process, but in fact there is a certain exam school for everyone. Teams can't be based on feelings and camaraderie. A real ninja should consider his own weaknesses, consider the abilities of his teammates, and think about whether he and his teammates can cooperate and whether they can work together. This is a comprehensive test of self-awareness, cognition of others, and understanding of the world. It looks like an ordinary team battle, but it can easily show the essence of a person. Asma is obviously a qualified ninja. Although the other 2 are weaker than some people, they are willing to serve as Asma's green leaves and can form a perfect cooperation. And the team after Asma will not be able to. Although they are not weak, they all have their own opinions, and they cooperate in a mess. Although he also passed the test, in the end, he can become a genin. But in the heart of the onlookers, Junin silently shook his head, unwilling to accept such a disciple. A real ninja can't be beaten. Orochimaru was wearing that loose kimono, standing leisurely in the best position, quietly watching the center of the examination room. His expression was cold and his eyes were like snakes. Although it has full charm and powerful strength, as the hottest 4th-generation Hokage candidate, it should have been the center of everyone's pursuit. But the cold temperament made people subconsciously dare not approach, resulting in a small space around. Even when everyone complimented him just now, no one got too close to him. Master Orochimaru. A voice, with a bit of enthusiasm, made Orochimaru tilt his head slightly. Watergate, you are here too. The visitor has golden and sunny hair color and a handsome appearance, which makes people unable to help but feel a sense of intimacy at first glance. Yellow flashes, Namuka's Minato. My team is short of a few people. Kakashi graduated too early and couldn't find suitable teammates. Minato explained 2 sentences. I'm thinking, why don't I find a former classmate of his, who can also train more talents for Konoha? Minato said, smiling calmly. If someone said something about cultivating talents for Konoha. 9 times out of 10, it would be regarded as a mandarin. But when this man said it, his sincere eyes and gentle tone made people believe his sincerity. That's really hard work. Orochimaru's pale face showed a smile. Sir Orochimaru, I didn't even think that you would come to watch this graduation exam. Minato smiled softly. Graduation exams are important for students, but so are the top ninjas. No matter how talented a student is, it is also a talent. Their battles, in the eyes of the superiors at the Shaman level, are completely children's fights. Maybe some of the geniuses are showing bright spots, but most of the students are completely poisonous. What's the difference between this and forcing people to read a text full of all kinds of women, protagonists, and brainless poisons? My sight is the old man's order. Let me take a look at a person. Orochimaru didn't hide it, and Minato, who had just returned from the mission, didn't know about it. Well, he came out. Chen Fan had already walked over at this time with an excited smile on his face, followed by 2 women wearing a cloak, a little uneasy in their eyes. Is that him? It looks really good. Minato squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Fan. For a ninja of his level, a person's footsteps, movements during travel, and the direction of their eyes can reveal certain information, allowing them to understand the strength of the opponent. Well, so I specially transferred an elite Chunin to act as their opponent. Orochimaru nodded. In fact, in the current exam, most of the students who play Chunin rely on Chunin to show mercy. After all, it's just a small graduation exam. As for Chen Fan, who can defeat Kakashi and Shishu, the mere Chunin will definitely not be able to grasp the rhythm. So Orochimaru brought in a battle-hardened elite Chunin. It's up to him what tactics he chooses. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes locked on Chen Fan. Victory is impossible to win, that is elite Chunin. But how to behave in battle is the embodiment of ninja talent. Don't know this guy. Get ready, Lin. Chen Fan said seriously. According to our tactics. Yuhi and Rin Nahara hesitated, but still gritted their teeth. It is good. That's it. It is good. Swish. Next second. Kurone Yuhi and Rin Nahara flicked their cakes together, revealing the clothes under the cakes. Red short-sleeved, bodybuilding shorts. Big long legs toss. Hand-cranked flower waving. Come on. Come on. Chen Fan is invincible. Chen Fan will win. Ah. The elite on the opposite side was taken aback for a moment. Watergate in the distance was stunned. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 16. The crowd opened their mouths wide and stunned. Orochimaru, who has always shown a cold attitude, was moved for the first time. This. What the hell is this? Fine, I'm on. Chen Fa left and rushed over suddenly. This is the tactic that Chen Fan decided at Yuhika's house last night. Tactical name, take you to pretend to force you to fly. Be a cheerleader for me and leave the rest for me. Chapter 17. What did Chen Fan say to Orochimaru? Chapter 16. Lin, save him, I want 3 strokes. Add 5/4 for the reward of Levo. Woo in that fansion, boss. Chen Fan suddenly rushed over. The elite Chunin on the opposite side was obviously taken aback by the sweeping operation of the cheerleader, and his reaction was a little slower. Normally, elite Chunin faces students who have just graduated, not to mention slow responses. Even if they tie their hands, they can easily solve it. However, what he faced was Chen Fan. Almost when he reacted, Chen Fan's fist was about to hit him in the face. Fuck, why so fast? Elite Chunin scolded secretly, but he was also a battle-hardened ninja. Even at this time, he still reacted hastily, crossing his hands to block in front of him. It is too late to dodge, but it can still be blocked. I am an elite Chunin, even if someone takes the lead, as long as I give him a chance to react. Boom. After punching, the elite Junin only felt that his two arms were broken, the whole body was unstable, and the empty door was wide open. Why is this kid so powerful? But it wasn't over yet. After the fist was over, Chen Fan turned his elbow. Side elbow, cross elbow, kick elbow. At the end of the combo, a striker slashed at the opponent's neck. Thump. Elite Junin rolled his eyes, fell to the ground, and was beaten into a coma. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even more shocking than the tactical cheerleading just now. That's an elite Junin. Experienced in hundreds of battles, survived the Second Ninja World War, and experienced more than one death fight, the elite Junin. In just a short moment. That idiot UNC is so careless. Orochimaru had a bad expression. He saw it very clearly. In fact, it would never be like this in a normal battle. But the elite Zazen Genji is too careless. It may be because he was in Konoha at this time, and the opponent was 3 children who had not graduated yet, so he relaxed his vigilance and relaxed his mind. Of course, after all, it is also an elite Jonin, and there is still the lowest level of vigilance. Orochimaru also warned him and told Chen Fan that his strength was good. Even if it is careless, it is limited. But the cheerleading tactics that followed made him stunned for a moment. And at this moment, the result is decided. If UNG is taken seriously, the battle will never be like this. But so what? The old man's mission has not been completed. Orochimaru sighed softly. At that moment, Orochimaru did see a little of Chen Fan's strength. But the battle that ended quickly, no matter how high his eyesight was, how much could he see? But I can only wait for the exam to end and take the initiative to go over and let Chen Fan show it to him. After all, you can't let people treat UNG well and then let Chen Fan fight again. Lin, come here, save him, I want to fight him again. Okay? Orochimaru was stunned. The water gate next to him was stunned. Even Rin, who was acting as a cheerleader, was stunned. Chen Fan, are you sure? Lin couldn't help but said, didn't you already win? Chen Fan said as he should, no, I just attacked, he didn't use all his strength. This can't be done, how can I get full marks like this? After winning the elite Jonin, can't you get a full score? The supervising teacher next to him was stunned. Chen Fan ignored him and glanced at the system. System tip, defeat elite Changin and get 6,500 experience points. This is a big monster. How can such a big monster be beaten only once? Lin, be obedient, go save people. Chen Fan smiled gently. Good woman, but you have to listen to men. Nice woman. Lin immediately walked over without hesitation. The most basic palm immortality is used, and the green light condenses on the hand. Soon, the elite Junin Genji woke up Yo-Yo. By the way, I lost. He was dumbfounded, remembering what happened just now. No. You haven't lost yet. Chen Fan said with a serious face, I attacked just now, let's do it again. UNG. Is that right? It seems to mean something like that, but... In the world of ninjas, losing is losing. UNG lowered his head and said, there is no excuse. Yes, it is true that he was careless. But so what? Ninjas only look at the results. His mission to test Chen Fan failed. The pride of the elite Junin makes him disdain to deny his failure. Chen Fan frowned. Stop talking nonsense, let's continue. Saying that, punch him. This time, UND was not careless, reacted and avoided it. Wait, Chen Fan, you passed the test, I don't think, isn't your mission to be an experienced hack for me? To be a battle teacher? UNC heard the words, his body froze, and he was silent for a moment. Yes, his task is to test Chen Fan. Ninja, the mission is the top priority. As for pride and dignity, they should all be left behind. People are in Konoha Reckless to your Panic Chapter 17. Be careful, I'm about to shoot. UNC said and pulled out the ninja knife from his waist. He is serious. Boom. Chakra erupted under his feet, and his speed instantly soared. Although this is just an ordinary chakra use, but on the elite Jonin UNG it is like a peerless cloud, and the speed of the explosion is used to the extreme. It's no wonder that even if he was so careless, he was able to react in time and crossed his hands to block Chen Fan's first punch. He is a speed-type assassin ninja. That's right. Chen Fan grinned and rushed over. This time, UNG showed the strength in line with his identity. The figure is ethereal, like a ghost. Before Chen Fan rushed over, he disappeared out of thin air in the exercise field without any obstacles. In the next second, he appeared beside Chen Fan. The ninja sword is more like a ghost blade, piercing suddenly, and it is hard to prevent. Chen Fan turned his head to dodge, and at the same time threw his fist at it. But only hit the air. This is... Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Using illusions, combined with swordsmanship and forbearance. I finally look like this. Orochimaru licked his lips. This is a normal battle. The main method of UNG is the Konoha-style swordsmanship, handed down by the second-generation Hokage. However, it was further improved by it, and it was perfectly integrated with illusion to form a unique combat system. A knife from the east, a punch from the west. Fake tricks, real tricks, and continuous success are enough to make people overwhelmed. This time, I should be able to see Chen Fan's strength. UNG smiled. This boy is very good. At this time, he has already shown the strength of the elite Jonin. It can be said that apart from not making a dead hand, he completely treats Chen Fan as an enemy of the same level. So far, he has not hit Chen Fan at all. That kid dodged all his knives. Is it intuition? It's a legend for a child who hasn't graduated to this level. Then let me see how strong you are. A few dodges, using a false move as a bait to attract Chen Fan's attention to the right. UNG seized the opportunity instantly. Brush! He appeared on the left side of Chen Fan in an instant, and the knife was cut out. With this move, I'm going to force you out. Suddenly. Roar! Chen Fan suddenly roared. Battle cry! The sound is loud, the air is raging, and the atmosphere is shocking. For a moment, it seemed that all the voices in the world were suppressed. UNG only felt as if a fierce beast was roaring beside him, his mind tightened, and his body paused subconsciously. Then, after reacting, he saw a fist in his sight, getting bigger and bigger. Boom! For a while, everyone was silent. This seems to be the same as before. Of course there is one person who is not silent. Chen Fan said with a serious face, I just took advantage of it again. He didn't know my information, and he was careless, so he was ripped off by me. Then what? Lin, save him again. I have to play one more time. Everyone. Chapter 18 No difficulties first. Create difficulties before going on. New Book Collection 24. Chapter 17 What did Chen Fan say to Orochimaru? New book for collection. UNC was rescued again, but he was not willing to fight Chen Fan again after being beaten to death. It's not enough to lose face once or twice, but a third time? After all, this mission is not an important mission, and testing Chen Fan's strength is not just such a path. There are many other methods that can be used. The dignity of the elite Jonin made him really ashamed to continue to do it, and even staying here was a kind of torture. Of course, Chen Fan doesn't care about that. He tried to persuade him a few words, but he didn't listen to the other party. So he simply stepped forward, knocked UNG unconscious with one punch, and achieved the goal of 3 brushes. Then Chen Fan said to the invigilator next to him with a serious face, Teacher, I accidentally attacked the teacher just now. Otherwise, my current grades will be invalid, and then let me take the test again. Invigilator. It is of course impossible to retake the exam. Defeat the elite changing twice in a row. Maybe there is a reason why you can't really go to death, but no matter what, it is definitely far beyond the requirements of a genin. The result is naturally perfect score. Not only Chen Fan, but also Yuhi Long and Nahara Rin. Although the two of them didn't do anything, Rin Nahara treated the enemies, and Long Yuhi just cheered on the side. They are a team after all. Long Yuhi and Rin Nahara jumped up happily, although they were sure to pass the exam themselves, but don't even think about getting a full score. Not to mention so easy. That's the benefit of hugging your thighs. And what shocked them even more was that. Interesting. The cold voice sounded as if mixed with a strange hissing snake. A man in a kimono appeared in front of several people. Master Orochimaru! Yuhi and Rin Nahara exclaimed. It is Orochimaru. You are very interesting. Orochimaru looked at Chen Fan calmly. It seems that the old man's plan should be able to proceed. Although the fighting time was very short, with Orochimaru's eyesight, he could see some of Chen Fan's strength more or less. Taking the Chunin exam is definitely enough. If there is a good teacher, he can improve his strength before the Chunin exam. Absolutely enough. Generally speaking, the period of time after genin graduates is the peak period of strength improvement. As long as there is a good teacher, the strength can skyrocket by leaps and bounds. And the teacher. Orochimaru silently turned his head to look at Minato. Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya with reliable strength and strong politics. Moreover, he is in his prime, and he is young and powerful. This time, he also came to accept some disciples. He is the best candidate. Of course, it's not that Orochimaru can teach Chen Fan himself. He is very good at education. But he wasn't very interested in it. Chen Fan didn't have any unique bloodline boundaries, and he wanted to be busy doing research, so he didn't bother to bring any students. Minato sensed Orochimaru's gaze, smiled and nodded. Obviously, he also guessed the idea of Orochimaru and was willing to accept this task. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 18 then just. Master Orochimaru, I have something I want to tell you. Chen Fan suddenly whispered beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't take it seriously at first, but suddenly his pupil shrank and stared at Chen Fan. You sure? It's easy to check things out, but there's no way to deceive people. Chen Fan smiled calmly. Orochimaru was silent for a moment. Yes, it is not difficult to verify Chen Fan's words. So, if what you said is true, then I will accept your disciple. Orochimaru spoke slowly, but it made the eyes of countless people around him widen. Lord Orochimaru, the man who is one of the legendary three ninjas, wants to accept the disciple? How long has it been since he accepted the disciple? Even Minato was surprised. Didn't Orochimaru also hinted that he would accept an apprentice just now? Why has it changed all of a sudden? What did the student named Chen Fan say to Orochimaru? The ninja team is a team of 3, why don't you take my teammates too? Chen Fan carelessly pulled Yuhika and Nahara Rin. With both hands, he hugged the 2 girls in his arms. Everyone's eyes widened. He still wants Orochimaru to continue to accept disciples. Although Yuhika and Nahara Rin are also a little talented, they are not worth letting Orochimaru accept them as apprentices. This kid is really too proud to forget. Okay. Orochimaru said calmly, and a pair of snake eyes glanced at the 2 women. The 3 of you remember to come to me the day after tomorrow. Saying that, the figure disappeared. Only a group of stunned people remained. Not to mention that he became a disciple of Orochimaru, but also added 2 add-ons abruptly. This kid, in the end. Chen Fan, can I also become a disciple of Orochimaru? Yuhi was stunned and didn't seem to accept this fact. Am I dreaming? Nahara Rin also looked blank. This shocking good news was too great for them to accept for a while. Chen Fan glanced at the 2 women and stretched out his hands. What? Chen Fan, what are you doing? The two women's faces were flushed, and they jumped a step away, covering their butts, full of shyness. Look, you can feel the pain, obviously it's not a dream. Chen Fan withdrew his hand solemnly and said, so we're still a team, do you want to have a meal later? Not a dream? In other words, have we really become disciples of Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas? Yuhi and Rinahara were excited, hugged Chen Fan tightly, and jumped around excitedly, shouting Chen Fan's name. That look made Obito in the distance full of envy. Chen Fan, Chen Fan. Is Chen Fan that good? I want to be hugged by Lin too. But think about Chen Fan's performance and the fact that he was finally accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. Obito lowered his head sadly. He also passed the exam, and he also has the bloodline bonus of the Uchiha family. But even so, the teacher found cannot be better than Orochimaru. Asma, do I really seem to be inferior to Chen Fan? Obito asked Asma next to him in a low voice. Asma said calmly, Obito, be confident. Hearing this, Obito was stunned for a moment, feeling a little lost in his heart, and immediately disappeared. Yes, it's not just a loss. What's the fear of losing? Facing Chen Fan, I have never won. But so what? I am a genius of the Uchiha clan, with a bloodline of the Uchiha clan, there is no need to lose. In the future, you will become stronger. Thinking of this, Obito could not help but look at Asma with a little gratitude. Although Asma smoked, drank, and liked to pretend, she even attacked Chen Fan out of her own power. But he might be a good guy. But when Obito was about to open his mouth to thank Asma, he listened to Asma added. Be confident, remove the word like. Obito. Chapter 19 Nahara Lin Yuhi on this little bitch is to shame, New Book Collection 34. Chapter 18 There is no difficulty, create difficulties first and then go on. New book for Collection 2/4. The exam at Ninja School is still going on, and Chen Fan and several students need to wait until the exam is over before they can leave. An exam, some people are happy and some are sad. Like Naruto's graduation exam, he passed it happily and happily. Those who fail the exam are dejected. Elites like Obito and Asma are still in the minority after all. For ordinary students, the team-up exam is a lot more difficult and contains a lot of connotations. So this time, there are fewer people passing the exam than before. I didn't expect that I could become a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. I obviously didn't do anything. Yuhi still felt a little dreamy. She is just cheering on the side the contribution is equal to 0. However, it was still accepted by Orochimaru. Even her family heard the news. His father, whose joy and anger were indistinct, said in person that he would celebrate Yuri home, and even invited Chen Fan and Nahara Rin to be guests at her house. It is said that in a few days, he is going to invite friends widely, hold an apprenticeship banquet, and gain face. We are hugging Chen Fan's thigh. Nahara Rin was also full of emotion. Thanks to Chen Fan, otherwise how could we pass the test so easily? Her family didn't get the news, otherwise they would be more excited than the members of Yuhika's family. Asma, who had just walked out, heard the words of the two, and was silent for a moment, then suddenly whispered, by the way, you know, I heard that Takeuka seems to have failed. Takeuka? Yuhi and Rinahara were surprised. Takeuka is also a member of the elite class, and his strength is not bad. But there seems to be a problem with choosing teammates. Not to mention that there is no cooperation at all, and mistakes are emerging one after another, resulting in the result of 1 + 1 + 1 less than 1, which is a helpless defeat. In later generations, Naruto's simple exams have failed, not to mention such a difficult exam at this time. Listening to the failure of their familiar classmates, Yuhika and the two expressed their gratitude for their success in hugging their thighs. He didn't graduate. It's a pity. Yuhika said regretfully. Takeuka's strength is still good. Nahara Rin also said. Chen Fan said, isn't it just an exam, it's nothing. If you don't do well in the test, you're not good. It doesn't matter. The path of life is not just the path of the test. Okay. Chen Fan is right. Maybe next time I see Takeuka, I can use these words to comfort him. Yuhi and Rin Nahara just wanted to express their approval when they listened to Chen Fan. After all, if you fail the exam, you can still choose to die. Right. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 19. 3 people. After being silent for a long time, Asma couldn't help but say, Chen Fan, let's hear what you said. If someone else hears it, you will be beaten, you know? If you talk like that, you deserve to be beaten to death. However, when Chen Fan heard the words, his eyes lit up. Really? If I say these words, will someone want to hit me? Of course. Asma said. I see, I understand. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Let's go to your house for dinner later. You wait for me. With that said, the three of them watched Chen Fan run towards a classmate who failed the exam with enthusiasm. Hey, classmate, why are you crying? Life is not only about the present, but also the distant future. Maybe there will be an invitation from an ex. Oh, I forgot that you don't even have a girlfriend. But it doesn't matter, it's nothing if you don't have a girlfriend, you still have a left hand and a right hand. What a girlfriend can do, Zuo Jiang and Zhu Jiang can do the same. Be strong. Work hard. You still have a chance. If you don't fight for it, how do you know how wasteful you are? Chen Fan clenched his fists with a look of encouragement. I'll fuck you. The classmate was angry and punched. Then he was slapped to the ground by Chen Fa. Then Chen Fan dropped the classmate and ran to a classmate next to him. 3 people. Looking at the scene in front of him, Asma opened his mouth. He suddenly understood why there was such a big gap between him and Chen Fan. Asma is strong and has a strong character. Never be afraid of challenges and difficulties and be able to face them. But that man, Chen Fan, is a person who has no difficulties, but also creates difficulties first. How could such a person not be strong? I'm very stupid, I can turn over the ninja, and it's a fluke to learn from Orochimaru. Chen Fan was still pulling a group of parents with a humble expression on his face. Ashamed, very ashamed. And it's nothing, it's amazing that your son can also be a teacher of Chunin. Chapter 20. The Blood After the Limits and Escape. Chapter 19. Nahara Rin, the little bitch Yuhika is so shameless. New book for collection 3/4. That night, Chen Fan and Nahara Rin are visiting Yu Hilong's house to celebrate graduation. I didn't expect that I could become a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Nahara Rin was still a little dizzy. I'm the best. Yu Hilong pouted. You moved your hands anyway. I'm standing by the side the whole time. Who said that? Aren't you still cheering me on? Chen Fan casually threw a peanut into his mouth. So, we passed the exam together with 3 people. Your credit is not small. The red face of Yuhi is ashamed. Does that count? But Chen Fan said yes, that's it. After all. Let's go next, but it's a team. Yuhi Long's eyes flickered. A 3-person team is generally not destroyed unless someone is killed in the middle, or many times everyone will complete the task together. In a team, it is easy to have a strong teammate feeling. For example, according to legend, Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, has been pursuing Lord Tsunade. If it wasn't that Lord Jiraiya was too lecherous, maybe he could also succeed. In our words. Yuhi-kun blushed, stared at Chen Fan for a moment, then turned to look at Nahara Rin. Rin Nahara seemed to think of something and looked at Hong Yuhi. The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. Yuri Hong suddenly smiled and said, Chen Fan, Lin, wait for me, I'll go upstairs and change into cooler clothes. It's too hot today. As he said that, as if he really felt hot, he lightly pulled his chest and fanned. Nahara Lin's eyelids twitched and she stood up alertly. Let's go together, I'm a little hot too. Yuri but Lin, did you bring your clothes? Then I'll have to borrow you a set of clothes to wear. Nahara Lin smiled slightly, without giving inches. As ninjas, they don't have to worry about it on weekdays, and they must wear standard ninja uniforms for exams. Although not bad, but obviously private clothes are easier to show their charm. This advantage will not be easily obtained by you. Okay then. Red Yuhi squinted her eyes and said meaningfully, you can choose any of my clothes, but don't regret it. Regret? Why regret it? Nahara Rin did not hesitate and followed Yuhika upstairs directly. Then, she really regrets it. Especially when she really put on Yuhi's red clothes. So big. So wide. How come you are so much older than me? Nahara Lin was shocked. Why? It's not scientific. We must be the same age, right? Why is your size so enviable? Nahara Rin took Yuhilong's clothes and compared them on her body. She was suddenly exhausted and deeply felt despair. Yuhilong's clothes are loose on her body, and many parts are loose, and if one is bad, everything will be seen by Chen Fan. It's not that she doesn't want to, but how can she meet people like this? The key is, I wear red clothes, so when Chen Fan sees me, doesn't he immediately know how big the gap between me and Long is? Nahara Rin looked desperate. Hong Yuhi smiled softly next to her, and her smile became more and more bright. But Chen Fan didn't know what happened to the two girls in Yuhilong's boudoir. He sat in the room, drinking tea and eating various snacks such as peanuts and melon seeds. This is a team party, and it doesn't need to be taken into account too much. He didn't even know what to do. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked by. Are you Chen Fan? I always hear my daughter talk about you. Yuhi Red's father, Yuhi is really red. Yes, it's me. Chen Fan smiled slightly. This one is Konoha's elite shaman, and his strength is not bad. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 20. Although the 8 colors and so on are nothing more than the phantom of the previous life, but the strength of Yuhi Zenlong is real. Incomparable to Yellow Flash and White Fang, but they are still the strongest in the village. So, can you fight me? Chen Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. And Yuhi Jinlong was also very excited, pulling Chen Fan to chat about it. It's rare for a daughter to bring her classmates to the house. Boy, you're the first. I have heard of your reputation. Even Kakashi is not your opponent. No wonder you can become a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. You are all on the same team. My daughter will be handed over to you. You can't bully her, otherwise I'll settle the account with you. By the way, is there anyone else in your family? Oh, it's an orphan. It doesn't matter, Uncle and Aunt are very humane. You can come and play often when you have time. He said a lot with a smile on his face, very enthusiastic. Chen Fan tried several times to ask, can you fight me? But he couldn't get inches. He didn't find a chance to speak until it was dark and Chen Fan and Nahara Lin left. Uncle, I'll come again next time. Chen Fan said seriously. Next time you come again, please be sure to play with me. When Yuri Zenlong heard the words, she burst into laughter. Okay. I'm welcome at any time. Red, are you the same? Of course. Yuri blushed, but did not hesitate. We all welcome Chen Fan, you come to play. In a word, the cup of Nahara Lin's anger next to her was enlarged by a cup. The little bitch Yuhika is actually playing a trick of meeting the parents in the name of the party. Too shameless. 2 days later. The three of Chen Fan arrived at Orochimaru's residence as scheduled. You guys are here. Lin, you go to the training ground over there first. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but he couldn't contain his excitement. The two women naturally agreed, and soon only Orochimaru and Chen Fan were left in the house. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Fan's body carefully. What you said about eating escape. Is that true? It's more than 700 now, and it's less than 300 to add more ducks. Or 200 evaluation votes will do. Are there any local tyrant readers who come to spend a few hundred flowers? Chapter 21. The Orochimaru Chunin exam seems to still have such a thing. New book for collection. Chapter 20's Wagey Boundary Escape. New book for collection 4/4. At the level of Orochimaru, he has rarely accepted apprentices. He will not accept anyone else as a disciple except for the welfare of some of the children of his hardcore subordinates. You must know that Orochimaru is the best Naruto candidate at this time. It can even be said that he is almost certain that he is the fourth Hokage. Now, he is Hero Konoha, who has experienced World War I and World War II, served as a frontline commander, commanded a large army to fight, and faced the strong enemy of the enemy. And what about competitors? Not a single one. Danzo has no one to support him except for the route. As for the Watergate, at this time, before the Third War had begun, although Minato Namikaze also gained some fame with the help of ordinary tasks, he created a lot of fame. But its reputation is nothing compared to Orochimaru. In this way, even if he is just an apprentice, he may be parsed out by others, which will affect the political structure of Konoha. But he still got it. And I got 3 at once. 2 of them are almost no girls at all. The root cause is I didn't lie to you. Chen Fan chuckled lightly. I do have a bloody limit to escape. As long as the creatures I eat will increase my physique to a certain extent and strengthen my strength. Of course it's not unlimited, I need to. The so-called eating escape is actually a mythical skill. A feast. It's just that Chen Fan changed the way of saying it in the ninja world. At this time, he was even more unreserved and introduced the feast. You can strengthen the power by eating a complete creature. The stronger the creature, the stronger the growth rate, the time it takes. Orochimaru listened, his eyes twinkling brightly. This is why he accepted Chen Fan as his apprentice. He has seen Chen Fan's battle, and he also knows the exaggerated physical fitness. At first he thought it might be a naturally strong body, and others probably thought the same. After all, it is not without a stronger body than Chen Fan at this time, such as the 3 generations of Rakish who can fight with tailed beasts. But if that's not born, but grown up, that would be an exaggeration. This is the real reason that moved him on the spot and accepted Chen Fan as his apprentice. In fact, he also investigated Chen Fan later. Chen Fan was an orphan. Although he skipped a grade in the ninja school, his early grades were indeed poor, and he did not show his strong physique. In other words, what Chen Fan said is probably true. However, as a ninja, Orochimaru would not easily believe the so-called information. Wait for me, let's do a test. Saying that, the figure disappeared instantly. Chen Fan smiled. In fact, he told Orochimaru his information after careful consideration. Orochimaru is definitely a good teacher. Resources, ninjutsu, status, vision. Nothing is missing. The only downside may be the issue of Orochimaru taking the house. But is this a disadvantage? Orochimaru's defection was after the Third World War, and there are still a few years left. And in fact, when he defected, he hadn't researched reincarnation without corpse, and he really did research on reincarnation without corpse, and God knows a few years later. Not to mention, waiting for Orochimaru to study and reincarnate. At the end of the 3 battles, if Chen Fan can't kill him with 1 punch, then Chen Fan will lose. As for revealing one of his skills information, although the potential of the feast is enormous, in the final analysis, it is only a skill. It is only a part of the system sheet. There are so many myth-level skills that are equivalent to it in the system. In contrast, as long as he pays such an indifferent price, Chen Fan can get. Swish! The figure of Orochimaru suddenly appeared. In his hand, he was holding a long snake that was about 1 meter long and weighed about 20 kgs. That snake has a sturdy body, powerful muscles, and smart eyes, and its body has a trace of vitality that is completely different from ordinary snakes. That's a natural taste. Come on, follow me to measure your physical fitness. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but with a hint of excitement. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 21. After recording the data. Eat it. When Chen Fan heard this, he immediately laughed. Look, the benefits are coming. After about 30 minutes, Orochimaru held 2 data sheets, with shock in his eyes. There is such a huge increase. Compare the data above. The data before and after Chen Fan has almost increased by 10%. You know, Chen Fan's original hobby is proud of all his classmates, and he can even use this to compete with Shankrin. And now it's skyrocketing again. Just for eating a snake full of natural energy. Master Orochimaru, what do you want to do next? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Orochimaru woke up like a dream. Check your body first. I want to investigate what's going on with your eating escape. By the way, remember to draw some blood. You said that fighting can increase the digestion speed, right? I'll arrange a task for you. No, I'll teach you psychics first. You go to Lonely Cave with me, where there are opponents for you to fight. And I estimate that the digestion speed is not only related to the battle. There must be other factors that affect your digestion speed. As long as you continue to study it, you can completely speed up the process. Orochimaru, who had always been ruthless, started chattering a little at this time. He already had an extraordinary enthusiasm for research. At this time, under the joy of hunting, his eyes were full of light, and the whole person showed an uncontrollable excitement. That is the curiosity of scientists about unsolved mysteries. Chen Fan smiled. The more excited you are, the better. In the end, it was me who benefited. Chapter 22. Orochimaru slowly made a question mark. New book for collection. Chapter 21. Orochimaru, Chunin exam. It seems that there is such a thing. New book for collection. Orochimaru was really excited. Sueji boundary is not a simple thing. Even with the status of Orochimaru, it is difficult to find such materials for experiments and research. After all, he hasn't defected, and he can't arbitrarily collect talents. And Chen Fan's eating escape. There is still such a magical bloodline limit in the world. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement. At present, there is no limit to the growth of physical fitness. If you keep eating like this, wouldn't it be futile? 3 generations of Hokage's physical body is invincible enough, right? But no matter how strong, there are limits. Compared with Chen Fan. Not worth mentioning at all. Even with a weak estimate, this is definitely the limit of the shadow level blood. For Orochimaru, who has not yet obtained primary cells at this time, it can be said that it is the best material he can obtain at this time. If I can also get this power. Even the shadow level powerhouses like Orochimaru were a little jealous. Strong physical fitness is a great improvement for anyone, let alone a force that seems to be infinitely stronger. I just don't know why such a tyrannical power has never been circulated in the ninja world. Is it because the bloodstone has never been known? Or maybe there is actually a limit to eating escape, but it is especially high on Chen Fan. Orochimaru has a lot of associations, and the thoughts in his mind are one after another. You said that you wanted me to help you develop this eating escape, right? Orochimaru said, let's do a detailed physical fitness test first, and then I'll get you a training plan. You work hard. His interest completely came up, and his face was excited. It's a pity that this is Konoha. He hasn't defected yet, and there is only one owner of eating escape. Otherwise, Orochimaru might really want to try to dissect Chen Fan. Chen Fan is not stupid. He sought the name of Orochimaru because he asked Orochimaru to help him develop his eating escape. Yes, teacher Orochimaru. Chen Fan smiled. The technology possessed by Orochimaru is very important and suitable for Chen Fan. Besides Orochimaru, where did he find food that was rich in energy and had a suitable body shape? There is a group of toads in Miamu Mountain. If you apprentice to Minato, you can also learn spiritualism and go hunting in Miamu Mountain. But once Chen Fan was found out about eating toads, it is estimated that Minato would turn his face immediately, not to mention the toads in Miamu Mountain. On the contrary, Orochimaru has a lot of ingredients here, and Lonely Cave is not afraid of killing, so it is easy to get some ingredients. Even with a technical level of Orochimaru, even if he can't find a snake that meets the standard, he can come up with a technology of directional breeding and professionally cultivate a bunch of energy-rich ingredients. Not only that, Orochimaru is also a good teacher. The Sasuke he educated was much stronger than Naruto at the same time. He also has enough heart, never deliberately suppresses the progress of his subordinates and students, and has nothing to hide. He teaches completely calmly and looks like he is waiting for you to rebel at any time. Although the game crashed in the end, Sasuke succeeded in counter-killing. Now Chen Fan began to enjoy the education of Orochimaru. In the following days, Chen Fan checked his physical fitness every day, and then based on the inspection results, he accurately calculated the training intensity he should have, and ate a certain amount of food. From time to time, I would fight with the snakes that Orochimaru channeled. Orochimaru seems to be the most sophisticated scientist, training Chen Fan with a training system that far exceeds the training of athletes in later generations. Even for this reason, he temporarily put aside some unimportant research. Obviously he was very interested in Chen Fan's eating escape. At the same time, he also began to teach Chen Fan psychics, but the training took too much time, and Chen Fan couldn't get started for a while. Orochimaru is there anyway, so Chen Fan doesn't need to use psychics to find an opponent for him for the time being. Chen Fan's experience value is skyrocketing at a rapid rate. Fighting a strong snake is much better than fighting an ungraduated student like Asma. In just 2 months, his experience value has increased more than the previous 2 years. And although Yuhika and Nahara-rin were not valued by Orochimaru, they made good progress with just a little education. Yuhi Hongsun has learned 3 illusions, one of which is still a D-level magic. This is a level of ninjutsu that can be used as the main combat power by the upper ninja. For a newly graduated lower ninja, it is completely a killer. Rin Nahara is a little worse than Yuhi, but she has also learned a few medical ninjutsu and has a deeper understanding of the human body, laying a more solid foundation for the future. Orochimaru is thinking. 2 months have passed since Chen Fan's apprenticeship. Chen Fan's eating escape has already eaten twice. Through these 2 tests, the conditions that can affect the digestion speed and the quality of the food affect the law of increased physical fitness, Deshawan probably guessed and understood. The next digestion speed will definitely be faster than before. Eating escape. It's a terrifying boundary of blood. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement. It seems to originate from an unknown system, which is completely different from the bloodline boundary I know, but stronger. I really want to see what it will be like after eating escape is completed. But it's a little troublesome. There are not many snakes suitable for consumption. Snakes rich in natural energy have a better effect on physical growth. However, it is very troublesome to achieve miniaturization and at the same time contain enough energy. Maybe I should do targeted farming of energy-rich snakes. No, it doesn't have to be limited to snakes. For Orochimaru, who strives for perfection, Chen Fan's previous behavior of catching a fish and eating it is a waste of his talent. It only takes a month to produce an effect, and it would be unreasonable not to make full use of it. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, can you hear me? Ah. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then raised his head blankly. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 22. These days, he was delighted to see the hunter indulged in research, stayed up all night, and darkened the circles of his eyes. The dark circles around his eyes formed a sharp contrast with a pale complexion, and there was a strange contrast. Orochimaru, what's wrong with you? 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but said, this is the Shaman meeting, what are you thinking? It was him who spoke just now. Oh, yes, it's a meeting. Orochimaru only remembered at this time that he was in the Konoha Hokage building, participating in the Sharingan meeting. However, compared to boring meetings, he obviously wanted Chen Fan's research more. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. Orochimaru said calmly. You guy. 3 generations of Hokage looked at him helplessly. However, he is also a senior in the village, so it is impossible for the 3 generations of Hokage to reprimand him like before. So he sighed and went straight to the topic. Then Orochimaru, can our plan go smoothly? Plan? Orochimaru was taken aback. What plan? It's a plan to use the Chunin exam to shock other countries. You've already accepted Chen Fan as a disciple for 2 months, are you sure? The Chunin exam. Oh, that seems to be the case. 3 Hokage. So, what happened to this disciple of your own? Chapter 23. As Chen Fan's teacher, he was a little flustered at new book for collection. Chapter 22. Orochimaru slowly made a question mark, new book for collection. So, I decided to give you a task first. Orochimaru handed a task scroll to Chen Fan. Remember to finish sooner, come back and have today's training. He said reluctantly. During the Sharingan meeting, the 3 generations of Hokage almost ran away. You are ready to invite other countries to take the exam, but you have forgotten our plan? Then why did you go to the graduation exam in the first place? But fortunately, Orochimaru quickly said that the mere Chunin exam was no problem at all, so he reluctantly calmed him down. Of course, there is still some training required. Especially the 3 generations of Hokage have spoken. Your strength has reached the standard, but the battle is not just about strength. Orochimaru said calmly, at the same time, the battle of ninjas is not just a battle of the bright side. So go ahead and complete this task. This is a task that the 3 generations of Hokage have specially selected. Oh? Chen Fan looked at the quest scroll in his hand with a bit of curiosity. About the Chunin exam, Orochimaru had already told Chen Fan. Chen Fan doesn't care about the plans of the 3 generations of Hokage. But being able to beat a group of people would be a $1 million attraction to him. Although it is said that Orochimaru will channel a group of snakes every day to act as Chen Fan's opponents, but among the snakes that are channeled, the strong ones are often the fixed ones. According to the requirements of the system, after playing 3 times, unless the opponent has made some progress, they will no longer give experience points. The strength of the psychic beasts is not progressing fast. Although there is still a lot of income, but taking precautions, Chen Fan is also considering the opportunity to obtain experience points. The Chunin exam is obviously such an opportunity. Moreover, they are all geniuses from other countries, and their strength is definitely not weak. 3 generations of old men specially selected. V-level quest, Bandit Crusade. Chen Fan opened the scroll and looked at the instructions on the quest scroll, and yet the information that may exist in it. Orochimaru added. Bandit Crusade is one of the most common tasks for ninjas. In the entire ninja world, bandits and road bandits have never disappeared. The country of thunder, the country of earth, and the country of fire. In fact, in addition to the real bandits, there are also a group of bandits who appear to be bandits, but are actually intelligence spies installed by the enemy. There are people behind them, so the bandits in the ninja world emerge in an endless stream, and they are frequent. As for who is behind them, in fact, every country has guesses. For example, people in the Kingdom of Thunder think it is Shimurdan, people in the Kingdom of Wind guess it is Zayak Stanzo, and people in the Kingdom of Water suspect it is Shimura Zizang. Probably just a few guesses. Konoha's side is more difficult to guess, mainly because there are many more suspects than all countries. However, the group of bandits that Chen Fan needs to crusade have exposed some footprints, and it has been determined that they are spies, planted by the land of the earth. This B-level mission requires Chen Fan and a few people to annihilate the bandits, kill the possible ninjas in the Land of the Land, and cut off the information collected by the Land of the Land. I see, let's go now. Chen Fan said so, and directly pulled Yuri Hong and the two away. Hurry up, it is estimated that you will still have time to brush a wave of snakes when you come back. Orochimaru just watched the three of them leave so quietly. He still had his own research to do, and he didn't plan to accompany Chen Fan. Teacher doesn't know what to think. There's no need to worry so much, Orochimaru whispered. In fact, this task was forced by the 3 generations of Hokage. The reason is simple. The teacher said that Chen Fan is too reckless and needs to be calmer, so he arranged the task to obtain information and wanted to polish Chen Fan's temperament. But as long as his strength is enough, how about being reckless? That is, this mission may involve ninja battles, otherwise I really don't want Chen Fan to waste time like this. Just be reckless, just say a few words, in a targeted manner. Need special training? Orochimaru shook his head, feeling incomprehensible. It is said that in the previous life of Chen Fan, there was a rich second generation who had just made a beautiful girlfriend, but he was afraid that his girlfriend was with him for his money. So he lied to his girlfriend that he only had an Audi A6, a house of more than 100 square meters, plus hundreds of thousands of deposits. He thought that no matter how poor a person is, he should be so poor. Orochimaru, as a shadow-level master, has also seen many strong people, among them the most reckless. No matter how reckless a person is, he should be reckless. What is there to worry about? Orochimaru thought so, and calmly walked back to his research institute. V-level tasks generally require Shaman to perform, and the last time they have to be led by a Chunin team to complete. However, it is not a high-level task after all. Although it is very dangerous for Genin, Orochimaru doesn't think that Chen Fan can even complete a V-level task. Only the 3 of Chen Fan set out during the day, but at this time it was getting dark, but they didn't come back. What's the matter? Could it be that there is some trouble? Orochimaru raised his head. The mission location is very close to Konoha village, and it doesn't take much time to go back and forth at the speed of a ninja. Could it be that he was unlucky and met a strong man? Such an intelligent space, placed in an enemy country, is naturally impossible to place a master of any kind. According to past experience, it is very good to have a small team of Chunin in the cottage, and at most one more Chunin combat power. Although powerful, it is not enough to kill Chen Fan. This is also the reason why Orochimaru let Chen Fan and the 3 go alone. But nothing is absolute. If you happen to encounter an enemy country and send a master to retrieve the information, it is not impossible for them to meet the elite Chunin. Elite Chunin is already the strongest combat power below the shadow level. Destruction, mind, experience. Almost no shortcomings. Although Chen Fan is physically strong, he is still a teenager and lacks experience. It is not impossible to be killed by elites. That people in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 23, huh? Orochimaru was about to get up when he was suddenly stunned. Creak. The door opens. Teacher, I'm back to report. Chen Fan walked in carelessly. Although his clothes were tattered, there was no trace of blood. Instead, he was refreshed. On the other hand, Tsurune and Rinahara behind them were tired and panting, their feet were shaking, and there was a tinge of blush on their faces. Orochimaru. So, what are you doing? Let's report the mission first. Orochimaru said. If Chen Fan was busy with a girl, one shot, and wasted time, don't blame him for kicking Yuhi Long and Nahara Rin out of the team. Originally, Chen Fan's team needed elites to complete the shocking task of the Chunin exam. Although Long Yuhi and Rin Nahara were good, they had just graduated not long after. It's still a bit worse than the well-trained elite. Originally, for Chen Fan's face, considering that they have a good relationship, they can trust each other and they can continue to be teammates. But if their existence still delays Chen Fan's time, it is really worthless. Yes, teacher. Chen Fan said seriously, we found the bandit's stronghold first. Well, then what? Then we follow the ninja's action routine and prepare to sneak into the stronghold and steal information. And then we were accidentally discovered. Orochimaru is very calm about this. The infiltration of ninjas is not foolproof. In the future Chunin exams, Naruto pretending to be Orochimaru himself can be discovered by Sasuke, and it is normal for Chen Fan to fail in infiltration. And then a large group of bandits inquired, and they were all killed. There were about 200 people. Speak in one breath. Orochimaru was a little impatient. This kind of thing is normal. I want to know why you guys are back so late. Faced with the enemy's siege, we fought and retreated, and finally entered the bandits' lair, wiped out 217 bandits, and killed 6 people hidden among the bandits, and successfully obtained information. Chen Fan simply said in one breath. According to the information, we found that there are 17 similar pirates, planted by Iwanin in the Fire Nation. Later we decided to find those bandits, solve them one by one, and complete the task of cleaning Iwanin's eyeliner. It's a pity that there was not enough time in the end. I only swept the 8 surrounding strongholds, and only killed less than 1,500 people. The task has not been completed. I am going to go tomorrow. Chen Fan's tone was rather regrettable. Orochimaru raised his head and slowly made a question mark. Chapter 24 Gold Level Item Skill Upgrade Volume, New Book Collection 44. Chapter 23 As Chen Fan's teacher, he was a little flustered. New book for collection. In the face of the enemy's siege, we fought and retreated, and finally reached the thief's lair. How is the word, fight and retreat, used in this way? Only killed less than 1,500 people. The task has not been completed. Is your mission to do this? Orochimaru was stunned. If according to Chen Fan's statement, he hardly did anything else that day, so he was busy killing people. And it kills thousands of people. Even if he doesn't take people seriously, he doesn't have such great murderousness. I seem to know what the teacher said. Chen Fan is very reckless. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Sure enough, after careful inquiries, he found that what Chen Fan said was accidentally discovered by a thief was actually not hidden at all, and he swaggered up to the gate of the thief cottage. And the information obtained later is similar to the exercise at the ninja school. As long as I kill you all, the information will be mine. As for the later issue of turning over 8 cottages, well, just be happy. Yuhi and Rin Nahara leaned on their legs, gasping for breath. They really tried their best. Really tried my best. But they couldn't keep up with Chen Fan's rhythm. Just do it when you meet, go all the way, kill all the enemies, and then go to find a group of bandits. It's okay to fight, they don't need to do anything, at most they just help intercept the fleeing bandits. Question Chen Fan ran 8 cottages in one go. Bandits aren't stupid either, they can't gather the cottages into a pile, and it's even more impossible for Yanin to do such a stupid thing. This means that they have traveled almost 1/3 of the country afire before they can turn over the 8 cottages. That is really running with all his strength, otherwise how can we rush back to Konoha when it gets dark? The red cloud on the face, the trembling legs, the gasping breath all came out. In fact, they couldn't hold on anymore in the later stage, and they all ran away with Chen Fan's arms, and they were completely exhausted. Maybe it is a very happy thing to be held by Chen Fan, but Yuri Hong and the others have no intention of thinking about those things, they just rested. Only Chen Fan, relying on his almost terrifying physical fitness, without breathing a single breath, can accomplish this kind of miracle. You did a good job. Orochimaru twitched the corner of his mouth and put down the mission report. This mission counts as your full score. Can you be dissatisfied? Originally, he just asked Chen Fan to kill a cottage, but he gave 8 as a gift. How can I get a full score? Chen Fan said with a serious face, teacher, there are still 9 cottages that have already been identified, but we haven't had time to run yet. Obviously, the task has not been completed yet. But today's training isn't over yet. Let's train first, and then tomorrow we'll go to sweep the remaining 9, and this can be regarded as the completion of the task. Anyway, it's only for 1 day, and the enemy can't escape. Why don't you come back first and finish brushing the snakes you didn't hit today? The corners of Orochimaru's eyes twitched. No need, if we fight like this, those bandits will be gone. These eyeliners are still useful, so I can't let them go. After he explained it in detail, Chen Fan realized that everyone knew about this kind of eyeliner. It's just that eyeliner is just eyeliner in the end. You can only send information on weekdays. Konoha can also use them to send some false information to confuse opponents. And once all of them are removed, it is easy for the enemy country to arrange some means that Konoha does not know, and it is even more difficult to target. In other words, they can't be hacked to death anymore. Chen Fan looked regretful. If I had known it earlier. I cleaned up all the wild monsters and thieves today. Well, I can't do it anymore. Orochimaru said seriously. He now knows why his teacher emphasized Chen Fan's recklessness so much. This guy really dares to cut. Then, what about ordinary bandits? Chen Fan rolled his eyes and immediately thought of other wild monsters. Those enemy eyeliners can't be cut. Is it okay for ordinary bandits? Normal is not enough. Orochimaru said angrily, without those bandits, do businessmen still need to hire ninjas? Escorting the caravan is a big income for Ninja Village. So in fact, there are probably people behind ordinary bandits. By the way, the merchants in the country of Fire all have some guesses, suspecting that the person's name is X-Village Danzo. Oh. Chen Fan looked regretful. Orochimaru looked at him and suddenly regretted teaching Chen Fan's psychic skills. When Chen Fan learns psychics and anti-psychics, will he start killing people in Lonely Cave? In case he also kills like a bandit, maybe one day he will suddenly find out that there are no snakes in Lonely Cave. My own ninjutsu, but there are a lot of them all related to psychic snakes. As Chen Fan's teacher, Orochimaru was a little flustered. Chapter 25 The Matching Ninjutsu of Eating Escape, New Book for Collection. Chapter 24 Gold Items, Skill Upgrade Volume, New Book Collection 4/4, People in Konoha, Reckless to the Point of Panic. Chapter 24 Mist Village. Oh. Konoha sent an invitation to the Chunin exam. A figure hidden in the darkness spoke softly, and his voice was calm, as if the ancient well had no waves. When the ninja of Kirikin heard this voice, his whole body trembled, and he quickly said in a respectful tone, Yes, Mizukish-sama. In that case, let's go. Ikura raised his head with a flash of red in his eyes, just to see what tricks Konoha is playing. Cloud Ninja Village. Konoha invited us to take the Chunin exam. Those cowards. The 3 generations of Rakish left, and the rough lobby showed unimaginable pressure. Lord Rakish, should we go? Asked Yunren next to him. Go. Why don't you go? 3 generations of Rakish slapped the table and said, Isn't that Saratobi, that immortal just want to play with shock and dispel our ambitions for Konoha? But it's exactly what I want. I want you to see who is intimidating you. Sand Ninja Village. The Chunin exam. Sande Fenjing glanced at the invitation letter and then threw it aside. Konoha should take this opportunity to intimidate other countries, and we Sanshinobu really need to show our strength. But he stood up, his eyes darkened. Now is not the time. Sande Kazukish was silent for a moment, then turned his head to look at Sanshinobu, who was kneeling in front of him. In this Chunin exam, we Sharin will not join in the fun. He said calmly, we have more important things to do. Saying that, he strode forward with a steady pace. At the same time, he spoke in a deep voice, I order and you to fully investigate the issue of the missing ninjas in my village. As for the scorpion, 3 generations of Fenjing paused and said again, I am personally responsible for monitoring him. Konoha's invitation letter was sent out, and the final response was Mist Ninja Village in the Land of Water and Yun Nin Village in the Land of Thunder. Rock Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village refused to participate for unknown reasons. Of course, in addition to the ninja villages of the 5 major countries, there are also some such as Grass Ninja Villages and Rain Ninja Villages. The 3 generations of Hokage did not care about this, and it was natural to participate in the competition, which could directly shock other countries. Not participating in the competition does not mean that other countries are unaware of the results of the Chunin exam. As long as Chen Fan performs well and announces the power of Konoha's new era to the world, it will be enough to form a shock. Soon, under the order of the 3 generations of Hokage, Konoha also began to prepare for this. As for whether Chen Fan can complete this task, he believes in Orochimaru. On the other side, Chen Fan looked at the system with excitement in his eyes. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Silver, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Silver, Madness, Gold. Experience point, 98129. You can take another wave. 90,000 experience points, 2/3, were given by the bandits that Chen Fan killed some time ago. Although the bandits were trash, they were almost all ordinary people with only a few ninjas mixed inches, but there are so many. Moreover, the experience brought by killing people is much more than the experience obtained by ordinary defeating the enemy. Maybe in the face of ordinary ninjas, I can get the most benefit by killing him directly. Ordinary ninjas have low talent, and it is impossible to improve their strength in a short period of time. It is the best choice to get rid of them in one wave. Before in Konoha, there was no way Chen Fan can't wash the ninja school first, right? However, he has already graduated and he is faced with ninjas from other villages. Let's draw a lottery first. Chen Fan quickly made a decision. Consume 10,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have obtained a bronze level item, a silver bullet. Silver bullets, pure silver bullets, have a significant effect on evil spirits, dead souls, etc. Naruto World has a hammer undead. Trash, change. Chen Fan touted. Consume 1,000 experience points to change skills. You have acquired a silver level skill, one of the binding paths. Plug. What's the use of restraint? It's not good to hack to death if you have time. Change. You have obtained a gold level item, a split fruit. Chen Fan. In the system lottery, the gold level is actually very few. The more advanced masters, legends, etc. are more completely dependent on luck. Chen Fan even suspected that his mythical skill was the first draw reward, which greatly increased the chance of drawing high-level skills. Most of the time, it is good luck to be able to draw the gold level in the lottery. But why do I want your fruit? Chen Fan's face hurt. Change. You have acquired a bronze level skill. You have acquired the bronze level skill, Wild Intuition. Wild Intuition, derived from the genes of beasts, the most profound fighting instinct, can instantly recognize the most suitable action for oneself in battle. It's actually this. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. If he remembers correctly, this skill comes from the ability of Kenpachi Zakiji among the gods of death. Certainly, some gamified data. Wild Intuition doesn't seem to add anything, it's just garbage in the game. But in reality, battles are meaningful and may even decide the outcome of a battle. As for the low skill level, just go up. The upgrade of the system skills is a genuine upgrade, and there is no situation where the upgraded skills are weaker than the skills of the same level. As long as kryptonite gold, all mythological skills can be kryptonized. This is also the reason why Chen Fan does not insist on advanced skills, but prefers to choose skills that match his combat system. Chen Fan glanced at his remaining experience points. This time, I was not very lucky. I changed a lot of skills and couldn't find a suitable one. At present, I have more than 20,000 points left in my experienced people in Konoha Reckless, to the point where you panic. Chapter 25. Forget it, that's the end of upgrading Wild Intuition. Chen Fan thought about it, but subconsciously clicked on the extraction option. Wrong point, it's a waste of 10,000 years of experience. Consume 10,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have obtained gold level items and skill upgrade volumes. Chapter 26. This year's candidates are not good. New book for collection 24. Chapter 25. The supporting ninjutsu of eating escape. New book for collection. Skill upgrade volume, gold. It can be used to upgrade skills below the gold level, including gold. After the upgrade volume disappears and the skill is upgraded by one level. Good stuff. Chen Fan's eyes were bright. Although it is simple to upgrade skills, it requires a lot of experience. It takes 10,000 points of experience to upgrade from bronze to silver, and from silver to gold, it doubles tenfold to 100,000 points, and to upgrade to gold, it is simply 1,000,000 experience points. In other words, this upgrade volume is equal to 1,000,000 points of experience. Gold level skills. Crazy? Chen Fan glanced at his template. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills: Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Silver, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Silver, Madness, Gold, Wild Intuition, Bronze. Experience point, 17299. Although the skill upgrade roll can also upgrade low-level skills, but as long as you are not stupid, you will know how to do it. Use experience points to upgrade Wild Intuition first, and then. Chen Fan just wanted to operate. Suddenly, Orochimaru came over. Chen Fan. Orochimaru's voice was low. Lord Hokage has sent invitation letters to other countries, and the other party has responded. It is estimated that the participating genin is already on the way. Oh, right. Chen Fan didn't care. Hokage's mission? Isn't that just killing people? I'm the best at it. But Orochimaru was a little hesitant. In fact, Orochimaru was not worried that Chen Fan could not pass a mere Chunin exam. Although it is said that the Chunin exam contains the meaning of deterring the enemy country, almost all the geniuses from various ninja villages participate in the competition. But there is also a difference between genius and genius. After this period of training, Chen Fan's physical fitness improved again. It's too difficult to find a genin who can compete with Chen Fan in strength. Passing the Chunin exam is not difficult. It is not difficult to show the strength of shocking other countries. If you use the standards of the previous Chunin exams, you can say that you are 100% successful. However, nothing is absolute. For example, in the Chunin exams of Naruto's generation, in the future, Shao and Toad Hunter broke out in various ways, and Orochimaru himself secretly mixed them, which was called a dance of demons. Even the Jounin dare not say that he can survive 100% of that kind of Chunin exam. Not to mention that according to the requirements of the 3 generations of Hokage, Chen Fan still needs to show the strength to overwhelm the heroes and shock other countries. Do you have any matching ninjutsu for your eating escape? Orochimaru suddenly asked. Sueji Foundry itself has its own matching ninjutsu, which is completely different from the mainstream ninjutsu, such as the various bones of the corpse bone vein, and the pupil technique of writing round eyes. After all, the exam is coming soon, and he wants to strengthen Chen Fan's strength. The ninjutsu of the Blood Follower limit class is often powerful and can be used as a killer. Supporting ninjutsu. Chen Fan thought for a while. Some skills such as Quick Digest and Void Devour should work with Feast. According to the classification of Naruto World, these can actually be regarded as the matching ninjutsu of eating escape. But he hadn't drawn any of them yet. So Chen Fan subconsciously wanted to answer no. And this time, if you have similar ninjutsu, I can just use the time when the exam starts to teach you how to apply those ninjutsu to battle. Orochimaru thought for a while and said, of course, in order to speed up, it needs to be done in a combat manner. The way to fight. Are you fighting Orochimaru? Chen Fan was immediately excited and answered without hesitation, yes. As for that ninjutsu, Chen Fan swiped in his skill column and then directly slapped the skill upgrade scroll on the skill Madness Gold. There is a ninjutsu that goes with me. There is one called Crazy Transformation. Time flies. Finally, the competition from various countries has arrived. Is this Konoha? Ayan Shiren glanced at the audience, his eyes full of murderous intent, and the surrounding residents subconsciously retreated. What a bunch of cowards. He snorted disdainfully. Occupy the most fertile land to raise such a person? Ayan Shiren next to him also said with disdain. Who knows what they think? Yunren led the teacher with a sneer. We also have information on the new generation of Konoha, except for a guy named Kakashi who is somewhat sharp. Who else? And that Kakashi hasn't been promoted to Chunin long ago. After he was promoted, what kind of Chunin exam is he trying to shock all countries? They are not afraid of jumping around. Kakashi has long been known as the son of White Fang. It's just that although Kakashi is strong and sharp-edged, he is already a Chunin. This is the Chunin exam, only the Chunin can take it. When Kakashi was promoted, it was okay to play the Chunin exam. Now, what did you think about? Yunren led the team and said dismissively. At the beginning, Kakashi was very strong, and his performance was particularly outstanding. In fact, holding the Chunin exam at that time and letting Kakashi take it might be a shock. And now, as the largest country in the ninja world, Konoha is the target of all countries. They clearly knew that none of Konoha's new generation could fight. 3 generations of Hokage, completely out of the dark trick. It's not his fault either. Yunren next to him also had a relaxed expression on his face. Now Konoha is under a bit of pressure, and we, Yanren and Sanren, have all taken action against Konoha. He'll have to stop. I heard that the 3 generations of Hokage also brought over a team that just became a genin. It's really urgent to go to the doctor. Konoha is much cooler than our country of water. A man with a sharp face narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a mouthful of fangs. This kind of weather makes people want to sleep comfortably. Yeah, what a good weather. The joining team led by the Wunan village next to him, the Ziguashan pufferfish also grinned. It's a pity that it was occupied by incompetent people. Ghost Shark, it's time for the sheep of Konoha to experience the fear of those of us who came out of the blood fog. The ghost shark heard the words and looked at the watermelon mountain puffer ghost with a complicated look. After a moment of silence, he nodded heavily. People in Konoha, reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 26. And at the same time, in Konoha, Naruto's office. It's finally about to start. 3 generations of Hokage side. As a member of Yunren, Konoha's situation is indeed not very good, and there are very few geniuses in the new generation. At the same time, the situation in the ninja world is also worrying. It seems like a volcano that may explode at any time. So he put all the odds of winning this Chunin exam on Chen Fan. Orochimaru, is there any problem with Chen Fan? 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but ask again. It's not that he doesn't believe Orochimaru's judgment. But the matter is too important. He can't worry at all. However, Orochimaru was shocked when he heard the words. Then subconsciously, he touched his chest. Chapter 27. You are so special to test this stuff. Chapter 26. This year's candidates can't do it. New book for Collection 2/4. Orochimaru. The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru strangely. What is the situation with this strange behavior of your own disciple? Not feeling well lately? It's okay. Chen Fan will complete the task. Orochimaru said after a moment of silence. That's good. The 3 generations of Hokage paused. Since you have confidence, it is naturally the best. Well, but since the focus of this action is on Chen Fan, then it's up to you to arrange the Chunin exam. The purpose of the Chunin exam is to shock and deter and let Orochimaru take care of everything, and the 3 generations of Hokage are more assured. By the way, you are coordinating the Chunin exam. What is the first thing you want to do? 3 generations of Hokage asked with a smile. Arrange the tactics of the candidates. Planning exam rules? Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, it's to explain something. Huh? The third Hokage was taken aback. But he saw Orochimaru taking a deep breath, raising his hands, and gently hugging his head. At the same time, the legs began to bend and eventually squat down. My head is very deep between my legs. Finally, the holding head squatting defense posture is formed. The first thing I have to do is to let all the candidates who take the test remember this action. Orochimaru said with a serious face, otherwise I can't guarantee their life or death. 3 Hokage. Orochimaru's face was serious, he really wasn't joking. He once felt that he needed to prepare a trump card for Chen Fan, so he planned to speed up his training by fighting. But he never imagined that Chen Fan's ninjutsu actually required mourning, lose, reason, wisdom. Madness, at the expense of reason, greatly improves physical fitness. But in contrast, the power is great. It's just that the ninjutsu of crazy transformation obviously can't be used in the battle of the Chunin exam. Orochimaru is also worried that the contestants of Konoha will be hacked to death by Chen Fan. So after countless trainings, he finally let the maddening Chen Fan also remember that there is a kind of creature that cannot be cut. That is the creature in this holding head and squatting defense posture. For this, Orochimaru paid a very deep price. Orochimaru thought about it, and couldn't help but touch his chest again, where there were 3 deep knife marks. My first priority is to require every student to master this posture proficiently. Orochimaru said with a serious face. This matter is about the lives of the candidates, so don't be careless. 3 Hokage. The ninja school building has been transformed into the first exam of the Chunin exam. In the exam room, the candidates rushed over one after another. They gathered in their respective ninja villages to observe the situation of the hostile ninjas. Among them, the Konoha ninja gathered the most, forming a small circle facing the outside with the most soft and relaxed expressions. It's not the softness that is not nervous, but the softness that is relieved. Konoha ninja. As expected of the ninja who was rated the least like a ninja by the teacher. The ghost shark split the shark's mouth, but it didn't seem to be disdainful in his eyes. Yeah. On the other hand, the companion of the ghost shark, a man named Yaodu, hummed with disdain. Their attention is too focused on outsiders. To form a circle, to be unanimous. Aren't you worried about the dagger behind your back? If you don't even have the most basic vigilance of a ninja, you can still be considered a ninja. This is completely different from their Wayun village. It was clearly in a foreign place like Konoha, facing competition from a group of enemy countries, but although they were roughly gathered together, they were very loose. Basically, standing together in 2s and 3s can only form a rough approach. Not to mention the other misters, and even maintain a certain distance between teammates. In this ninja village, every ninja must be alert to others at all times. Not only the enemy, but also one's own. The friend who was good enough to drink flower wine yesterday may insert kuwu into your heart today without you noticing. Their vigilance against their own people is too low. If I think they can secretly ambush one person and then become that person, they can easily send all of them to hell. Yaodu said in a low voice. The ghost shark lowered his eyes slightly. Yeah. But you have to be careful about some special bloodlines, such as the Hinata clan ninja. Their eyes were fixed on the ninja of the Hinata clan. Not only Kirin, but the ninjas in other ninja villages are similar. A pair of eyes are constantly searching for those ninjas wearing unique costumes from the ninjas in Konoha. Konoha has bloodstone ninjas far exceeding the number of other countries, and unique secret techniques have made Konoha famous again and again. That's the people of the Inuzuka clan, and their sense of smell is a key point to target. Yamanaka, Nara, Kyudeo. Is it really still the trio of Zuluri? Although the information of the three major families is very clear, it is still very difficult for them to cooperate. The Saratobi clan also appeared, but unfortunately it's not the son of the third Hokage. I heard that the son of the third Hokage has also become a genin this year. I thought I could add a great achievement to this, uncle. An excellent ninja is not only a weapon to intimidate others, but may also become a military medal for others. Which ninja who can take the Chunin exam is not an arrogant genius. Everyone who came to Konoha, Kirin and Yen, knew that the more hostile ninjas they killed, the more they would be valued by the village in the future. At the same time, you can also reduce a future strong enemy for your own ninja village. Only. Strange, who is that guy surrounded by? Countless people looked at Konoha's group of candidates. There was a small team, vaguely surrounded by other Konoha ninjas, in the center, as if they were covering up something, and they seemed to be doing nothing. Instead, it was a person in the team who stared hard at the surroundings and responded to those who looked over with provocative eyes. As if to say, what are you looking at? Of course, many people didn't pay attention to him. But the man seems to be very excited. Even if you don't look at him, he can look at you with provocative eyes. And as long as you show a little bit of doubt, he can look back at you. What are you doing? His village ninja. Who is this man? That look. Are you trying to pick something up? Believe it or not. Don't be impulsive. This may be Konoha's calculation to lure us to take action, to entrap us. Konoha ninja is also very puzzled. What is Chen Fan doing? People. In Konoha Reckless to Your Panic Chapter 27, I don't know. Anyway, the teacher asked us to form a circle and surround them. Just do it. The teachers outside the field were also a little confused. Lord Hokage, why should we instruct the students to surround Chen Fan's team? Who knows? Speaking of which, Hokage-sama has been weird recently. Last night, he suddenly gathered all the students and taught them an inexplicable pose. And at the same time, Chen Fan was also very puzzled. Strange, I have used my eyes to provoke them so many times, how come no one is impulsive? Not everyone on the internet says that wanting to fight is easy. Just wait for him to look at him and then say, what are you looking at, or what are you looking at, to start a fight. Didn't Naruto also fight with Yenren in that exam? Why are you so honest when you come to me? Chen Fan was puzzled, and in the end he could only come up with one answer. This year's students can't do it. Chen Fan deeply regrets this. Chapter 28 I'm too difficult as an examiner. New book collection 44. Chapter 27 Why are you taking this test? New book for collection 3/4. Chen Fan tried to pick something up, but he didn't pick it up. Soon the examiner entered the venue and a powerful momentum broke out. The candidates, who hadn't fought at all, became even more quiet, and each found their own seats and sat down. I am Konoha Elite Joinin. He is really red, and I am also the examiner for the first exam. With a gentle smile, Yuhi Zenbong glanced at her daughter without talking nonsense, and started arranging exams directly. The first test, the written test. Hand out the test papers. After that, the accompanying examiners went to hand out the test papers. The candidates didn't care about this. The written test was available in any ninja village, and they were not the kind of weirdo who would be caught by Naruto when they met the written test. The Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War are very short. Some exams were even spent in the Second Ninja War as a child. Now taking the exam, everyone is an elite. Just a small written test, how is it possible? What's the question? The moment they saw the exam papers, almost all the candidates were stunned. Question 1, excuse me, what is 1 plus 1 equal to? Question 2, Xiaoming bought 1 bun for 5 taels. How much does it cost to buy 10 buns? This. What the hell is this? Kindergarten entrance test? All the students were dumbfounded. Some candidates even couldn't help but ask, Teacher, did you take the wrong paper? Is this the paper for the kindergarten entrance exam? That's right, these are the questions. Yu Jinbong said with a gentle expression, the exam is 1 hour, and during the exam it is not allowed to go to the toilet, cheating, or peeping at other people's exam papers. The result of this paper is the result of your first exam. If it's a ninja, it's like a ninja. Answer. The words he said were correct, but none of the candidates listened at ease. Who are you planning to take this exam? My kindergarten nephew can answer it correctly. Could it be a question for the Chunin exam? There must be something wrong. Almost all candidates have secret thoughts in their hearts. This kind of exam question cannot appear in the serious and strict Chunin exam. So, is it a secret code? Some candidates read the paper carefully, trying to find out the problems. Could we collectively be caught in a certain teacher's illusion? Deciphering the illusion is the focus of this exam. Some candidates glanced left and right. Is there any interlayer in this piece of paper? Some candidates took the test paper and measured the thickness. No one believes that the dignified Chunin exam is that simple. And the examiners said they were like a ninja. Ninja, you should read the subtext in your words. This should be the real question for this exam. All the candidates took action, and all kinds of small tricks continued. Puppets, secret techniques, white eyes. Of course, everyone did well, and on the surface they still looked like they were focusing on the exam. Only one person is different. 1 plus 1. The answer is 2. Next question. 5 taels per bun, 10 buns. 50 taels. Next question. Chen Fan writes quickly, no matter how bad his academic performance is, there is no way this kind of question can go wrong. As for the so-called hidden exam questions, he doesn't care at all. The examiner didn't say everything. The test is to do the paper, and the result of the paper is the result of this test. You have already made your request. He, Chen Fan, also took the question seriously. If anyone dares to deny his achievements, then blow his dog's head off. Time flies. 37th candidate, peek at other people's papers, go out. Candidate no. 61, do you think we can't see your little actions? Go out. No. 11th candidate, disqualified. 1 by 1 disqualified. Judgments came out of the examiner's mouth. Yu Mako looked at the crowd with pity. The rules have already been said. You can't cheat. You can't peek at other people's exam papers. You can't. Do you really think he's talking nonsense? This group of ninjas are indeed geniuses from various ninja villages, but no matter how talented they are just ninjas. If you want to cheat in front of yourself, an elite jounin, and a group of strong chunin and special jounin, it's still a long way to go. Soon, a large group of candidates were cleared. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chen Fan. Chen Fan was lying on the table, sleeping quietly. 1 paper, 10 exam questions, and all of them are kindergarten-level calculation questions. It didn't add up to 3 minutes in total. The rest of the time, naturally only sleep. The faint snoring sounded, causing Yuhi Zenbong to twitch the corners of her eyes, but she still seemed as if she didn't see it, and continued to have a gentle smile on her face. On the other hand, the eyes of others flickered. As soon as Chen Fan came up, he did all kinds of questions, and he moved quickly and wrote like a god. People have to think of the possibility that he may have learned the real test questions. So many people wanted to peek at his papers, and then people are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 28 Arrested by the examiner. What the hell is this exam? The rest of the students are desperate. They thought of countless possibilities, but they all proved wrong. There was even a bead of sweat on Gooey Shark's forehead. He, the genius known as the Mist Ninja, who has the potential to become a man of 7 ninja swords, couldn't figure out what the test was for. No matter how much time there is, soon the exam will be over in an hour. Okay. Unwind. Yuhi Mahong gave the order. Do not. Countless candidates were sweating profusely on their foreheads, but they dared not stop the examiners from doing so. Yuhi Zenbong collected the papers and directly called the invigilator teacher to review them together. Then, Hyuga Kira 100% qualified. Donpeng Xiachuan 100% qualified. Ghost Shark 100% qualified. Okay, congratulations everyone, you all passed. Yuhi really read, with a sincere smile, congratulations to everyone who passed the first exam, you can go to take the second exam. Qualified. Everyone was dizzy and bewildered. They just didn't know what to do, so they just finished writing the papers. After a moment of silence, a Konoha candidate couldn't help but ask, so what exactly is this exam? What is the test? Yuhi was stunned for a moment, then raised the paper. Test this. Didn't you all do the questions? Everyone. That's it. Kindergarten entry-level exam questions. Leo Tsu worked so hard, traveled thousands of miles, and came from the country of thunder, the country of water, the country of Taki. Based on the belief of bringing glory to the country and shocking other countries, he has even prepared the consciousness of sacrificing his life for this. Then why did you take this test? Chapter 29 Konoha people, are you kidding me? Chapter 28 As an examiner, it's too difficult for me. New book collection 4/4. Ninja School Building. The first exam should be over soon. Orochimaru let out a long sigh of relief. In short, no accident is success. He has been appointed by the 3 generations of Hokage as the chief, in charge of the Chunin exam. Everything now is arranged by Orochimaru. Its only purpose is to send Chen Fan to the second exam safely. It's best not to let anyone find out about Chen Fan's anomaly, especially the teachers of the candidates. To this end, Orochimaru did not hesitate to secretly let many Shaman pass the order to their students, and surround Chen Fan before the exam. The reason is to worry that Chen Fan will pick things up, and then fight with others. The Konoha ninjas in a circle are not to surround Chen Fan and keep him from showing his face, but to make other ninjas feel that something is wrong and bear it. Orochimaru is worthy of being Orochimaru. The calculation of human heart is accurate. He succeeded. Although Chen Fan worked hard to do something, the ninjas in other ninja villages were very honest. Otherwise, with the ethos of the Chunin exam, the fight would be 100%. And the first exam questions. In fact, the original plan to take the test was not the 1+1 mentally retarded test that Chen Fan was taking now. It's a ninja-style exam that tests the ability to cheat, just like Visa did to Naruto in the future. However, Orochimaru was a little uneasy, so he secretly attacked Chen Fan. Orochimaru, Chen Fan, what if you don't know how to do some exam questions? Chen Fan, cheat. Orochimaru, then you cheated. What should you do if the examiner sees it? Chen Fan, then hack the examiner to death, so that no one will see me cheating. Orochimaru, As a result, the exam questions for the first exam were replaced by mentally retarded exams, and the examiner was changed from a nameless joinin to an elite joinin Yuhi that Chen Fan was also familiar with. As for why this test is taken. So, the main test for this time is your obedience to orders. Yuhi Mahom smiled and made up her mind on the podium. Ninja, the order is absolute. Faced with an incomprehensible order, a ninja must obey. This is the fate of ninjas and our principle. That's why there is this exam. The test is whether you can obey the orders of your superiors. Many students heard the words and nodded. Then he turned around and asked his teammates, "Can I kill this examiner? If I don't take the exam, I'm going to hammer you to death." Yuhi Zenhom is also helpless. This is an order issued by Orochimaru himself, and he can't do anything about it. In fact, in order to let Chen Fan pass the test, he still has a lot of preparations. For example, when Chen Fan looked at other candidates' papers, he changed the purpose of the candidates this time from testing whether to obey the orders of superiors to cheating like a ninja. And if Chen Fan is too lazy to write the exam papers and hand in blank papers, the assessment target will change from 60 points to pass to you pass the exam without violating the discipline of the exam room. As an examiner, he really tried his best. Now I have to squeeze out the most sincere smile facing the candidates who want to kill him. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone have a good rest tonight. There will be a second exam tomorrow. Pay attention to your body, you've come from a long way, don't be acclimatized. In the examination room, for the second exam, ask your leading teacher. That's it. Yuhi Zenhom left dryly and retreated directly. He couldn't stand the sight of countless candidates. If they can't find the target of venting their anger, many candidates can only disband. There are some people. There's something wrong with that kid. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark whispered to his teammates. At first, a group of Konoha ninjas surrounded the boy, looking at their expressions. It seemed that they didn't know why they were doing it. And then the exam, although the examiner deliberately concealed it. But the Ghost Sharks still found out that when they saw Chen Fan start writing, the examiners immediately began to exchange glances. Only then did they start to catch all kinds of cheaters and conduct this test of testing whether they can execute orders. It seems that the whole exam revolves around that man. Even the examiner's Yuhi Jinhong's name is the same as the surname of a girl in Chen Fan's teammates. This is definitely not a coincidence. Konoha suddenly took the Chunin exam. It's absolutely impossible without a single trump card. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark narrowed his eyes and said, "Maybe this has something to do with that kid." "Are you sure?" Teammate Yahoo whispered, "I found some information about him. It seems that he is a freshman who just graduated from the ninja school this year, and he is not a big family blood." As the ace of the Mist Ninja Village, the teammate of the Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark. Although Yudo is arrogant, he is good at investigating intelligence. "Sure, so." The Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark narrowed his eyes. "When we enter the Forest of Death next, let's get rid of him first. In this way, we can achieve the name of my Mist Ninja Village and complete our mission." People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 29. It is estimated that the teacher will let us do the same. In fact, it's not just the team of Ghost Sharks. Yunren and Uren have some elites who have discovered the problem. Now that the ninja world is filled with smoke, it is absolutely impossible for Konoha to have no preparation at all and suddenly have a Chunin exam. So, the Ghost Shark looked at each other with Uren and Yunren, who found the problem, then turned and left. Although he didn't say a word. But they themselves know what to do next. In the Forest of Death, find that person and kill him. Chapter 30. The only thing you don't need to worry about. Chapter 29. People of Konoha, are you kidding me? Add more rewards for the QQ underline. Boss. Thank you, my lord. Konoha no. 44 Exercise Field, Forest of Death. It's still the same old scroll battle, which is also the practice of Konoha. Even the ninjas in the outer village know it. Life and death are also standard rules. However, the atmosphere was completely different from before. Remember this action, Master Orochimaru said that once there are some problems, you should take this pose in time. A Jounin earnestly made a squatting gesture with his head covered and warned his students. But teacher, what's the use of this posture? The name couldn't help but asked. I don't know as a teacher, but Lord Orochimaru ordered it deliberately. Before the exam, let us remind you again. I think there should be some arrangements. Joinin doesn't know either, but as a ninja, executing orders is fundamental. It's this pose. What are you doing? The people of Konoha, are you planning to laugh at us and then take the opportunity to kill us? This uncle swears that as long as I meet you inside, as long as your Konoha ninjas take such a pose, I will only take away your scrolls, not kill people, as a reward for your Uncle O's smile. Young Ninja, Miss Ninja, and some other ninjas burst into laughter. Hold your head, bend your knees and squat down. Do you want to shiver? The Konoha people definitely plan to laugh at us to death, and then use this to win the Chunin exam. The hilarious laughter continued, and even the other teachers of Shinobi Village couldn't help laughing out loud. Especially in Ren, they laughed the most, and their strong physique made their voices deafening. Damn it. The faces of countless Konoha ninjas suddenly turned red. Especially those big clans, with names and surnames, such as Hinata Uchiha. They listened to the harsh laughter and wished they would kill it now. Okay, if there is any problem, you can solve it after entering the Forest of Death. The examiner of the second test couldn't help but said. Now everyone let me into the exam room. He didn't know why Orochimaru made this order, but as a ninja, he could only obey the order. Although he was also very harsh, listening to those Jews. Under the pressure of the examiner, he finally started to enter the arena in an orderly manner. Chen Fan looked excited. I can finally kill. He touched the sword at his waist, which was a gift from Orochimaru, a samurai sword from the Kingdom of Iron. It's a pity it's not an EP. But it's okay, I let them build it anyway. Chen Fan shrugged. For him, weapons like the EP can best utilize his power. However, the EP has relatively high requirements for forging, and it is more troublesome to build. Although the samurai sword is lighter, it is still much easier to use than his kitchen knife. Let's go. Chen Fan showed a smile. Okay. Nahara Rin and Yuhi Hong looked at each other and followed. As Chen Fan's teammates, they also knew the goal of this exam. They also made a lot of preparations for this. The three entered the field, attracting countless eyes. That kid is... Well, I don't know what purpose Konoha sent him inches. No matter what his purpose is, Aoki, your goal is to kill him first. No matter what the plan is, it is impossible for the dead to execute. His teacher. The team led the Jounin and whispered to the candidates. His eyes constantly swept to Chen Fan. Chunin exams are an opportunity for every ninja village to express themselves, and the current atmosphere in the ninja world also makes them uneasy. In this case, every ninja village that sent someone to take the exam has its own preparations. Like Konoha, they also have to shock other countries in the Chunin exam and win their own interests for their own ninja village. For example, the Ghost Shark is the trump card of this ninja village. Young Nin Village also has a similar trump card. These ace squads have high hopes for them. Ordinary ninja teams are just to escort them, and they may even be sent to use their own lives to give the ace a chance. It's just that such a trump card is hidden deeply by everyone, hidden and tucked away, and will never be easily exposed. After all, the exposed trump card can be targeted, it can be cleaned up first, and no chance of performance is given. Countless young and enlisted teachers sneered. And since your Konoha's preparations have appeared, don't blame us for targeting you. Who made you too careless? Chapter 31. What kind of monster is this? New book for collection. Chapter 30. This is the only thing you don't need to worry about. Add more flowers. Please don't pity me. Continue to vote. Let me die of exhaustion. Inside the forest of death. In the path between the forests. Chen Fan walked in the front, and Yu Hong and Rin walked behind. They walked slowly, not at all like the speed and concealment of ninjas walking, but rather carefree, as if they were on an outing. It's quite careless. In the shadows, a ninja wearing the logo of Yunin Village sneered. According to the orders of their teachers, the first time they entered the venue, they ran towards Chen Fan. The forest of death is huge, but there are also many teams participating. There was not much distance between the two groups of ninjas who entered the arena. Konoha only guarantees that you won't be raided when you first enter the battlefield, nothing else. It's like an outing. Is Konoha also fallen? The leader Uren snorted coldly, but this is convenient for us. There was excitement in the eyes of the three of them. Ring Ninja is a small ninja village, but Konoha is the strongest ninja village. People in Konoha reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 30. If you and others kill Konoha's trump card. After returning to the village, he will definitely receive awards, and even be regarded as hope by the village. Go. The next second, the trap is activated. Countless tune shot out suddenly, almost like rain. Each tune tail is also tied with a detonating talisman. It's not over yet. The moment Kuwu shot out, the three figures rushed towards Chen Fan. The power of the sudden attack is the greatest, and naturally it must be handed over to the ace of Konoha. One pulled out a ninja sword, and the other made a mark with both hands. The other person is behind the two, ready to support at any time, and as the second stage of the attack. Three elites concentrate all their strengths and target one person. In order to win, even if they die, they will not hesitate. Even if they exchange their lives, they can win great benefits for your village. So, die. The three of them had wicked expressions on their faces. And at the same time, Konoha. Naruto building. Orochimaru, although I asked you to arrange the Chunin exam, what you did this time. A little too obvious. I guess everyone else has guessed what we did. Blew a ring of smoke. It's okay to have other people surround Chen Fan in the front, the exam in the back. In fact, the third Hokage almost dropped his jaw when he heard the content of the exam. 1 + 1 = how much? Is this supposed to be the content of the Chunin exam for me, Okiba Village? That's right. Next to him, Zilly also left, nibbling on an apple indifferently. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Haven't you been laughing at me for not being rigorous? Why is it you who are not strict now? Orochimaru laughed twice. You are all right. I also know that this is too obvious. It is estimated that some other leading teachers in the ninja village have noticed it. But it's not me who took the exam, and I can't help it. Orochimaru sighed long. In fact, it is very simple to let Chen Fan enter the second exam as he should. For example, let Chen Fan cheat, and so on. Orochimaru even considered telling Chen Fan the answer in advance, and Chen Fan would just copy it by memorizing. But Chen Fan always felt that there could be a simpler and more direct way. For example, hack all the examiners to death, hack to death, etc. What can he do? He is also very helpless. It's fine now, but I've even gotten ridiculed by this bastard Jiraiya. On the other hand, the 3 generations of Hokage heard Orochimaru's sigh and nodded. Yes, after all, it is not easy to find a student as good as you. If it were you and Tsunade, I definitely wouldn't have to worry about it. Chen Fan's words should be a little bit worse, and now he will be jointly targeted by other ninjas. It's worrying. 3 generations of Hokage couldn't help but sigh. Sannin is the strongest team, and each of them is Konoha's most outstanding talent. These 3 people gathered together, and the team formed by the others simply couldn't match it. It's a pity that at that time there was no precedent for inviting other countries to take the Chunin exam, otherwise it would be a great shock to other countries. However, such a genius has never been seen since then. Chen Fan has now exposed his existence and is about to be targeted by other countries, which is really worrying. That's it. Zille also left and said quite proudly, "How can the current boy be compared to this immortal?" However, when Orochimaru heard the words, he fell silent. After a while, he said slowly, "No, teacher, Jiraiya, both of you are wrong." The third Hokage was stunned. Zille also stayed. Orochimaru said calmly, "Do you know, since you handed me the Chunin exam, teacher, I've been worried about a lot of things. I was worried about whether Chen Fan could pass the first written test, whether the ninjas in other ninja villages would suddenly quit for some reason, and whether Chen Fan would oversleep and forget the time for the test. But I didn't worry about it at all, the second exam itself." His eyes were melodious, looking in the direction of the Forest of Death. "Because this is the only thing, there is no need to worry at all." Forest of Death. The Kyune, with a detonating talisman, shot out like rain. The three Urin, with resolute expressions on their faces, attacked in unison. However, Chen Fan's face was full of bright smiles. "Yo, here comes my brother." The voice fell. A knife light suddenly flickered. The next second, blood splatters. Chapter 32. Have you had enough? Chapter 31. What kind of monster is this? New book for collection. Outside the Forest of Death. The examiner of Konoha's second exam is an elite jounin who is unsmiling. His breath was calm and his face was serious, but he could 100% complete the goals explained by his superiors, so he was arranged here by Orochimaru. Looking at the silent Forest of Death, he was silent. On the contrary, the team led by other countries next to jounin came over. "You Konoha are too careless. Exposing your own genius like this. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by us?" "Don't say that, maybe they did it on purpose, after all, this is the tradition of Konoha." Countless teachers who led the team looked at each other and smiled one after another. White Fang committed suicide not long ago, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The stupid Konoha actually destroyed the Great Wall by himself. Then don't blame us for doing it. And at this time, boom, 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 there was a burst of explosions. It's a detonator. It's that Konoha kid's side. It should be Ring Ninja. They like to use the detonating talisman the most, and the distance is close enough. The teachers who lead the team are all battle-hardened joinin people are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can, Chapter 31, even if you can't see it with your own eyes, you can roughly predict what's going on in the Forest of Death just by sound. The picture of Uren raiding Chen Fan's team quickly appeared in their minds. Of course, the specific results are unpredictable. I hope your little devils don't die too early, otherwise this Chunin exam will be boring. Ziguashin Pufferfish patted his belly and laughed. Konoha's examiner was silent. Although Chen Fan was a disciple of Orochimaru, he was still young. Now being targeted by countless ninjas. Disturbing. Even if the opponent's attack goes well, a face-to-face can decide life and death. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish grinned. He didn't care who attacked Chen Fan first. Even letting Uren kill Chen Fan first is not a big deal. All they need is to defeat Chen Fan's reputation. In other words, even if Uren killed Chen Fan and took his scroll, as long as the follow-up Mist Ninja team kills Ring Ninja, they can also claim to have defeated Konoha's trump card and grabbed the scroll. After all, the scroll is marked, and as long as it is taken out by oneself in the end, he can claim to be the one who defeated Chen Fan. And he has confidence in Ghost Sharks. That's a real monster, even if it's temporarily preempted. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. All the leading teachers were nervous. It's still the voice near Chen Fan's place. It doesn't sound like a detonator. There is a certain gap from the previous sound. It should be the second battle. It may be that the ninjas of other ninja villages attacked Ring Ninja. The leading teacher frowned and speculated. Ninja battles often start quickly and end very quickly. Except for the abnormal ninjas like the 3 generations of Hokage, most ninjas are high offense and low defense. As long as someone catches the flaw, it is easy to end the battle. Therefore, the duration of the battle is extremely short. In other words, this is almost the second battle. Just like the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish's expectations for the Ghost Shark, other shinobi village teachers have instructed their students to come and grab Chen Fan's scroll. The fighting party should still be from Konoha. Ziguash and Fugyugui secretly said the location of the battle has not changed much from before. Once the other ninjas grab the scroll, they will definitely leave quickly. According to the sound, the distance between the 2 battle points seems to be the same as Chen Fan's previous advance speed. In other words, that Konoha kid just defeated Yurin. And it was an easy victory. In the end, it was a group of 7 ninja knives, far exceeding the average leader of the team. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish quickly made a calculation in his heart that the first ring ninja's surprise attack should be the result of Konoha's victory. But it's normal. After all, it's Konoha from the 5 major countries, and no matter how bad it is, it can't be weak. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish snorted coldly and glanced at Konoha's examiner. Let you continue to be complacent. Wait for the Ghost Shark to shoot, Boom. Another loud voice sounded. Even the leading teachers outside the Forest of Death could clearly hear the huge sound. Again. Ziguash and Pufferfish Ghost's expression changed slightly. This time, it was the same as before. Judging from the sound and distance, the previous battle should have been Konoha's victory. It actually defeated the enemy twice in a row, and it seemed that it didn't take much time. As expected of Konoha. But this is already the 3rd attack. Even if ordinary ninjas are not as talented as the Ghost Sharks in my Mist Ninja Village, they will definitely consume a lot of chakra from you. He can't last too long. Ziguash and Pufferfish said to himself. And then, he listened. Boom. About every few minutes, there is a rumbling sound. 4th, 5th, 6th. It's already the 8th loud noise. The one from Konoha actually won? Ziguash and Pufferfish was dumbfounded. In the face of continuous attacks, Konoha actually won all of them? Moreover, the time for each victory is not long. It means that the opponent almost defeated the enemy very quickly. No wonder Konoha didn't hesitate to expose his trump card, but also to ensure that Chen Fan entered the 2nd exam. Ziguash and Pufferfish saw through Orochimaru's plan in an instant. If it were me, I would do whatever it takes to ensure that he enters the 2nd exam. This level of strength, placed in the previous exams, must be enough to shock other countries. Is this Konoha's trump card? Chen Fan. Ghost Shark. Should be fine, right? Ziguash and Pufferfish secretly measured in his heart. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, the Ghost Shark, but it's a real monster. Forest of Death. What are you running for? Chen Fan shouted, punching a Taki shinobi in front of him. Just come here, stay for a while. With a sudden wave of his hand, he used the dead Taki shinobi's body as a weapon and threw it out violently, hitting him on the body of Taki shinobi, who turned and fled. With enormous power, Taki shinobi felt as if a boulder was coming and almost instantly broke his bones. Aren't you coming to kill me? Can you kill the enemy by running away? Chen Fan grabbed the head of Taki Ninja, who was last, in one hand and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The earth was actually smashed into a deep pit. Countless birds were startled, and the strong smell of blood was overwhelming. I thought I would dare to come and kill me, but what role did I think it was? That's all? Chen Fan pouted and flicked the brains and minced meat from his hands. Then keep walking forward. Taki shinobi, who attacked this time, is so weak, he only gave 1,000 points of experience. I hope the next wave of ninjas will be stronger. And not far away. The Ghost Shark covered his teammate's mouth in horror. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 33 Ninjas should wear heavy armor. New book collection 34. Chapter 32 You guys, have you had enough? New book for collection /3000 words super chapter 2/4. That's it. Chen Fan pouted. Let's go. Let's see if the next wave can be more interesting. Taki Shinobu in this attack is so weak, he only gave 2000 points of experience. You must know that the experience gained by the killer is much more than the experience gained by defeating it. About 4 times as much as defeating an enemy once. And this is only 2001 person. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you can at chapter 32, doesn't that mean that defeating them will only require 500 or 600 experience? It's just an ordinary Chunin level. Chen Fan pouted. At this level you also come to take the Chunin exam? Chen Fan. Thanks for your hard work. Tsurune Yuhi and Rin Nahara got out of nowhere and surrounded Chen Fan with a smile. Chen Fan, you've got sticky wrenches here, I'll take it off for you. Chen Fan, do you want to drink water? I have water here. Don't look at what they didn't do just now. In fact, the two of them are also shouldering top-secret important tasks ordered by Master Orochimaru. That is, keep it well hidden. That's right, that's the important task. Not to cause trouble to Chen Fan is their biggest mission. So when Chen Fan was fighting just now, they hid early. Orochimaru seems to have taught them a lot of things in this regard. When the enemy appears, they disappear, the enemy is killed, and they come out of nowhere. This is not bad, anyway. Chen Fan thinks it is very good, and he is always worried about whether the enemy will attack them. Along the way, Chen Fan has already defeated 7 or 8 waves of enemies. Every wave is this routine. Let's go, let's move on. Chen Fan said with a smile. Chunin exam, but the best place to brush wild. Thanks to Mr. Orochimaru, thanks to the 3 generations of Hokage, and thanks to the players from other countries who rushed to Konoha for their hard work. By the way, I hope the next wave of the little brothers who deliver food can be stronger. And not far from Chen Fan. The ghost shark's pupils narrowed, and he tightly covered his teammate's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. What kind of monster is this? The ghost shark gritted his teeth slightly. He was ordered by the teacher to go straight to Chen Fan as soon as he entered the arena. Chen Fan has not concealed his whereabouts, and the loud noises that appear from time to time also reveal his whereabouts completely, and it is easy to find. Originally, the ghost shark was going to do it directly, but Taki Shinobu took the lead. Anyway, you can also look at the enemy's information, and the ghost shark suppressed his impulse. Result. Those 3 Taki ninjas definitely have Chunin level combat power. The ghost shark gritted his teeth. However, the 3 of them joined forces, but they couldn't even hold the man's move. What a joke, is this still a Chunin exam? Although there are many reasons for the Chunin exam, its essence is just a test for the genin to advance to the Chunin. Chunin is the goal of every student. However, if these 3 are placed anywhere, it can be said that ninjas who meet 100% Chunin standards are killed in an instant. You're just kidding me. Ghost Shark cursed inwardly. The other 2 teammates didn't look very good either. This is Konoha's trump card. No wonder Konoha dares to expose him. In this exam, who can do that kind of person? Fortunately, we were a little slower otherwise. For a while, the 3 of them were silent. They almost shot just now. Just a few seconds away. Thank you, Taki Shinobu, you saved us with your life. After a moment of silence, teammate Yaohu whispered, what should we do, Ghost Shark, shall we still do it? How do you move? Give it up. Another teammate couldn't help but said, this is a mortal mission. In the village, you have to let the real Jonin take action in order to have a little chance of success. What are we going to fight? The strength of the three Taki ninjas just now was pretty good, and even if he faced any of them, he would have to spend a lot of effort to defeat them. And that man. The three of them were defeated in one move, and then they were killed in an understatement. Let's give up on this mission. Although the Blood Thug is often known for doing the task at any cost. But he felt that even if he risked his life, he would not be able to complete the mission. Calm down, calm down. Ghost Shark took a deep breath. It's not that we have no chance at all. At the critical moment, the Ghost Shark played the role of Dinhei Shenzhen. He suppressed the unease in his heart and calmly analyzed it. First of all, the opponent's two teammates are not strong and don't need to pay attention. Secondly, their perception ability is average, and they can't block our position, otherwise we would have been caught and killed long ago. This gives us a chance. In a ninja battle, intelligence is very important. Chen Fan, who is not good at perception, also gave the Ghost Shark the opportunity to collect intelligence. Continue to follow, maybe we can find a flaw in him. Ghost Shark said decisively. The prestige of the Ghost Shark is very high, and his teammates are more convinced. They continued to follow, watching Chen Fan keep sweeping away the enemies who attacked. Looking at the fist that could smash people into minced flesh, and the sword that cut off the tree behind the enemy, they felt a lot of pressure and wanted to retreat more than once. But gradually, they also discovered a glimmer of opportunity. The Ghost Shark is right, that guy is really not good at perception. Yudu said excitedly. I'm still very bad at it. It can even be said that Chen Fan is not good at almost anything except head-to-head combat. Yaodu saw with his own eyes that an enemy set up a double trap, using the first trap as a cover and the second trap as a sure killer. Then, Chen Fan has fallen into the first trap, which is very obvious, and almost every candidate of the Chunin exam will not fall. This is eye-popping. Such a strong man can't see the trap of that level. Although Chen Fan simply jumped out of the trap without taking any damage, it was enough to prove one thing. Chen Fan's perception ability is very weak, extremely weak. This gave the Ghost Sharks a chance. While he wasn't paying attention, he made an instant raid, made a decisive move, and solved the battle in an instant. The three of the Ghost Sharks looked at each other and quickly settled on a tactical policy. Ordinary strong people often have no shortcomings. But Chen Fan's shortcomings are too obvious as his strengths. As long as he doesn't pay attention. Ghost Shark promises that his ninja knife can slash Chen Fan's throat immediately. But let's be careful, there are a lot of people around like us. The Ghost Shark swept the surrounding woods with his eyes and said in a low voice. As time passed, like a Ghost Shark, he discovered Chen Fan's unusual strength, and there were many teams behind Chen Fan. Although they didn't meet each other, they tacitly avoided each other's activities to avoid disputes and Chen Fan's discovery. But that doesn't mean that once a team succeeds in raiding, others won't take action. Yeah. The other two nodded heavily. Then start executing the plan. It is impossible to attract firepower to send people out, it will die. So they chose to lay traps. People in Konoha Reckless to the point of panic. Chapter 33 One by one. Maybe some traps are obvious, but they don't care. The purpose is just to attract Chen Fan's attention. By relying on those traps, they don't expect to be able to kill people by relying on some traps. And Chen Fan quickly discovered something was wrong. Every few steps, you can encounter a trap. Some are rolling stones that come over, some are kune that shoots over, and simple trap pits, made of thousands of hooks. Is it over yet? Chen Fan kicked the rolling stone to pieces with one kick. Is it interesting for you to play with these things? He shouted, can't you fight like a ninja with me? With this kind of thing, who can be killed? However, when the Ghost Shark and the others heard the words, they were indifferent. Ninjas are supposed to act in stealth and sneak up on them. Which ninja plays with real knives and real guns? Soon, they waited for the opportunity. When Chen Fan smashed a flying tree with one punch, Hui Sha and the others lit up. chance. As long as his teammates don't react in a hurry, that's okay. They glanced at Yuhi Kane and Nahara, and after confirming the situation of the two, they were about to make a move subconsciously, but saw a few shadows flashing out. It's Yunren! 3 Yunren suddenly attacked. They moved extremely fast, chakra erupted under their feet, and there seemed to be thunder flowing, almost becoming a phantom. At the same time, he laughed loudly. Haha, thanks to the Friends of Warren Village. Ace Konoha scroll, we are welcome. In the next second, the ninja knife will be cut out. He slashed hard on Chen Fan's neck. It was as if the blood-splashing picture was about to emerge. However, clang! A sound that did not sound like a knife slashing meat. The 3 Yunren's laughter stopped abruptly. They looked at their knives dumbfounded, and the wound on Chen Fan's neck was less than a millimeter. Because the wound was too small, it only cut through Chen Fan's skin and cut out a red mark. There wasn't even a hint of bloodshed. Yunren and the others were stunned, and Gooey Shark and others also looked at everything in front of them with a dazed expression. What a knife! I'm killing people. But why is it like this? At this moment, Chen Fan suddenly grabbed the ninja sword in one hand. You guys, have you had enough? They simply don't know why Orochimaru never worries about the second exam. They don't even know how many energy-rich snakes Chen Fan has eaten during this time. Not to mention how amazing his current physique is. Chapter 34 Ghost Shark looks embarrassed. New book for Collection 44. Chapter 33 Ninja should wear heavy armor. New book for Collection 3/4. Have you had enough? Chen Fan's voice was cold. The constant harassment annoyed him. Trap, trap, trap. Can't you fight me like a real ninja? He grabbed the ninja sword that slashed at his neck, the sharp blade, but even his hand couldn't cut it. The Yunren, who was holding a ninja knife, looked at everything in front of him with a dazed expression, unable to accept such a result. Hearing Chen Fan's words, he subconsciously said, aren't we just like real ninjas? All ninjas are like this. Lurking in the dark, using various means to weaken the enemy, poisoning, trapping, ambush. Then attack in an instant. Do not. Chen Fan said with a look of disdain, you are not a real ninja at all. A real ninja should be like me. Strong power. As he said that, he exerted force on his hand. Holding Saizuna's ninja sword in his hand, he twisted it like a twisted twist. Sturdy physique. Chen Fan slapped his chest, and the sturdy muscles were pounded by the hammer, which was deafening, like a giant hammer hammering a big rock. Unparalleled destructive power. He took out his long sword and cut it out with one sword. A deep ravine was cut out of the earth. Your practice is all wrong. Chen Fan sighed. The current ninja is going the wrong way. Crispy, stealthy, high speed. Therefore, once the first mover is caught, under the premise that the difference in combat power is not large, it will be finished. So ninjas always like sneak attacks, sneak attacks, sneak attacks. Chen Fan was indeed a hit. He was annoyed by the trap and distracted, and was successfully attacked by Yunren. But he didn't care, and didn't even think it was a disadvantage. Don't you just not notice? Could it be that someone can always be alert enough? Can Naruto do it? Can Uchiha Madara do it? You say they can? Do you dare to say that they can remain vigilant even when they sleep? Can you be vigilant when you are in love with a woman? Joke. You went the wrong way. People like me are real ninjas. Chen Fan stepped on the broken ninja sword. Main idea? Mistake? So what? For example, when Asma attacked Chen Fan, he succeeded. Now Yunren's grip on Chen Fan has also succeeded. And then? What's the use? Boom! Chen Fan punched out. In the middle of Yunren's chest, he penetrated it instantly, and blood flowed wildly. You fake ninjas, if you cut me 100 times, I will be broken. Chen Fan looked at the ninja in front of him with a trace of disdain in his eyes. If I punch you, you can't die any longer. I was careless, fell into a trap, and lost my energy. So what? Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. People in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 34. It's rare for you bastards to kill me. False ninjas, obscene lurking, despicable sneak attacks. If they can't beat them, they just use their mouths to escape. Real ninjas, strong bodies, powerful strength. No matter who you are, all of them will be smashed. In my eyes, only a few people can be called ninjas. You, all of you are not ninjas. Such as the first, second, and third Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. They are different from the group of trash ninjas in front of them. They wear armor. Ninja. Shouldn't he be wearing heavy armor? That fluffy ninja suit has the defensive power of a chicken. He can hack people to death without being hacked to death. This is the real ninja. Chen Fan actually thought about preparing a set of heavy armor, but unfortunately, like the heavy sword he wanted, Konoha couldn't find it for the time being, and Orochimaru didn't support it, so he could only wear this ordinary ninja uniform to take the test. It's a pity this damn world hates this group of fake ninjas. Chen Fan's idea of wearing heavy armor was criticized by his teacher, Orochimaru. He actually said, "How can there be a ninja like you? The damn worldly vision. It's too oppressive for a real ninja like himself. And you." Chen Fan turned his head to look at the few people with a puzzled look on his face. It's clear that your 3th-generation Hokage is also a good ninja. But why did you educate Hokage? The 3rd generation of Hokage can be regarded as one of the few ninjas recognized by Chen Fan except for the above-mentioned people. Enough meat. An output. It is a pity that such a real ninja is rare, but it cannot change the mundane vision of Yin Village. Chen Fan looked regretful. And the Yinren people next to them were stupid, and they felt their heads were messed up. 3 generations of Hokage, is he what you said? Hokage-sama is also a ninja. Although he is physically strong, he can also sneak attacks and sneak inches, and the diving skills are better than theirs. Chen Fan looked at their confused eyes and sighed lightly. Forget it, a bunch of trash who don't understand ninja aesthetics. Just die. Then, the sword is raised. Chapter 35. Just follow the feeling and it's over. Chapter 34. Ghost Shark looks embarrassed. New book for collection 4/4. Chen Fan continued to walk forward with Yuri Hong and the two. All that was left was the broken corpse. And unlike other national ninjas who quietly followed up before this time, even the Ghost Shark stopped, wondering if he should keep up. This kind of enemy, is it a foul in the Chunin exam? The Ghost Shark couldn't help but scolded. That's a knife. It's a knife. Accurately hit the enemy's vitals, and the speed is as fast as lightning. Although it was a surprise attack, it was not as destructive as a full-strength ninjutsu, but it was also a slash that concentrated all of the strength of a ninja. However, Chen Fan was just broken. Am I facing Konoha Shiminin, or am I facing the 3rd Hokage himself? Yudo couldn't help but said. Even the 3 generations of Hokage at this age do not have such a physique, right? This monster. Also play chicken. Give up, you can't win. Another teammate sighed helplessly. Ninjas play one-hit kills. Because with the exception of a few aliens, most of the ninjas attack the strong and defend the weak. After all, it is Madara Uchiha, and it is impossible for his body to hold the blade of Kyune. Chen Fan is not good at perception, and his teammates have no perception type. Such an enemy can also attack by surprise. As long as you grasp the timing, you can hit a hit. But it's easy to hit a hit. But that can only break the skin. If it weren't for them to prevent the interference of Chen Fan's teammates, they watched Yuhika and Nahara in for a second and let Yinren grab them in front of them. Now this group of people who have been smashed to the point where they can't even put their bodies together should be the ghost sharks. Sure enough, seeing more beautiful women is conducive to longevity. After a moment of silence, the teammates spoke up. Ghost Shark, give up the mission. This task is not something we can accomplish. Although in the blood fight it is necessary to complete the task, even if it is desperate. But this time the task is obviously not completed, and even if you fight your life, you will not be able to succeed. They don't want to die in vain either. Anyway, Chen Fan is not the only team in the Chunin exam. Other teams can also snatch their scrolls. The ghost shark fell into silence. He also understood the thoughts of his teammates, but... have you ever thought about it? The ghost shark suddenly said, what if he blocks at the gate of the finish line? For a moment, the two were stunned. Chen Fan's direction has not changed. He walked straight towards the central tower. Although the speed is not fast, the scroll in his hand is enough. However, he and the others had to grab the scrolls first before they could reach the central tower, and in case Chen Fan arrived first and didn't rush in, he just blocked the door at the door. This time, no one except Konoha will pass the exam. Yuu's expressions instantly became extremely ugly, and their eyes were blank. The five kingdoms compete, and the Chunin exam is the stage to show its deterrent power. And in case people know that in an exam, most of Konoha completed the exam, but their missed ninja village does not have a qualified ninja. 3 generations of Mizukish will kill them. The watermelon mountain pufferfish will not let them go. The high-level executives who feel that they have tarnished the reputation of the blood fight will not let them go. Even their families will be implicated. Let's go, we still have hope. The ghost shark suddenly got up. And... hope? The two looked at the ghost shark subconsciously. It's not about our Mastino family anymore. This man... he shouldn't be dealt with by our team. The ghost shark whispered, we should unite and clean it up with all our strength. Everyone unites and piles them up with numbers, and they can also pile up to death. The big deal is to make some sacrifices. There was firmness in his voice. Apparently, he already had the consciousness that he was willing to die for it. The other two looked at each other. As ninjas born in the blood fight, they are not afraid of death. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic, chapter 35. But will other ninjas in Ninja Village listen to us? Yudo couldn't help asking. Yes. The ghost shark's voice was calm. After all, what we are about to face, the ninjas of other countries will also have to face. No one is willing to let the country lose face because of themselves. Maybe other ninja villages will not punish them as severely as Wu Ninja Village, but the humiliation will also be carried for a lifetime. Let's go, taking advantage of the fact that there are a group of ninjas who are following Chen Fan just like us. Let's unite them first. The last battle, life or death. No one's here yet. Chen Fan pouted. He hasn't seen a new enemy for 30 minutes since he finished fighting Yunren just now. After all, it is distributed in the entire forest of death, and it is normal to not find it for a while. You, he said casually. Yes, yes. Nahara Rin nodded and then said, so, are we going to find a place to have a picnic? She goes out of her way to get up 3 hours in advance to prepare meals. Well, it can be considered. Chen Fan touched his chin. Let's rush to the door of the central tower first. As a member of Guishan, Chen Fan did plan to squat at the door and wait for them. However, unlike ghost sharks thought of forbidding ninjas from other countries from entering, Chen Fan simply thought. No matter how they go, they will eventually come to the door. Chen Fan said with excitement. So I will definitely meet them and then rush again. However, in fact, the time to encounter the enemy was a little earlier than Chen Fan imagined. Sorry, Chen Fan, from now on, don't even think about taking a step. The slightly hoarse voice of the ghost shark sounded. Figures appeared one after another. Some stand on trees, some stand on the ground, and some hide in the shadows. Young ninja, Miss Ninja, Taki Ninja, Ring Ninja. The four head guards on their heads had their own marks, but they stood together in unison. This is... Surune Yuhi and Rin Nahara were shocked. Why are these ninjas from different countries united now? Why? Like Chen Fan, although the two women have also learned a lot of perception skills, they are not specialized in this aspect. Although they occasionally found the shadow of some ninjas following them, they didn't know how many people followed them, nor what those ninjas saw. But now they know that these ninjas are all coming to Chen Fan. The ghost shark stood in the most central position, his eyes narrowed slightly. Summoning ninjas is very simple, and ninjas from all countries have their own contact information. And it is very simple to convince everyone. The ninjas behind Chen Fan are from any country. With them as witnesses, it is not difficult to convince others. An alliance against Chen Fan was quickly formed. This is the history of the Chunin exam. Do not. This should be the first time in the history of the entire world that ninjas from all over the world have joined forces. And all this. It's all just because of a man who is younger than them. This made the organizers of the alliance confused and complicated. But no matter what, facing so many ninjas, Chen Fan is doomed. It's interesting. Chen Fan looked at the crowd in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowed. This exam is relatively simple, and there are about 70 teams participating in the second exam. And there are 50 of them. It can be said that with the exception of Konoha's ninja, almost all other ninjas have assembled. I said why I waited for a long time, and I didn't see anyone attacking. It turns out that you all knew that you were going to fight in a group. Chen Fan showed a happy smile, but it doesn't matter, coming together means delivering food together. Just in time to hurry up. With an excited look on his face, he raised the sword. Come on then. HMTH, it's your honor to be our common goal. Guisha said coldly. Then let's get started. Okay. Chen Fan said excitedly. For the sake of your hard work, I will let you take the shot first. Come on. After 3 minutes. Chen Fan frowned and looked at the motionless crowd. Hey, let's go. How many are you still watching? But no one moved. An embarrassed look appeared on the ghost shark's face. Chapter 36 Crazy Transformation, New Book for Collection. Chapter 35 Just cut it according to the feeling and it's over. Add more votes for the evaluation. Please don't pity me, keep voting. I can hold on for one more time. The nations of the ninja world have been fighting since the establishment of the village. The first ninja war, the second ninja war, and the upcoming third ninja war. In less than 50 years, I hit 3 times. Even among the current ninja candidates, there are some who participated in the last Ninja World War. All together, join forces to attack the enemy? What a joke. Under the premise of the Naruto generation's allied forces of the ninja world, the bosses of all ninja villages agreed there were some people who were unwilling to obey orders. Now this is the Chunin exam. Chen Fan is a competitor, and so are the others. According to the rules of the second exam, even if you kill Chen Fan, you have to eliminate the others before you can enter the third exam. Therefore, it is basically certain that the civil war of the Alliance will break out the moment Chen Fan is killed. In this case, who will take the lead? The first shot will usher in a counterattack from Chen Fan. Is going to die. Go ahead. What are you doing? Chen Fan couldn't help scolding. However, it was of no use. Ninjas from all over the world glared and murdered, but they did not move. Made. Chen Fan couldn't help cursing. For the first time, he showed humility and let the enemy take the first shot, but there was no one who shot. A bunch of cowards. What are you doing together? Isn't it okay to die obediently? Ghost Shark's face is embarrassed. He is not bad, and he can recognize the situation, but only not good at persuading others. However, it's time to start. The Ghost Shark took a deep breath and suddenly appeared behind the Fog Ninja. Go! He stretched out his hand, grabbed the next Jinin and threw it away. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 36. Wu endured for a moment and found that he seemed to be charging and rushed in front of Chen Fan, who was holding a sword with a face full of anger. Fuck! He almost urinated on the spot. Oh! Jin Wang flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He glanced at Yao, who was rushing towards him, showing excitement. I was wrong. It seems that there are still some brave people in your alliance. And the Fog endured with despair on his face. I brave you none. Boom. Chen Fan punched the Fog and pierced through the chest. Wu Ren Xiren let out a final roar, but it was not aimed at Chen Fan, but Ghost Shark. The Ghost Shark was expressionless. If this confrontation continues, the alliance will be over. And he can't throw other people from Shinobi Village, so this unstable alliance will collapse in an instant. So, this is a necessary sacrifice. The Ghost Shark was expressionless and said loudly, Everyone, I have already taken action in Wunin Village. Do you think you all look at it like this? What a cruel man! Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, at this time, only Mist Ninja Village will take the lead, and although the Ghost Shark is also very strong, it is the organizer of the alliance, and once he dies, it will easily affect the overall situation. The only solution is to sacrifice other Mist Ninjas. But that being said, how many people can make a decisive decision at a critical moment? Even the famous White Fang gave up his mission because of his teammates. Miss Trent's friends have already expressed their sincerity, and we will come too. A Yunren shouted with a resolute expression on his face. He seems to be the leader of Yunren's side and is very authoritative. Without hesitation, the first one rushed towards Chen Fan, which immediately caused the other Yunren to follow. Only then did the Ghost Shark breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that the other party also has a big picture, and at this time, the chain will not fall. Then next. It's a fight. Rush! Chen Fan slashed out and cut off a ninja who rushed over. Blood splattered, but there was an excited smile on his face. Fire escape. The art of fireball. A Taki ninja made a seal on his hands, and flames spurted out. A huge flame surged. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and rushed into the flames. The next second, Taki Shinobu saw a figure in front of him rushing out of the flames. Boom! The iron fist blasted out, piercing his chest. In fact, the alliance offensive is very fierce. Thousands of books, Kyune shot out like rain. However, even Chen Fan's skin could not be cut. Li Dun. Pseudo-darkness. The violent thunder was torn apart by Chen Fan's punch. Water escape. Water rush. The turbulent water flow could not stop Chen Fan for a moment. He seems to be one of the most violent beasts, ravaging the audience. The Ghost Shark bit his lip. His strength is stronger, and his ninjutsu is much better than others, but he also has no confidence that he can break Chen Fan's defense. That is, we already knew Chen Fan's intelligence, and we have been using various clones to stand in front, otherwise. Ninjutsu such as Lee Clone and Water Clone are definitely rare in the lower ninja, but the ninjas taking the exam in front of them are all elites, and there are many people who know this type of ninjutsu. These physical avatars share too much pressure from Chen Fan. Otherwise, the situation would have collapsed already. Boom! Chen Fan punched the water in front of him and penetrated the giant tree behind him. Then, once again, stared at a ninja not far away. The next second, Chen Fan suddenly passed by. Tall body with unparalleled momentum. What? The ninja couldn't help but let out a terrified cry. He was not a clone, but an entity. He subconsciously tied the seal that he was most familiar with. Magic? This is not a technique. This is just his self-help with all his strength, and he doesn't actually expect it to work. After all, a ninja that was so much stronger than him couldn't hold a punch in front of Chen Fan, and he was just a broken jar. However, Chen Fan actually stopped. Chen Fan frowned, looked left and right, and stopped. Holding his sword, he slashed a few times, but only hit the air. Magic? The non-jutsu here is a ninjutsu, aimed at cognition, which can confuse people's senses. Chen Fan frowned. At this time, there were no enemies in his sight. Illusion? It's really troublesome. Chen Fan's change was so great that everyone was stunned. Stop. Illusions? Yes. Illusions are useful to him. The ghost shark reacted faster than the ninja who subconsciously performed illusions, and immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid, illusions have miraculous effects on him. We can attack him while the illusion is in effect." Illusion, in fact, not only confuses the enemy, but also directly hurts the opponent's spirit. However, Ghost Shark really doesn't think that a strong person like Chen Fan will be weak in spirit. He might be a little more academic, and might only be good at melee combat. But that doesn't mean he's mentally weak. At the same time, as a high-end ninjutsu, illusion requires complex ninja knowledge. Even many contestants in the name of genius are really not proficient. It's better to take advantage of Chen Fan's illusion. Let's attack together. The others were not slow to respond, but the one who responded the fastest was undoubtedly the lucky ninja who used illusions to confuse Chen Fan. He instantly showed a look of joy and rushed over with Kunwu in hand. What Chen Fan is in is his illusion. He can guarantee that Chen Fan can't see himself at all at this time. Then, isn't it possible that he can fight whatever he wants? This time, the man who made all the contestants sleepy will die in his swish. A knife flashed, and blood spattered. Oh, it was hit. Chen Fan said calmly, his eyes blinked, and his sight has been restored. Looking down again, there was indeed a body on the ground that was cut into two sections by him. Wild intuition, silver, derived from the genes of beasts, the most profound fighting instinct can instantly recognize the most suitable action for oneself in battle. So it doesn't matter if you can't see people, just cut it according to the feeling. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 37 Chapter 37 What happened in the Forest of Death. Chapter 36 Madness Open. New book for collection. Not counting the special types of other gods in Izanagi, there are actually two types of illusions. One is an illusion similar to the moon reading, which mainly hurts the spirit of the enemy. One is the magic trick used by the ninja just now. It's not a trick here, and it mainly confuses the enemy. As Ghost Shark estimated, an attack similar to Yudu would not be effective against Chen Fan. It's not that he can't hit illusion, but so what? A strong body breeds a strong soul. Although it is not as exaggerated as the body, Chen Fan is not afraid of ordinary mental damage. On the contrary, it is an illusion that confuses perception, which is more troublesome for him. People are used to capturing enemy information with their eyes, nose, and ears, but illusion can confuse your perception. But Chen Fan is not good at illusion, nor is he good at delusion. But no problem. I can't solve the illusion. Even hacking the person who applied the illusion can solve this problem. Chen Fan touted that the illusion had been solved at this time. At this time, he had once again seen the enemies in reality. Illusions can confuse feelings, but they can't confuse Chen Fan's intuition. I felt like I should cut there, so I tried to cut it. And I hit it. This is Chen Fan's solution to the illusion. So it's still very effective. Chen Fan secretly said, I don't know why Mr. Orochimaru is so angry when he sees me like this. Sure enough, Orochimaru is a very good scientist, but his vision is also a lot lower due to the confusion of those false ninjas in this world. And myself is different. Although he has only lived in 2 worlds, in terms of vision, he is much higher than Orochimaru. That's right. That's it. They are all wrong and I am right. Chen Fan thought about it and slashed it. Fuck. The ninjas who were about to show their joy and sneak attack, before they had time to change their expressions, were scared and wanted to run. Illusion. Quickly use illusion. Ghost Shark couldn't help shouting. At this time, the ninja next to him reacted and hurriedly used illusion to confuse Chen Fan's perception. Come back. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Then I felt the scene in front of me changed. He slashed a few times randomly according to his intuition, and it seemed that he had hit some people, but he did not hit the person who released the illusion, so the illusion was not cracked. In reality, several corpses fell under Chen Fan's feet. These were all people who were hacked to death by Chen Fan before they could escape. This scared the hearts of countless ninjas. But strangely, Chen Fan didn't seem to do anything else. The illusion is still effective for him. The ghost shark frowned when he saw this scene. A qualified ninja will know how to collect the required information in battle and analyze the corresponding results. For example, the watermelon mountain pufferfish can analyze the information on Chen Fan's side only by sound. The ghost shark is also trying to find the hope of defeating Chen Fan. Could it be? The ghost shark narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, Chen Fan didn't intend to stay still. However, he tried hard to sense the enemy's position, but he didn't feel anything. Strange, when you cut directly with Orochimaru Sensei, you can clearly perceive his position. Could it be? Chen Fan's mouth twitched, and he quickly figured out the problem. These guys are too weak. Wild intuition allows Chen Fan to instantly recognize the most suitable action for him in battle. But the problem is, the enemy is too weak to cause any harm to Chen Fan. What is the difference between such a person and the ants on the roadside? Wild intuition doesn't think the other party is an enemy at all, which makes Chen Fan's intuition very vague. I can't feel them because of weakness. Chen Fan rubbed his head. If the other party is launching an attack, Chen Fan can still detect it. But now the opponent did not launch an attack. That is to say, the only thing that can be sure is the guy who is hiding far away and using illusions, so let him first change his position. Chen Fan frowned. Next second, Chen Fan suddenly felt an attack hitting him. And the attack distance. Far away. He jumped suddenly and slashed over with a knife. But it doesn't feel like a cut at all. Sure enough. The ghost shark let out a long sigh of relief. Imagination ninjas continue to rotate, pay attention to maintaining a distance from Chen Fan, and use illusions alternately. Others are ready, remember, launch an attack, stop immediately, and move your position. It's far from Chen Fan. Use long-range attacks. If you can't attack with long-range ninjutsu, just use Kyune for me. His eyes lit up. Finally found a way to deal with this man. The ghost shark was about to cry. Does this still look like a Chunin exam? It seems that when facing those famous shadow-level masters, Ninja Village will organize ninjas and arrange tactics in a targeted manner. But now, this matter falls on a genin who just graduated at the age of 12. Fortunately, we have already seen the dawn. The ghost shark took a deep breath. This kind of combat intuition is found in many ninjas who have experienced many battles. Chen Fan didn't hide it, so the ghost shark quickly discovered the problem from Chen Fan's performance and began to target. For long-range attacks, change places as soon as one hits, then hide the murderous aura and attack again after a period of time. Even if Chen Fan suddenly exploded, the distance would consume a lot of time. And this kind of intuition has never been kept too long or too accurate. There may be some sacrifices, but it is not unacceptable. Attack. Keep attacking. The ghost shark shouted. Boom. 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 A mess of ninjutsu slammed into Chen Fan. Fierce ninjutsu, but can only make his body shake twice, cannot cause any injuries. But there are no casualties. Sure enough, we should be the authentic ninja. Our method is the king's way. Ghost Shark couldn't help but said. What Chen Fan said before actually made him very uncomfortable. Ninjas rely on their fists. Wear heavy armor. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic chapter 38 raise a great sword. Does this look like a ninja? Real ninjas like us are constantly creating situations that are beneficial to them, and if they miss a hit, they will immediately escape. We are the real ninjas. His voice reached Chen Fan's ears, but Chen Fan's expression instantly turned hideous. In fact, the current situation has not fundamentally changed. Chen Fan couldn't cut the enemy temporarily, but the opponent's ninjutsu and illusion skills required a lot of chakra, and he couldn't afford to delay the time. As for the Ghost Shark, there is not even a person who can cause enough injuries to Chen Fan. But a group of fake ninjas, they wanted to fight with you and make you realize your mistakes, but what are you playing hide and seek with me now, and calling yourself real ninjas? Okay. That old man doesn't play anymore. You're all going to die. Chen Fan's eyes became scarlet by the way, and a strong bloody aura erupted from him. Crazy open. Chapter 38 The Three Generations of Hokage, with a confused look, new book for collection. Chapter 37 What Happened in the Forest of Death. New book for collection. Burning blood. Chen Fan's face was hideous, and a terrifying aura came out of him. His muscles swelled suddenly, bulging out a piece of blue veins, big and fast, bronze-colored muscles like the roots of an old tree, twisted into knots, and thick blood vessels, like black snakes slowly beating on the skin. The whole person also instantly rose, from a height of 1.7 meters to more than 2 meters. The heavy breathing continued, and the pupils were full of blood red. Roar! A roar came out of Chen Fan's mouth. But it was completely different from the battle cry he had used before, more violent, more fierce. A voice that did not resemble a human voice roared, shaking the sky and shaking the earth, setting off a wave of air. The trees were trembling and the leaves danced wildly. The earth is screaming, the sand is shaking. What's the situation? What happened to him? Ghost Shark and the other ninjas were startled and subconsciously stopped attacking. However, Chen Fan suddenly stepped out. Boom! He rushed towards the ninja. His posture was messed up, his body was rushing straight, his face was full of ferocious colors, the sword in his hand was held high, ready to go, and the whole person had no defense at all. Buzzing. Tadeo whispered, as if unable to withstand the enormous pressure. And then cut. A white crack to several meters long swept away. For a time, it seemed that there was only that blade of light left in the world. Boom. The sword light fell, and a deep ravine was cut out of the earth. Tens of meters long, bottomless. Whether it is a rock, a giant tree, or a hiding ninja in front of the light of the sword, it all vanishes into thin air. Couldn't find even a shred of minced meat. The Ghost Shark and the others seemed to have stopped breathing and looked at all this in a stunned manner. This is a slash that can be cut by a human. However, Chen Fan did not stop at all. After the knife was cut out, he suddenly charged towards the ninja next to him. When the evil wind hits, it is obviously just a single person's charge, but it seems like 1,000 troops, which makes people terrified. The ninja's face changed instantly, with a look of horror on his face, and he wanted to run away subconsciously. Calm down. Where's the illusion ninja? Quickly use illusion. The Ghost Shark shouted in horror. At this time, the ninja woke up like a dream and quickly formed the seal. We still have illusions, no matter what kind of weird ninjutsu Chen Fan uses, as long as he uses illusions to limit his perception. The next second, the Ghost Shark's eyes widened. He saw that while Chen Fan rushed towards the ninja, he chopped off a python on a passing tree. The python is not that kind of giant python, but it is more than 1 meter long and the type is non-toxic. However, it was cut off by Chen Fan, by the way. This made the Ghost Shark couldn't help but think of a question. The reason why they can ignore Chen Fan's perception is because Chen Fan subconsciously does not regard them as opponents, and his terrifying intuition can only work the moment he shoots at him. As long as one's own side maintains a good distance and attacks from a distance, Chen Fan's intuition can be avoided. But now, that non-venomous python is much less threatening than a ninja. No, it shouldn't. The ghost shark muttered to himself in horror. But things were moving in the direction he least wanted to see. Brush! Cut it out. The ravines of the earth are reproduced. And the ninja who was regarded as the target was involved in the knife fight and disappeared completely. What's the matter, don't you use illusions? The ninja's companion couldn't help scolding. We used it. The illusion ninja looked horrified. He was also hit, but I don't know why, but he still hit. Insanity is sacrificing reason and greatly strengthens other qualities of oneself. No matter the eyes or the nose, the ability to perceive is to cooperate with thinking and then decide the movement of the body. But now I have given up thinking, what else can I perceive? If you want to cut it, just cut it. Brush! Chen Fan suddenly appeared in front of a ninja and slashed over. The fierce knife light devoured everything. Coupled with the previous few knives, the terrain here has been completely changed. He's stronger again. Isn't that kind of attack that rarely requires charging? The ghost shark looked terrified. Chen Fan's attack was already very strong. But compared to now, why is it so much worse? How did he know that Chen Fan is now a diamond-level madman? Bronze-level madness, sacrificing 10% of the physical fitness of intellectual intelligence. Silver-level madness can increase by 30%. Unsurpassing gold, becoming the first Chen Fan to possess the diamond-level skill is enough to double Chen Fan's physical fitness. This is no one else. It's Chen Fan. Chen Fan's original physique was able to resist swords. His strength can easily smash people into minced meat with one punch. And now, whether it's speed, strength or physique, all doubled. Run! Run! Finally, the Ninja Coalition collapsed. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 39 and the Ghost Shark did not prevent the collapse of the Coalition. In other words, he escaped much faster than other ninjas. Don't try to escape, you'll die for the Lord. At this time, outside the Forest of Death, countless leading teachers looked into the forest with solemn expressions. The earth is like an earthquake, and it trembles from time to time. Even they are so far away, they feel that the whole person is shaking. What's even more exaggerated than this is that violent murderous aura. It seemed like the danger of a blade touching his neck, and it seemed like a beast came out of the cage, trying to vent his anger. Even the quasi-shadow powerhouses like the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost opened their mouths wide, their faces shocked, and they felt incomparable heart palpitations. What happened? What is this breath? What happened in the Forest of Death? Chapter 39, Don't Believe in Evil Danzo, New Book for Collection. Chapter 38, The Three Generations of Hokage, with a confused look, New Book for Collection. Countless leading teachers stared blankly at the center of the Forest of Death. That breath is too fierce, like a peerless beast. If it wasn't for the fact that the tailed beasts were too big to hide, they would probably suspect that Konoha threw the 9 tails out. Boom! 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 The earth kept shaking like an earthquake. What the hell happened in the Forest of Death? Everyone's eyes widened and they stared at the Forest of Death. The most central breath. Anyway, it is stronger than their own breath. Not to mention the Shangnin people, even the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost with quasi-shadow strength felt the shock and was a little panicked. Could it be that some enemy sneaked in and wanted to destroy our students? The teacher who led the team from another country spoke, his eyes fixed on Konoha's side. The students who can be sent out to take the Chunin exam are all elites. Is genius. Now that the Third World War is approaching, could it be said that Konoha held some kind of Chunin exam just to eliminate the geniuses of our shinobi village? Afterwards, if you give a name that an enemy sneaks in, you can be a rogue. The invigilator was also under a lot of pressure, but he did know that this was not Konoha's arrangement. Otherwise, it is impossible that even the person in charge of him is not aware of this matter. But, looking at the many ninjas whose eyes were gradually flickering with suspicion, he didn't know how to explain. Even he wondered if a strong man had slipped inches, as for the purpose. Killing those candidates here will not only weaken the combat power of other countries, but also put the stigma on Konoha. Maybe I should go in and take a look. The invigilator Kamijin thought to himself. Suddenly. What's wrong? What happened? 3 generations of Hokage rushed over. He frowned slightly and looked towards the middle of the Forest of Death. Obviously, the movement of the Forest of Death, even he who lives firmly in the Hokage building, felt it. It's not just him actually. Jiraiya, Zaichin, Danzo and others also, came one after another. 3 generations of adults, this kind of sound suddenly appeared in the Forest of Death, and it has a good momentum. The invigilator Kamijin knelt down on one knee and said, I'm planning to go in and see what happened. No need to probe, this is what Chen Fan made. Orochimaru Shishiran came over, glanced at the Forest of Death, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He had probably guessed what the result was. Chen Fan? That Konoha's ace? The one who graduated this year? Orochimaru's disciple? Everyone was stunned. They were not unfamiliar with his name, but... Is Chen Fan so strong? This ferocious aura, even they felt far away from the Forest of Death. Even the 3 generations of Hokage himself were stunned for a moment. He did have high hopes for Chen Fan, but he didn't think that Chen Fan could express such an aura. But since Orochimaru spoke up, he was relieved. As long as it's something that the candidates make, then Konoha is not responsible. So the 3 generations of Hokage smiled slightly and said indifferently to the nervous teachers leading the team, everyone, please rest assured, with my Konoha strength, I will never let any ninja slip into the exam room. The matter in front of me is just the actions of the candidates participating in the competition and has nothing to do with the enemy, right, Orochimaru? Orochimaru, yes, it should be my student, Chen Fan. 3 generations of Hokage, this is a normal exam, and casualties are inevitable. Don't your students also sign a life and death certificate before the exam? You can't blame others for being killed by Chen Fan, right, Orochimaru? Orochimaru's lips moved slightly, yes, this is the rule of the Chunin exam. There is a risk of death in the Chunin exam, and everyone knows that. As long as Konoha did not use some despicable means to cause the annihilation of his entire army, it is actually acceptable. Hearing the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, everyone suddenly calmed down a little bit of anger. 3 generations of Hokage, in the Chunin exam, only the elite can stand out from it, but I believe that your disciples are the best in your ninja village, and at most harm some mediocre people, right, Orochimaru? The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. No, they will all die. 3 Hokage. I am comforting these teachers, leading the team. What are you saying with confidence there? Is there anything you want to brag about your own disciples? Can't you wait to talk about it later? Don't dismantle me. I'm serious. Orochimaru also understood the eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the corner of his mouth twitched, although I don't want to admit it, but... It is estimated that half of those candidates are now dead. As if responding to the words of Orochimaru, a knife light suddenly flickered. All they saw was a crack spreading across the ground, and soon it was in front of them. So then subconsciously looked down the knife mark. From a distance, with the eyesight of a ninja, there is no end in sight for a while. Did this last a mile? What a joke. This kind of attack, even these Junin can take it. A group of students, can they bear it? Lord Hokage. Our shinobi village is Konoha's ally. You can't target our shinobi village like this. One of the candidates sent by our ninja village is a high-level advisor's child with special bloodstains. Are you not afraid of causing diplomatic problems? This is already the destructive power of the shadow level, right? Konoha, why do you allow such a strong person to pretend to be a student? The crowd suddenly became excited. Either pleading or cursing, no one can make peace. Calm, calm. The three generations of Hokage reassured and said at the same time, don't worry, Chen Fan just needs to collect scrolls no matter what. As long as your students give up the scrolls, he will. His state is called madness. After entering this state, he will only think about killing people. Orochimaru explained next to him, collecting scrolls? It doesn't exist. People are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 43 Hokage. Lord Hokage. Many teachers who led the team were excited again. Don't worry. The three generations of Hokage tried to stabilize the state. This madness should be some kind of explosive state, right? Everyone is familiar with it. How long do you think this state will last? Madness is a typical explosive skill, and there are actually many similar skills in the ninja world. For example, aim and Dunji is similar. Hearing the voice of the three generations of Hokage, everyone reluctantly calmed down. There is a certain chance of death in the Chunin exam. In fact, if it wasn't for Konoha being too despicable to actually let the shadow-level powerhouse step down, they wouldn't do this. You Konoha can hide such a genius, you are strong enough. It's a big deal to lose some ninjas. As long as the entire army is not wiped out, everyone can accept it. Since entering the casino of the Chunin exam, it is natural to be willing to admit defeat. This measure still exists in various countries. Some people even thought that maybe their disciples could take advantage of the weak period at the end of Chen Fan's mem page to end Chen Fan's life. That would be a big profit. Yes, that's right. The third Hokage finally smiled. This time, Chen Fan really shocked everyone. His purpose of holding the Chunin exam has been accomplished. Next, you just need to appease this group of people and then let them bring the message that Konoha is very strong and cannot be humiliated back to their village. Then you're done. So the three generations of Hokage smiled and said softly, soothing. Everyone is a ninja, don't be so impulsive. We Konoha are also taking a lot of risks. What if Chen Fan's outbreak period ends and he is attacked? So from the perspective of risk, everyone is the same. It's good to wait for Chen Fan's outbreak to end. Anyway, the outbreak can't last long. By the way, Orochimaru, how long can Chen Fan's outbreak last? The last sentence was turned around and said to Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked up at the sky, his eyes were blank, and he said in an almost murmured voice, it lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. Yes, you see, as long as we wait 3 days and 3. Sandai Hokage's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. 3 days and nights? He turned his head to look at Orochimaru with a confused look. I didn't lie to you. Orochimaru looked at the expression of the three generations of Hokage and turned his head away a little unbearably. Although this burst mode consumes a lot of physical strength. But Chen Fa's endurance is too strong. The recovery of physical strength is also very fast. So, the third Hokage was stunned for 10 seconds. Then he jumped up like his butt was on fire. Quick! Let's go save people. Chapter 40 Danzo-sama, hold your head and squat to defend. For the reward of WX7398211723, Fantasy Ghost. The 39th chapter does not believe in evil Danzo. New book for collection. Chen Fan's mem page continues. Knife light flashed. A python was cut off. A sudden punch. A tiger was hammered to death. Slash hard with a knife. Countless slashes flew out, wantonly raging in the forest of death. Small meters, large dozens of meters. The tree was cut off, and cracks appeared in the ground. By the way, I killed the ninja hiding there. Chen Fan's face was hideous and his breathing was heavy. The blood soaked his clothes, and the whole person was like an evil spirit crawling out of the sea of blood. His eyes are red, the blade is red, and everything on his body is blood-stained red. Countless ninjas fled in war. Once, when many ninjas entered the Forest of Death, they did not take the Forest of Death seriously. Dead Forest? What a big name! We are the elites, who came out of the blood fog, Kunin, Takinen. Konoha is really arrogant and likes to exaggerate. And now. Boom! 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 Countless knife lights flickered. The huge rock was cut into 2 sections. Thick trees were chopped down by knife gas. Whether it's a ninja or any other creature, in Chen Fan's eyes, it's just a target to be slashed. The diamond-level madness finally showed its power. The entire Forest of Death is turning into a real place of death. 3 generations of Hokage and others saw such a scene. My Forest of Death. 3 generations of Hokage felt heartbroken. Dead Forest is Konoha's most classic exam room. And now. A quarter has been destroyed. They are not close to Chen Fan, but they can see him clearly because there are no trees in the middle. They were all cut off by Chen Fan. 3 generations of Hokage, you need to explain this to me, Yunren. Is this the power that a genin should have? Which shadow-level powerhouse do you have to pretend to be a genin? Jiraiya? Or is it that White Fang is not dead? The 3 generations of Hokage were surrounded by Jounin led by countless other countries with bad expressions. And from time to time, I look at Chen Fan with shocked eyes. This power. They can't stand it. Let the students fight. Students are geniuses, but geniuses also need time to grow. The 3 generations of Hokage opened their mouths, and Chen Fan perfectly completed the task he explained, successfully shocking everyone. But you are so successful. Chunin exams can indeed kill people, even a lot of people, or even half of them. But now it's obvious that Chen Fan wants to kill everyone. And in case this happens, when the time comes, the merchants and nobles in the entire ninja world will know that one of Konoha shinobi killed all the other ninjas from the outer village who came to take the exam. Then they will naturally think your country's ninjas are so useless they were hacked to death like Konoha alone. Let's go find Konoha ninjas to escort us. That is not shock and awe, but to push other countries to the end. Then you don't have to think about anything else. People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 41. The shadows of other ninja villages will only use war to tell the client that our village is stronger than Konoha. I know, I'll let him stop now. Sandai Hokage said solemnly and was about to move forward. But he was grabbed by Orochimaru. Don't go. Orochimaru said solemnly, Chen Fan at this time will not listen to people. The 3rd Hokage was stunned. I am Hokage. Can he not listen to me, Hokage? The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched, revealing an expression that was almost a wry smile. I'm still his teacher. Chen Fan even cut me. The 3 generations of Hokage frowned, guessing that it was probably the sequelae of Chen Fan's outbreak, but he didn't take it seriously. What if you don't listen? The big deal is to suppress with force. As a 3-generation Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is in his prime, has this confidence. Orochimaru saw the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage, but shook his head. It is impossible to suppress it with strength. Even if it's you, it's the same. You have no idea how terrifying Chen Fan is when he explodes. The current Chen Fan is already exaggerated. The violent sword Kai swims wildly like a mad beast, making people give in 3 feet. However, what he is facing now is only a group of existences that are not regarded as enemies by him at all. If he faces a real powerhouse, he will really explode. Extraordinary strength, furious speed, endless stamina, unparalleled defense, and that terrifying intuition. You have no idea what kind of monster he's combined to become. Orochimaru sighed softly. Madness will make Chen Fan almost irrational, and he only wants to kill, and whoever cuts whoever he sees. But fortunately, Orochimaru is a very good teacher. After a long time of training, he finally got his hands on it. Remember the pose I asked every Konoha ninja to remember? Orochimaru said, as long as you keep this pose, you won't be chased by Chen Fan. In order to train Chen Fan's instinct not to take action against those who hold his head and squat to defend, Orochimaru paid a great price. Thinking about it, he couldn't help touching his chest. After a pause, Orochimaru continued, let every candidate in the competition put their heads in a squatting posture and then slowly move them out. The limit distance that Chen Fan's intuition can detect is 1 kilometer. The forest of death is full of animals which can't block Chen Fan's actions. So we should completely abandon the Death Forest and temporarily expel all the residents within 1 kilometer of the Death Forest and wait for Chen Fan to calm down naturally. Anyway, 3 days, not much. It's unnecessary. Danzo next to him couldn't help but say, Orochimaru, what do you mean? Amir Shinoin, are you trying to make our Konoha lose face in front of the Jounin of various countries? Completely abandon the forest of death and block the surrounding area for another kilometer? Just for a little stubbornness? The 3 generations of Hokage frowned. In fact, he also felt that Orochimaru was a bit too much. This is quite a shameful thing. Especially in front of various countries. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Danzo really doesn't believe in evil. What do you think? Orochimaru asked Danzo. Let my people take action. If Chen Fan dares to resist, he will suppress it. Tuanzang said coldly. Then you can do it yourself. Orochimaru sneered and stretched out his hand to make a please. The 3 generations of Hokage hesitated and chose silence. Then I'll do it. Danzo stepped forward. To be honest, when I heard that you forced every Konoha ninja to learn some weird poses, I felt very embarrassed. As a Konoha ninja, don't you feel ashamed to pose like that? Now I'll correct your mistakes. The voice fell. In an instant, 6 Sanbyu ninjas dressed in black appeared, all of them elites from the roots. Go, stop him. Danzo ordered. Chen Fan's current state is very strange. Although he seems to have shadow-level destructive power, how much can he play when he is unconscious? For students, it may be almost invincible. But for the battle-hardened strong. The team formed by the 2 teams is enough. Danzang's eyes drooped slightly, and it was a good thing to take action at this time, just in time to test the secret of Chen Fan's outbreak. A small stubbornness instantly exploded into a shadow level. This kind of secret fascinates him. The Shangren at the root bowed his head and took the lead, heading straight for Chen Fan. As Danzo said, those Shangren didn't care about Chen Fan either. Ninjas are sane. Ambush, assassinate, poison. A series of means are all-powerful ninjas. And the power that cannot be controlled by reason, how strong is it? Shangjin quickly approached and said loudly, Chen Fan, Lord Danzo, orders you to rush. A knife light flickered. The name Joinin was cut off in an instant. Chapter 41. A group of rabbits are jumping in the forest of death. New book for collection. Chapter 40. Lord Tuanzang, hold your head and squat. Add more rewards for WX underline. Dream Ghost. A knife light flickered. The name Joinin was cut off in an instant. Blood and internal organs flew down, and his face was still dazed. Does this work for me? I'm not finished yet. Asshole. How dare you? The other Junin was just about to scold him, but Chen Fan took a quicker step and rushed over first. With a wave of the sword in his hand, the dazzling light of the sword flickered, dividing a Jounin into 2.5. Then he grabbed a boulder and smashed it directly at one person. The Jounin was not slow to respond. Just as he was about to use a water jet to cut open the boulder, he saw that the boulder shattered. Chen Fan's figure rushed over with a shattered boulder, and while Shangren was stunned, a punch pierced his chest. In a short period of time, half of the Shangren team sent by Danzo died. Damn it. Tuanzang had an angry look on his face, unable to get off the stage. I was talking in front of Orochimaru just now, but now half of the people sent out are dead. He snorted coldly, dropped his crutches and rushed over by himself. Seeing this, the third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it is placed in Konoha, which is a big family, it is not something that can be easily lost. However, they just lost 3 places in one go. Even Hokage will be distressed. The key is to be killed by one's own people. But fortunately, since Danzo has already taken action, it should be fine, right? People in Konoha, Reckless to your panic. Chapter 42. Danzo is a shadow-level powerhouse. The man known as the Dark Ninja. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and the others led the team to narrow their eyes, but at this time they stopped arguing about anything, and all eyes were fixed on Danzo. Danzo, the leader of Konoha Root, whose strength has always been a mystery. After all, unless there are special circumstances, Danzo will hardly take action. Right now, it's also because of the loss of face, plus he can't bear to lose the remaining 3 roots, or he won't shoot. Ninja intelligence first. This time, we can see what moves he uses. Maybe next time we can send someone to assassinate him. Danzo felt those gazes, but was indifferent. Chen Fan is very strong, he also admits it. But so what? After all, there is no power of reason. He has also seen Chen Fan shot, and has a general understanding of Chen Fan's strength. As a shadow rank, he has no fear. You don't even need to use all your strength, the battle art himself can totally rely on wisdom to win. However, the moment Danzo approached, Chen Fan suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Danzo as if he was a beast that had invaded his territory. The thick murderous aura continued to flow, one after another, surging forward. Danzang smiled coldly and reached out his hand to seal it. Next second, a knife light flashes. Quick. Extremely fast. Extremely fast. Danzang was suddenly surprised and gave up on Yayan directly, only to be able to escape Chen Fan's knife. The next second, I saw Chen Fan's figure rushing to Danzo's side. He slashed with a wave of his hand, and the knife technique was completely out of the way, but a knife was faster than a knife. A knife, but also a knife. What's going on? Danzo's face changed drastically. This attack power, this speed. Compared with the speed and strength that Chen Fan showed before, it was nearly 50% faster. It is completely different from Chen Fan just now. It's useless. Orochimaru in the distance said calmly, do you really think that Chen Fan used all his strength before? The previous Chen Fan was very strong, but in the end he was facing a bunch of scumbags. An opponent that can be solved with a flat A. Even the maddened Chen Fan will not explode with all his strength and chop people to death. But you are shadow-level powerhouse. So, brush, brush, brush. Chen Fan laughed wildly, his eyes were full of blood and his hair was flying. The Tachi in his hand let out a groan, but at an ever faster speed, he slashed towards Danzo. A knife is faster than a knife, and a knife is heavier than a knife. Going down with a knife, it almost becomes a phantom. What kind of monster is this? Danzo almost vomited blood. He originally thought that it would not be difficult to solve a genin, even if it was not easy. After all, there is an absolute gap in experience between the two sides. But it really hits. Attack! Chen Fan is unparalleled in rage, and if you go down with a knife, you won't die. My surname is yours. Speed. Chen Fan is extremely fast, his legs are strong, and one kick can cause a sonic boom. Under the fast fight fast, step-by-step pressing. And defense. Danzo is actually not weak. He has a fighting experience that is somewhat underestimated by using experienced in 100 battles. According to Danzo's experience, facing this kind of enemy who is good at taijutsu and has already approached, you should push the enemy away with your attacks, and then remaster the rhythm of the battle. He did this, sending a vacuum wave towards Chen Fan's chest, and then He clearly saw that a vacuum wave under his full strength did not even cut Chen Fan's skin. Push away the enemy? Non-existent. Instead, he was even more at a disadvantage because of the seal. Boom! Chen Fan hit Danzo's arm with one punch. If Danzo hadn't used the Earth Escape defense to slow down Chen Fan's strength, it is estimated that his hand would be useless now. Boom! Chen Fan threw a punch. Although Danzang hurriedly dodged it, although he avoided his fist rolled up the air blade and cut his cheek. Brush! Chen Fan slashed out with one sword. If it wasn't for the desperate rescue of a Shangnan subordinate next to him, Danzang would have been cut off by now. And the name Shangnan was hacked to death by Chen Fan. What the hell is going on? Danzang's chest was about to explode. Obviously, I looked at Chen Fan's strength at first. I should be able to solve it. Why did his strength skyrocket as soon as I came up? Could it be that in the face of a small tolerance, you have to work hard? Of course, Danzo was not that weak, and was hanged and beaten by Chen Fan the whole time. He has his own lore. For example, the inside of the abdomen, the seal of the 4 elephants. But he has worked hard for so many years, and he has finally survived until now. Why haven't I become Hokage yet? Danzang's eyes were full of unwillingness. But it's hard to quit now. Chen Fan is entangled, how can he have this time? And this time. A Jounin at the root found the figure of a person Yuhi Kane. Hong Yuhi and Rin Nahara were already hiding when Chen Fan faced the candidates' coalition forces. They received special training, and it seems that Orochimaru also taught them some hidden ninjutsu, avoiding the many ninjas at the time. But now, with Chen Fan's rampage, the sword Kai swept the audience, breaking Yuri Hong's hiding place, and then it was exposed. Strange, in this place, why wasn't she cut by Chen Fan? Shangren was stunned. Even a rabbit would be chased and cut by Chen Fan. Then she saw Kurine Yuhi's posture. It was a weird posture, holding his head in his hands and squatting down, huddled into a ball as if he was scared. Think about what Orochimaru said before. At this time, Danzo was also forced to a desperate situation. He didn't want to go all out, but Chen Fan took his life to fight him. Mad transformation is a life-threatening skill, and Chen Fan never understood what it means to give inches. At this moment when Danzang did not dare to fight recklessly, he was pressing step by step. Finally pushed him to a dead end. Danzo took a deep breath, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 43. He is also an old man who has been on the battlefield, and there is no possibility of being afraid of the enemy. When the heart is ruthless, it is necessary to launch its own means. And this time. Lord Danzo, hurry up and squat down. Chapter 42. Why are there so many experience points? New book for collection. Chapter 41. A group of rabbits are jumping in the forest of death. New book for collection. Danzo is ready to go all out. Although it is said that working hard with a 12-year-old child who has just graduated, it is not worth it. But Danzo can't help but fight hard and be beaten to death, right? It's better to fight than to be killed. And this time. Lord Danzo, hold your head and squat to defend. Came the voice of Genbu Junin. Huh? What are you kidding? Danzang immediately became angry. Head squatting defense? In the middle of this fierce battle? Are you kidding me? And the most important thing is that kind of shameful posture. The old man who always shows a strong posture, how is it possible? However, Danzo subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Jounin, only to see that he was already posing. Chen Fan also completely ignored his existence and focused on chasing Danzang. Of course, this may not explain anything. After all, the shadow-level powerhouse Danzo is Chen Fan's strongest enemy. It is normal to ignore others for the time being. But immediately, Danzo followed the direction indicated by the Genin and saw Yuhihika, who was also holding his head and squatting in defense. Yuhi has been in the battlefield for a long time, and she was already there when Danzo didn't appear. Yet she was unscathed. This has fully explained the problem. Danzo. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned around and resisted Chen Fan with a punch. Although he vomited blood, he flew down to the position of the root Junin. Then he turned around, held his head in his hands, squatted with his legs, and lowered his head slightly. Is that right? Danzo's voice was low and steady. Genbu Junin, yes, that's it. Danzo-sama's movements are very standard. Danzo's actions cannot be concealed from others. The 3 generations of Hokage and the others, who were farther away, could not help falling into a deep silence. Chen Fan is actually that strong? What the hell is this explosive state? Even the old-fashioned movie-level Danzo admits it. Of course, the 3 generations of Hokage and others also know that Danzo actually did not exert all his strength. After all, Danzo isn't really stupid. It's one thing to be forced into a desperate situation to use all his strength. There can be a better solution, but it's another thing to fight with your life if you're stupid. Only. Danzo actually put on that pose. Is this still Konoha's extremely aggressive, domineering, and resolute Danzo? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. However, Orochimaru's preparations were indeed appropriate. After Danzang assumed a posture of holding his head and squatting in defense, Chen Fan paused and stopped chasing. Then continued chasing other small animals. Teacher, let everyone else hold their heads and squat. Seeing Danzang bowing his head, Orochimaru said lightly, this is the best way. As for the face, no time to think so much. Is there really no other way? Zille also asked curiously, Orochimaru, Chen Fan is your student, you really have no other way to solve Chen Fan's state? You are also a movie-level powerhouse. Can it be of any use? And this pose is so shameful. Looking at Danzo's appearance, Jiraiya also wanted to laugh. How? Orochimaru suddenly smiled and looked at Jiraiya with a complicated look. Jiraiya, you also know that I have a substitute technique that can save my life, right? Jiraiya, I know. Orochimaru's style substitute technique is very powerful. Although it consumes a lot of money, it can almost avoid death. This ninjutsu has helped Orochimaru to escape death several times. Do you know how much I paid to make Chen Fan develop, not to take action against people who hold their heads and squat? Orochimaru's mouth moved as if he wanted to cry. How old? Jiraiya asked. I'm using the Orochimaru Flow Avatar technique now, by 50% faster than before. Orochimaru said blankly, the consumption is reduced by 30%, and the confusing effect is twice as strong. These improvements are the results of training Chen Fan. Hearing this, Zille also opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a while. Ninjutsu also requires training to improve. If you don't speed up the speed of jutsu, it has been trained for a long time. As for Orochimaru, a life-saving ninjutsu that consumes a lot of money, obviously it won't take too many trainings. After all, half of the chakra is empty after one practice, which consumes too much. And now, Zille also looked at Orochimaru with pity in his eyes. Orochimaru silently clutched his chest. Do you think this is over? You don't know how many times Chen Fan's deceitful deceiver has slashed me. I still have 3 scars on my chest. If it wasn't for my rapid progress in Orochimaru's double skilling technique, you probably wouldn't have seen me. Let's quit first. The 3 generations of Hokage took a deep breath and finally made a decision. Orochimaru, send Anbu to inform all the candidates in the Forest of Death. All in this pose, save your life first. Although this kind of ridiculous announcement will make Konoha lose a little face in front of other shinobi villages. However, the Shadow Level 2 Enzang can't properly suppress Chen Fan. The 3 generations of Hokage can't use the shadow level combat power to fight Chen Fan for a matter of face, right? Chen Fan, he is also from Konoha. In order to save face, first play the internal friction between the shadow level powerhouses. His 3 generations of Hokage are not stupid. However, Chen Fan's madness lasts too long and it is troublesome. Although the ninja can endure hunger, this is the forest of death after all. It is also very troublesome to be stung by some poisonous scorpions and poisonous insects when I hold my head. You can hold your head and squat to defend it while jumping out with your feet, like a rabbit. Zilly also made a move beside him. A few people summed up and soon had a choice. A large number of Anbu were dispatched, shouting and shouting to the crowd while jumping and jumping. There were a lot of rabbits in the forest of death for a while. Hold your head and squat for defense. It turned out that we had to remember this posture for this purpose. That's Chen Fan, Master Orochimaru's disciple. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by Lord Orochimaru. Konoha's participating ninjas suffered almost no casualties. They dispersed at first, and instead of taking the initiative to look for Chen Fan like Wuren and Yunren, they were far away from Chen Fan. With a gathering of other ninja villages, Chen Fan gathered a large number of enemy ninjas, and Konoha's ninjas also subconsciously avoided the hard-hit area where the enemy gathered people are in Konoha Reckless to the point where you panic. Chapter 44. Therefore, although Chen Fan broke out very fiercely, he fought very fiercely. But the Konoha crowd, who are very far away, actually received little influence. At most, seeing Chen Fan's ghost-like figure from a distance, he hurriedly retreated. And the real death is... It's the ninja of the alliance of other countries. It is estimated that 80% of them died. The ghost shark finally poked its head out of the hiding place. He was the first to escape after seeing that Chen Fan had a problem, so he managed to escape. After Chen Fan became mad, although he was obsessed with killing, it was because he was so obsessed with killing that even ordinary snakes, foxes, etc. were regarded as enemies, which distracted him a lot of energy and took up his time waiting for someone to escape. Otherwise, the ghost sharks would have to destroy themselves in a group. No wonder Konoha did not hesitate to expose him and let him enter the second exam. No wonder Konoha played some funny and shameful poses before the exam started. The ghost shark now wants to understand. I just wanted to cry even more after I figured it out. If I had known this earlier, it would be better to honestly grab other people's scrolls and then gamble to hide it to see if I could rush into the central tower before Chen Fan found out and hacked him to death. No matter how bad it is, you should guess the problem of Konoha and try the following to defend yourself. And now, the ghost shark silently held his head in his hands and jumped out of the hidden spot with a rabbit. He was the only one left. Yes, his teammates have been killed. In the death forest full of murder and death, there is a very funny scene. A group of talented ninjas from various countries, elites with decent strength, at this time, one by one, holding their heads, with their hands, their legs and feet curled up, like a rabbit, jumping forward, jumping, and jumping out. From time to time there was a feeling of relief and joy on his face. It's really useful that guy Chen Fan doesn't seem to see us. Yunren said excitedly. Yeah, he passed by me just now, and I was so scared that my heart stopped. I didn't expect that he only cut down a python and didn't care about me at all. Yuren next to him also said very excitedly. Lord Danzo, why are you jumping so fast? Ginkame looked at the figure who was jumping at the front, and asked in surprise. Danzang said while the rabbit jumped, I think I can jump faster. Is your movement not standard enough? Look at my movement, this posture, is it labor-saving and fast? Genbu Junin suddenly showed admiration. Then he learned the way of Danzo, dancing. Everyone else is the same. And you under the direct jurisdiction of Naruto, the powerhouse of Young Ninja, the elite of Miss Ninja, and the geniuses of various countries. They wear all kinds of ninja costumes and carry all kinds of weapons that can kill people, but they look more like rabbits than real rabbits. A group of rabbits are jumping happily in the forest of death. That is accompanied by big trees being cut down and the earth being cut apart, a background of the end of the world. At the same time, there is a huge roar which acts as background music. 3 days later, Chen Fan's bloodshot eyes suddenly became clear. Hey, it's time. Chen Fan glanced around. The original dense forest of death has almost turned into a flat ground at this time. The towering central tower was simply turned into ruins. The earth is cracked with deep cracks. It's really a lot of trouble. Chen Fan shrugged and threw away the tattered sword with only one handle left. Speaking of which, I'm still hungry. Diamond-level madness, almost sacrificing all sanity. But in contrast, the power is extremely high, and there is no other too much consumption. At least for Chen Fan, 3 days and 3 nights of madness just made him feel very hungry. It feels like I can eat at least 1 cow. Eh? Chen Fan suddenly raised his head. A ninja from Anbu rushed over, and it was obvious that Konoha had been paying attention to Chen Fan. Lord Chen Fan, Lord Naruto, please come to visit. Anbu ninja whispered. I see. Chen Fan nodded, but... He lowered his head and looked at Anbu strangely. Why are you still holding your head and squatting? Chapter 43 The Sun-Blade and Arm Color Domineering, New Book for Collection. Chapter 42 What the hell, why are there so many experience points? New book for collection. Why are you still holding your head and squatting? Not scared, are you? Of course, as an elite of Anbu, the ninja wouldn't say such a thing. Instead, he greeted Chen Fan with a kind smile, and even Chen Fan planned to eat his stomach before going to see Hokage without the slightest objection. He even offered to invite guests. Although he maintained a posture of holding his head and squatting the whole time. But this is a good man. Chen Fan was not polite. He found a restaurant, and after having a big meal, he went to Hokage's office. Hello, Hokage-sama. Chen Fan greeted. Chen Fan, don't be so polite. 3 generations of Hokage showed a gentle smile. Come and let me take a good look. Speaking of the last time I saw you, it was the graduation exam of the school. It's time for you to be rescued by the Konoha orphanage. 3 generations is indeed a typical politician. You can say that he has a black heart, and you can say that he is hypocritical, but I have to admit that he is indeed very friendly. He pulled Chen Fan enthusiastically, talking about what happened when Chen Fan was a child, and then quietly mentioning Konoha and his kindness to Chen Fan, such as taking care of Chen Fan, who was once an orphan, and many more. At the same time, he also talked about asthma as if he was talking about commonplace. He also pulled Chen Fan kindly and sent Chen Fan to the sofa next to him while saying, "Don't keep calling me Hokage-sama, more points?" The people of Konoha, everyone is family. Since it's family, you don't need to be more polite, just relax and be kind. With that attitude, no matter how critical people are, they can't find anything wrong. Chen Fan also immediately followed suit. Okay, old man. The 3 generations of Hokage froze the old man. However, he responded quickly and quickly said with a smile, this title is not bad, it sounds much more pleasing than 3 Hokage. Chen Fan glanced at him. The title of Old Man sounds pleasant to my ears than if I call you Old Sequer. Is it better? The 3 generations of Hokage continued to talk about something and then cared about Chen Fan's physical condition and asked Chen Fan about his family in a calm manner. Obviously, eating escape has been exposed. However, Chen Fan didn't intend to cover it up, so naturally he had something to say. The 2 also chatted and they talked about the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam has apparently ended and the central tower, which is the endpoint of the second Death Forest, has been leveled by Chen Fan. How can it be considered a pass? Besides, other people's minds are not on the small Chunin exam. Many teachers leading the team have begun to use various channels to transmit information to their motherland. A new, shadow-level powerhouse has emerged, which is a major event in the ninja world. In fact, the 3 generations of Hokage are a little regretful. I knew that Chen Fan was so strong, and he could act as an ambush in the possible Third Ninja War. The shock of the Chunin exam is important, but compared with the back end of the war, it is still a lot worse. However, it is useless to say more. He intends to use the existence of Chen Fan as much as possible, so he simply counts all the ninjas who survived this time as passing the second test, and then takes the third test to shock everyone once again. This kind of trivial matter, Chen Fan naturally agreed. Anyway, it is a battle, and there is experience to get it. The 3 generations of Hokage were very pleased with this, and greatly praised Chen Fan, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 45. Then let Chen Fan go back to rest. After Chen Fan left, the 3 generations of Hokage, with a gentle expression, gradually calmed down. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Is there any problem with Chen Fan's information? And you quietly appeared in front of the 3 generations of Hokage, knelt down on one knee, and reported. Reporting to Lord Hokage, our Ranbu has thoroughly investigated it 3 times. His information is correct, and his personality has not changed from childhood to adulthood. I don't think it was someone else who appeared. Chen Fan's record is very clear, from being adopted by Konoha as a child, to attending ninja school, graduation exam, and now. Everything is traceable. Do another investigation. Let different people investigate, from different perspectives. The 3 generations of Hokage ordered. Be sure to be foolproof. After sacrificing reason, the strength is comparable to the powerful combat power of the shadow level. In any village, it is the top existence. For such a person, the village must be familiar with his intelligence, confirm that he is foolproof, and cannot leave opportunities for the enemy country. After all, impersonating someone else, but a ninja's specialty. Yes. And you immediately agreed. Besides, what's wrong? 3 Hokage asked. Lord Danzo seems to be investigating Chen Fan's bloodline. And you whispered, what are we going to do? Even escape is too strong. This kind of blood following the limit is tempting. Let him go. If he can find a family with blood following the boundary and then persuade the other party to join Konoha, it will also be a good thing. 3 generations of Hokage said. However, Chen Fan is an orphan. When he came to Konoha, he was in a baby state. It was too difficult to find his biological parents. And the bloodstone of even escape, even the 3 generations of Hokage have never heard of. On the other side, Chen Fan returned home and stretched. To be honest, after 3 days and 3 nights of madness, he also felt very tired, and the whole person was a little sleepy. Chen Fan yawned and was about to take a shower and go to bed. Only, he glanced at the system casually. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his sleepiness almost disappeared. Fuck, why is there so much experience? Chapter 44. The 3 generations of Hokage. Chen Fan did a great job. New book for collection. Chapter 43. The sun laid an arm color domineering. New book for collection. Host, Chen Fan. Currently possessed skills, Feast, Myth, Battle Cry, Silver, Collapsing Mountain Strike, Silver, Madness, Diamond, Wild Intuition, Silver. Experience point, 702539. 700,000 experience points. I had about 60,000 points before I took the Chunin exam. In other words, a Chunin exam gave me a full 650,000 points of experience. Before the Chunin exam, Chen Fan also trained with Orochimaru to defeat the snakes in Lonely Cave every day, which was already a daily activity. And when training Crazy Transformation, he also hacked to death a lot of animals, so there are only 60,000 figures. And now, 700,000. The most training ever. In addition to killing more people, it's probably because I wiped out the forest of death. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. The experience gained by killing is higher than defeating the enemy, and this time Chen Fan's enemies are all elites. They are the weakest and have a real tuning level, and there are also a few who are comparable to Shenjin. In the end, Danzo also sent a few root ninjas to add food to Chen Fan. Of course, killing is only one aspect, and it is estimated that it only accounts for 1/3 of all experience points at most. The rest is because Chen Fan swept the forest of death. The radius of the death forest is about 10 kilometers, and countless beasts, poisonous insects, etc. have been dropped by Konoha. Don't underestimate those beasts, they are not only numerous, but each has a certain strength, not ordinary cannon fodder. Even the newly graduated genin can't compare to those beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that all the participants were elites from various countries, it is estimated that the first thing they would face would be the copy of escape from the mouth of the beast. And Chen Fan, he completely swept the death forest with a radius of 10 kilometers. Not to mention some beasts, maybe even most of the bugs, were cut down by him. The originally dense forest of death now seems to have been pushed by a bulldozer more than a dozen times, and then dug by an excavator for 7 or 8 rounds. When Chen Fan was in the Hokage office, he glanced at the reconstruction evaluation of the forest of death. That cost. Even the leading local tyrant, the famous name of the country of fire, should have a headache. And in such a vast forest, countless lives ended in Chen Fan's hands. Even if these lives alone are not comparable to ninjas, they add up to far more than their experience. Upgrade. Chen Fan, who was rich, didn't feel sleepy anymore, so he spoke first. Upgrade Battle Cry, upgrade Wild Intuition, upgrade Collapse Strike. These low-level skills don't seem to be very useful, but they can quickly improve combat effectiveness and become effective means in battle. The most important thing is that it is very compatible with Chen Fan's combat system, such as the Wild Intuition, which is obviously only a silver-level ability, but it has a huge effect in battle. Otherwise, Chen Fan will have to entangle with that damn illusion for a long time. To upgrade silver to gold requires a full 100,000 experience points. After 3 skills, it is 300,000 experience points. After the experience was deducted, Chen Fan looked at the remaining 400,000 experience points with great interest. Ticket. Consume 10,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have acquired the bronze level skill, Hurricane. Chen Fan, change. Consume 1,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have acquired a bronze level skill, killing 1,000 years. Chen Fan, change. Consume 1,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have acquired the bronze level skill, 5 lightning whips. Chen Fan. This is so daring to put any skill into it. Change. Consume 1,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have obtained a silver level item, the Sun Wheel Knife. Sun Round Sword. It is a sword made of Gorilla Crimson Iron that absorbs sunlight. It will change its color according to the owner of the sword, and has additional lethality to ghosts and undead. Sun Wheel Saber. Chen Fan frowned. It was the sword in Ghost Slayer. It possessed the power of the sun and could kill ghosts. Although there are no ghosts to kill in the ninja world, I prefer to use a heavy sword. But it's also a good knife, take it. The sword that Chen Fan used before was a sword that Orochimaru found from the Kingdom of Iron for the Chunin exam. People in Konoha Reckless to Your Panic Chapter 46, although not a famous knife, but it is also a good boutique. However, after Chen Fan ran away, he woke up and found that this fine knife only had 1 handle left. There are still 100,000, continue to smoke. Chen Fan glanced at the system and said, consume 10,000 experience points to start the lottery. You have obtained Consume 1000 experience points to start the lottery. You have acquired a diamond level skill armed with domineering looks. Diamond. This is a big explosion. Chen Fan suddenly showed joy. Armored and domineering, with arrogance, it can improve personal defense, and it can be transformed into invisible armor. It can also be evolved into attack power, hitting untouchable enemies such as nature. One Piece's arm color is domineering. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. To put it simply, arm domineering is a state that adds attack power and defense power, plus it can capture enemies such as nature. It sounds ordinary, but it is the main attack method for most characters in the late One Piece world. Compared to sounds domineering, the legend is very mysterious, but in fact it is useless to the enemies of the same level. Chen Fan prefers the domineering look of the arm color. Increase attack, defense and momentum. This is the power a man should have. This has to stay. On the other side, Root Headquarters. Haven't found the information about Chen Fan's blood? Tuanzang frowned. Chapter 45 Nahara Lin, believe it or not. Chapter 44 The Third Hokage. Chen Fan, great job. New book for collection. The boundary of blood is actually the power of heredity. In fact, all the powerful blood-following boundaries were already famous in the world as early as the Warring States period. Whether it's Uchiha, Shisho, or Kagaya, Tugi. Everyone is the same. Powerful power, impossible not to be known. Even if you love peace, your family loves peace, and you all live in seclusion together. Countless years of war will always force you to come out. Yes, we have been searching for a long time, but we haven't found any news about Shiden. The Root Ninja lowered his head and whispered. We also looked for Chen Fan's family, but we couldn't find it. It is normal to find no one. Chen Fan is an abandoned orphan and was adopted by Konoha when he was a baby. Where are his biological parents? It is true that God may not know. Even if Danzo wanted to investigate, the ninja had a strong ability to investigate. But time has passed for too long, and World War II has destroyed too many traces, and there is no way to start. And escape. It's impossible not to record such a powerful force. Tuanzang frowned. That is a 12-year-old boy who can compete with a veteran like himself. How could it be unknown? Unless either Chen Fan is lying, there is no escape at all, or their clan has long been extinct. Tuanzang was silent for a moment, denying the possibility of Chen Fan lying. Without relying on the boundaries of blood, a 12-year-old boy beat himself up like that. This is not a ninja. On the contrary, the possibility of clan extermination is very high. During the Warring States period, there were many dangers, and countless ninja clans were exterminated. Chen Fan, it is very likely that he acquired some abilities through his bloodline, and of course it is also possible that he also found some orphans about his own bloodline. If you want to escape, you can only start with Chen Fan. Tuanzang closed his eyes slightly. That power. Fascinating. Just like. Danzo looked at his bandaged arm. In fact, the people who were shocked by Chen Fan were not only Danzo. Hyuga Uchiha's eyes widened. If it hadn't happened around them, they wouldn't have believed that this was something a 12-year-old boy did. It is comparable to the talent of the ancestors. Let the 12-year-old first Hokage Uchiha Madara come over. I guess that's the case, right? Well, this is still the result of the great reputation of the first Hokage Uchiha Madara, and everyone put gold on his face. Can they actually do? It's still a mystery. Of course, the power of bloodstones is unreasonable. Those ninjas with peculiar bloodstones are not bad, they are still proud of their own family blood. But ordinary ninjas couldn't help but be moved. Of course they couldn't try to gain power from it, like Danzo. But if you bring Chen Fan into your home and pass down eating escape in your own home, isn't it not bad? This is quite a powerful bloodline. If one considers Chen Fan's own strength and the background of the disciples of Orochimaru, it is even more eye-catching. Especially in the family where the girl used to be classmates with Chen Fan, she couldn't help but be moved. The girls were also very excited. At the beginning, they didn't pay much attention to it, and the family didn't support it, so Chen Fan was taken away by the two little bitches Yuri Hong and Nahara Rin. Home support now. Buy all kinds of cosmetics, beautiful jewelry, and clothes. I can't believe I can't compare to those two little bitches. On the contrary, there is still no news from abroad, but it is estimated that after the information about the leader of the team is passed on, there will also be a wave of searching for food and escaped descendants. Chen Fan didn't care that much. At the beginning of the third test, the three generations of Hokage did not play anything special. It was the same old-fashioned ring battle, exactly the same as the Naruto generation. Just had an opening speech ceremony by Chen Fan. Everyone's eyes looked at Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan's strong body stood upright, tall, with slightly narrowed eyes, with an unparalleled sense of oppression. After a long time, he smiled softly and opened his mouth to say, "The Chunin exam, friendship comes first, competition comes second." Okay? This line doesn't match your character at all, doesn't it? And didn't I ask you to be domineering in the third exam where you have invited countless guests so as to deter the enemy country? The three generations of Hokage have a lot to say, but at this time they can only respond, yes, although the Chunin exam is mainly about fighting, all the Hokages, including me, want to maintain a peaceful and friendly atmosphere in the ninja world. I hope everyone can show the younger generation. Konoha is third, and the others compete for fourth. Chen Fan completely ignored the three generations of Hokage who planned to follow him, stood on the stage of the opening ceremony, and said the second half of the sentence with excitement. "Whoever dares to fight with our Konoha, I will tear him apart." Smashed into pieces and stuffed his thigh bone into his PI. As he said that, he looked at the other players with excitement. "Look, I'm so arrogant, are you thinking how to kill me? Come on. Bring it on. For the glory of your country." People in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 47. The following contestant shivered under Chen Fan's evil gaze. Damn it. It's still the same style. And others may just talk. This guy is definitely serious. Huisha's face was full of despair. When he saw a monster like Chen Fan, he had planned to give up hope and go straight back to the village. Unexpectedly, Konoha still resolutely held the third test, which was a group arena. As long as you avoid Chen Fan and behave well when fighting with other people, you can still give Wunen Village a little face. But now, what a fight for face! This is going to be beaten to death. Needless to say, about the next third exam, the other people who saw Konoha in Shinobi Village immediately conceded defeat and did not dare to fight at all. For fear of admitting defeat, slowly let Chen Fan stare at him. The result is that Konoha can only fight when he fights with Konoha, and Sanamura ninjas can only fight hard when they are also facing Samura ninjas. Desperate civil wars and admit defeat in foreign wars is the theme of the third session of this Chunin exam. Needless to say, Chen Fan was number one, and no one saw him without admitting defeat. Red Yuhi is second, Rin Nahara is third. Also, no one dared to hesitate to see the two of them. Further down are all Konoha players, and the most recent ninja rankings from other countries are outside the top 10. Chen Fan, it's weird, I'm so arrogant, shouldn't you try to kill me? Why did you admit defeat? This generation of ninjas can't do it. It's said that Yan Ren is reckless, Wu Ren is ruthless, and Yan Ren is the strongest. Why is it all trash? 3 Hokage. Chen Fan, well done. Chapter 46. Chapter 45. Nahara Rin, believe it or not, I have learned medical ninjutsu. Go to the oldie. Add more updates to the monthly ticket. Please don't pity me, keep voting. I can hold on for one more time. I've only just graduated, so I've already become a Chunin. Yuhika felt like she was living in a dream. Yeah, I can only hide in a little medical ninjutsu. Naara was also dreaming. The Chunin exam is the test to advance to the Chunin. Although a lot of elements such as stimulating other countries and measuring the strength of enemy countries are mixed in, the essence is indeed held to advance to Chunin. There may be some other assessments, but no matter what, the first place in the Chunin exam. Second and third, it is impossible not to be a Chunin. Otherwise, the Chunin exam would be meaningless. Obviously, all the members of Chen Fan's team passed. Speaking of which, I saw my former classmates 2 days ago. They have to take the initiative to say hello when they see me, right? Naara giggled. Yeah, Asma told me 2 days ago that he would be promoted to Chunin soon, but now I'm already a Chunin. Yu-He-Hong also smiled happily. That's Chunin. Shangren is the high level and the lower is the newcomer. Chunin is the mainstay of the ninja world. Of course, it's not that they didn't know why they were hiding from the beginning to the end and they were able to obtain the title of Chunin. Chen Fan, thank you. Yuri Long suddenly reached out and hugged Chen Fan. Hold him tightly in his arms. If it weren't for you, I would. What are you doing? Naara, who was one step late, was so angry that she pulled Yuri Long away angrily, allowing Chen Fan to only enjoy the warmth for a short while. As a girl, how can you do this? You hug so fast, I haven't snatched you. You don't have a chest, why are you fierce? Yuhi-kun was obviously in a good mood and didn't take Naara-rin's anger seriously. This made Yuan-Yilin furious. But compare the gap between yourself and Yuhika. Mine. Is it really that small? Thinking of this, Naara-rin was a little unwilling to secretly lift up some clothes and glanced inside. Also it has everything it should have. But I have to say that even in the ninja school, the hot Yuhika has attracted the attention of more boys. Even Chen Fan at this time seems to be paying more attention to. After all, that really stands out. Yuri Long clearly felt Chen Fan's sight. She straightened her body, highlighted a more perfect curve, and cast a provocative little look at Naara-rin. Damn red dog's eyes see deeply. Naara-rin looked at Yuhika's arrogant look and said with gritted teeth, there is a lot of knowledge about breast augmentation in medical ninjutsu. Believe it or not, when I learn medical ninjutsu, I will go out to the oldie, and then I will die. And this time. Congratulations. A cold voice sounded, and the figure of Orochimaru appeared in front of the three of them. Master Orochimaru. The two women suddenly became honest. They didn't dare to be casual in front of Orochimaru. Yeah. Orochimaru nodded. You three, get ready and follow me to the Hokage office. Wait for the three of you to complete the formal Chunin canonization. Chunin is already the mainstay of Shinobi Village. Although there is no need to hold a big ceremony, there is still a certain process. The eyes of Kane Yuhi and Rin Nahara suddenly lit up. Go to the Hokage office? Canonize Chunin? So nervous, so excited, how can I pretend to be very skilled? Although for the 3 generations of Hokage, they have met many times. However, after the death of the second Hokage, the third Hokage led Konoha through the First Ninja World War and the Second Ninja World War. The famous and powerful Shinobu. It's the first time we've officially met. And it's the ceremony of canonizing Chunin. They suddenly became nervous. Don't worry, the 3 generations of Hokage are very easy to talk about. Chen Fan said indifferently from the side, just behave casually. However, Naara-rin and Yuhi-Hong still looked down on Chen Fan. Acting casually? That's how you are. Can we compare to you? What if we accidentally rude? The class concept of ninjas is still very serious, even Yuhi-Hong and Naara-rin are not completely exempt. It really doesn't work, just remember a routine. Chen Fan thought about it and said, the 3 generations are looking for you, you just say something, it's simple and efficient. 3 generations arrange for you to work, and you just say, "This is it," expressing that the work is easy and fully competent. If the 3 generations of Hokage say a few words to you, you will answer, "You are teaching me to do things," humorously and implicitly express respect for Hokage-sama, ease the embarrassment of the scene, and maintain a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere of conversation. People are in Konoha Reckless to your panic. Chapter 48. Chen Fan imparted his conversation experience to Yuri Hong and the two. Tsurune Yuhi and the two nodded. Orochimaru next to him. In fact, there is really nothing to worry about. 3 generations of Hokage is a typical politician. He can make anyone feel the warmth of spring breeze in front of him. In just a few words, I greatly praised Yuhika and the others for showing the strong will of the new generation of Konoha in the Chunin exam and showing indomitable fighting spirit. With that serious look on his face, if Chen Fan hadn't watched Yuri Hong and the others the whole time, knowing that they didn't do anything other than lie, Chen Fan would have believed it. Although it is very exaggerated, the 3 generations of Hokage have indeed inspired Yuhika and others, and they are happy. Then, at the end, Chen Fan and the 3 were granted Chunin qualifications. Orochimaru watched from the side with a calm expression. It is inevitable that the 3 of them become Chunin, and if so many big things happen, it will be a problem if they are still suppressed. The only trouble is that Hong Yuhi and Rin Harano didn't actually reach the level of Chunin. You have to figure this out yourself. The 3 generations of Hokage have already arranged things clearly and have already given Orochimaru the task. It's not for Yuhika and Harano Rin themselves, although the 2 of them also have good talents, but that's it. But in order to win over Chen Fan, the 3 generations of Hokage are also willing to show some kindness. Not only the kindness towards Chen Fan, but also the kindness towards the people around him. And this time, boom! The door to Hokage's office opened. Danzo strode inches. He still had that gloomy look, and it was obviously a happy scene, but just because someone like him came in, the enthusiastic atmosphere was instantly suppressed. To Enzo, "What's the matter with you?" The 3rd Hokage frowned and said, "It's nothing." Danzang replied calmly, then looked at Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, right, come with me, I have something to do with you." Did he come to Chen Fan? 3 Hokage and Orochimaru frowned at the same time. However, Danzang is a senior member of the village, so Chen Fan would have a hard time rejecting his words. "Let me be the teacher here." However, before Orochimaru could speak, he saw Chen Fan wave his hand. "Next time, I'm going to have a barbecue with Hong and Lin to celebrate. I don't have time." That indifferent tone, as if Danzo was asking him if he should go to the internet cafe to open the black. Chapter 47. The whole world is his Chen Fan's enemy. New book for collection. The 46th chapter is the collection of the King of the Backpot. New book for collection. Danzang deliberately came to Chen Fan at this time, but of course he didn't come as soon as he thought of it. These days, he has been searching hard for information about Eden Dungeon for a long time, but he has found nothing, so he can only seek information from Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan's strength has been shown, and he is not really stupid. At this time, when the 3 generations of Hokage and Orochimaru were together, he deliberately came to the door, but it was just a handle on Chen Fan's temperament. If he is really like a 12-year-old boy who doesn't understand anything, obediently listens to his high-level words and follows him, that Danzo can naturally ask what he wants to ask. It doesn't matter if Chen Fan is very excited to object, or Orochimaru and the 3 generations of Hokage next to him can blame him on Chen Fan's side, give Chen Fan a step, and will not intensify the conflict. There is no loss left or right, so why not do it? Danzo is cold and dark, but he is not a fool. He will not directly attack Konoha's own combat power. That will only make others chill. It may even cause a movie war in the village. In fact, even if he attacked Zishu in the future, he would have evaluated the opponent's character, knowing that even if he failed, Zishu would not take revenge on Konoha, but hated himself at most. However, Tuanzang was stunned. What the hell is that relaxed tone? Those who didn't know thought that Tuanzang was asking him if he would go to an internet cafe to open a black hole. I said, I have something to do with you. Danzo took a deep breath, his voice gloomy. It's you who has something to do, not me. Chen Fan pouted, I don't have time, shouldn't you wait? That tone, as it should be. There were even some weird emotions like, why can't this person understand human language? I said I'm out of time. If placed between two classmates, this is a normal conversation. But Danzo. But he is known as the darkness of the ninja world. He is the head of Konoha and one of the 3 advisors. Danzang is also an old-fashioned powerhouse. Just after a little thought about Chen Fan's tone, he understood Chen Fan's heart. He just treated Danzo as an ordinary person. So casual conversation, casual tone. He didn't care about Danzo at all. Danzo's brows furrowed instantly. In fact, like Chen Fan, there are many people who speak madly to Danzang. Jiraiya even pointed at Danzang's nose and cursed, getting emotional and scolding too much. However, Danzo was not angry at all at that time. The more emotional they were, the more they regarded Danzo himself, and there might even be a deep sense of fear in their hearts. However, Chen Fan did not. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest, as if he had done a trivial thing. Yes, he treats refusing Danzo as a trivial matter. For him, who is known as the darkness of the ninja world, he does not have the slightest sense of fear, and there is no difference between Danzo and the kittens and puppies on the side of the road. This made Danzo frown, and his eyes became colder. Orochimaru and Sandai Hokage also felt this, and they wanted to say something, but stopped. I am one of Konoha's only 3 advisors. Tuanzang said coldly, I said, I have something to do with you. He said every word with a strong sense of oppression. The only 3 advisors in Konoha? Chen Fan pouted and raised his head. Not bad. Danzang raised his head proudly. Although he wanted to give himself the title of Hokage, in his heart, the 3 major advisors were also of high authority. It's the top tier. Even Orochimaru can't ignore their words. One of the 3 advisors of Konoha, Major knows like this. Chen Fan pouted, I'm the only one in the world. Chen Fan, have I ever been proud? Is this man neurotic? Although Chen Fan didn't say it, the meaning was already obvious. Danzo's pupils twitched, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was the first time he had experienced such an encounter. There are many people who insult him, and there are many people who want to humiliate him and anger him. But like Chen Fan, who ignores him. So far, that's all. And unlike others, whether it's words, actions, or gestures, it all shows a problem. Chen Fan, he really didn't take him seriously. People are in Konoha reckless to your panic. Chapter 49, This Kid. Danzang's eyes drooped slightly, and a thick murderous aura was brewing. Don't look at Danzo's cowardice before. I really thought he was weak. It was just that he was unwilling to use his own life to fight against a small Chin. But if... Enough! The 3 generations of Hokage said sharply. Put away your thoughts. Chen Fan is my Konoha's person. In fact, the 3 generations of Hokage are also a little dissatisfied. Chen Fan doesn't take consultants seriously, so will he also take his own Hokage seriously? But he knows how to restrain himself, and his mind is relatively large. You just protect him like that. Danzo snorted coldly, is it really useful for ninjas who don't respect their superiors? Is this a good thing for Konoha? The reason why the army is divided into upper and lower ranks is to unite and gather strength. People like Chen Fan are the most hated existence in the army. Because one is not good, it will act without authorization, causing big trouble to the troops. Ninjas are the army of this world. And they are more demanding and hierarchical than the army. I don't even listen to the orders of the superiors. No matter how strong the power is, it may bring disaster to Konoha. Danzo's eyes flashed ruthlessly. What is the value of power that cannot be used by Konoha? Danzo is not joking, he is serious. Chen Fan is so strong, but he has no fear of high-level officials. Even if people who are not in awe of the high level are cultivated, how can they listen to the words of the high level and be used by Konoha? Coupled with his unscrupulous temperament, if he is not careful, he will really bring disaster to Konoha. Sunday Hokage just wanted to speak. Suddenly, an angry ninja suddenly burst into. What's the matter? The three generations of Hokage frowned and broke in without notice if it wasn't something important. It's not good, Lord Hokage. The Anbu looked anxious. The three generations of Kazakage from Sand Ninja Village have disappeared. Three generations of Wind Shadow? The so-called strongest Wind Shadow in history? Three generations of Hokage and others were taken aback, but what does this have to do with our Konoha? It might even be better, such as taking the opportunity to invade a little windland or something. And you looked urgent, and said in one breath, the people from Sand Ninja Village insisted that our Konoha did the hands and feet. They claimed that it was Danzo-sama who attacked their third Kazakage. Danzo who just shouted that Chen Fan will bring disaster to Konoha. Chapter 48 Enter the copy of Edible Snake Breeding Base, new book for collection. Chapter 47 The whole world is the enemy of his Chen Fan. New book for collection. Fenjiang disappeared. The Kingdom of Wind said that it was Tuanzang who did it. For a time, everyone was stunned. The amount of news is too great, even the three generations of Hokage can't accept it for a while. Suddenly, a light laughter sounded. It seems that it was not my disciple who brought disaster to Konoha, but Danzo-sama, you brought disaster to Konoha first. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but there was a hint of abuse. I didn't do it. What did I do to Kazing? Danzo was instantly furious when he heard this. But you brought disaster to Konoha. Orochimaru's hoarse smile made Danzo even more angry. While angry, he also felt very ashamed. I just said that Chen Fan will definitely bring disaster to Konoha in the future, and the cauldron of the Kingdom of Wind will be detained on his head in the next second. But that's not what I did. Okay, call the elders and the clan chiefs first, and hold a meeting. The three generations of Hokage waved their hands and said solemnly, this kind of big event must be called to the high-level people in Kai Village. Ninjas are very mobile. Not long after everyone arrived, advisors such as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Danzo, and Zaichin, the patriarchs of major families, elite changing. Kai came to the conference room. The third Hokage Saratobi Aizen took a deep breath. Over time, the information has become clear. It is true that the third generation of Fenjiang has disappeared. After searching in the country of the wind several times and failed to find it, he can only admit the fact that the third generation of Fenjiang is missing, and then it was announced that it was Konoha's hand to the third Kazakage. The new fourth Kazakage Luasha has sent a diplomatic letter saying that if Konoha does not hand over the third Kazakage, they will take all possible means. In fact, it is close to declaring war, and many Sand Ninjas have approached the border between the two countries and assembled their troops. There have even been individual Sand Ninjas who have crossed the border and fought against the Konoha Ninjas at the border. A series of actions made the three generations of Hokage's brain hurt. At present, the Sand Ninja Village has begun to prepare for the war. The newly appointed four generations of Kazakage have insufficient prestige. If they don't show enough results, I am afraid that the elders of the Sand Ninja Village will not accept him. Konoha's think tank, the patriarch of the Nara clan, said in a low voice, so diplomacy should not be able to solve this war. Of course, if we really send back the three generations of Kazakage from Sand Ninja Village, we can save it. As soon as the voice fell, Danzo felt that the eyes of countless people were focused on him. What are you looking at me for? Danzang said angrily, it's rare that you really think it's my fault. This isn't you? Sandai Hokage coughed and said, It's not that he doesn't trust his teammates, it's just that the reputation is too bad. Attacking the third Kazakage. He really does it. It's not me. Danzo was furious. Why did I attack him? And isn't that guy known as the strongest Kazakage in history? What combat power should I use to attack him? Danzo is not weak, but in the face of the strongest Kazakage in history, even if he wins, he must lose. At least, you have to be seriously injured to be successful. The Sand Ninja Village said that it was suspected that the 3 generations of Kazakage were poisoned, and that was taken advantage of by Danzo-sama. The patriarch of the Nara clan whispered. Then, everyone looked at Danzo with even more suspicion. Don't blame everyone for suspecting Danzo, there are too many black spots. It is estimated that there is still some controversy, which may arouse suspicion from others. Can be buckled onto Anzang's head. Other countries, well, it is estimated that the group really did it. Okay, let's discuss how to deal with Sand Ninja first. The 3 generations of Hokage coughed and sighed. Maybe it will cause a war. Just a Sand Ninja, the 3 generations of Hokage are not afraid. But he was worried about another problem. Sand Ren has started it. Will Yun-Ren watch it honestly? What about Rock Ninja? What about Mist? What about other small countries? Although the situation is at risk, everyone in Konoha is a battle-tested existence. The result was quickly negotiated regardless of whether Sand Ninja will act in the end. We have to base him on the fact that he will act. People are in Konoha, reckless to your panic. Chapter 50. Also beware of other countries. To this end, Konoha's weapon reserve was opened. The teachers led the team to speed up the pace of shinobi and suspended some tasks. The 3 generations of Hokage also ordered to call all the powerhouses who went out to return, the most important of which is Tsunade. A series of orders went down, and the various patriarchs and ministers took their orders away. The 3 generations of Hokage sighed, revealing a look of sadness. Konoha is not afraid of a single enemy country, but the problem has never been when Konoha faced only one enemy in the Ninja World War. I don't know what will happen this time. 3 generations of Hokage hammered his waist and slowly walked out of the conference hall. People are getting old. Perhaps after this war, it is time to abdicate and make way for the virtuous. The successor. Orochimaru is good, Minato is also good, that kid Jiraiya is too rambunctious, not suitable, others. Lord Hokage, I heard that the war is about to break out. Suddenly, an excited voice sounded. The 3 generations of Hokage looked up, but saw Chen Fan standing at the door of the conference hall excitedly. You've been waiting here for me? The 3 generations of Hokage were taken aback for a moment. Chen Fan, who had just been promoted to Chunin, was naturally not allowed to attend the high-level meeting. He thought that after Chen Fan walked out of his office, he went straight home. But, yeah, I've been waiting for you for a while. Chen Fan said carelessly, of course, this is not important, I just want to ask, is the third ninja war about to break out? The 3 generations of Hokage sighed softly, yeah, it is estimated that it will explode. Although he also made some arrangements for it, and even sent messengers to Sand Ninja Village, but he has experienced several wars in the ninja world, and he does not think that he can really suppress the smoke of war. The next step is not only to compete with manpower and material resources, but also to compete with the new generation of ninjas in Ninja Village. As Naruto, he also needs to do the psychological work of the ninjas. Thinking, the 3 generations of Hokage showed a smile to Chen Fan. Why, are you worried about the war? Don't be afraid, Konoha won the first ninja war, won the second ninja war, and this third ninja war is sure. Going to war? That's great. Chen Fan said excitedly, Lord Naruto, which battlefield do you think has the most enemies? I'll go now. Kill those young ninja, Yannin, Sandnin, and Mist. Shinobi, Taki Shinobi, Rain Shinobi, Samurai of the Iron Kingdom. Chen Fan Parabala. In one sentence, all the known forces in the ninja world are all classified as hostile objects. 3 Hokage. You really don't want Konoha to live, do you? Chapter 49. Eat a poison sac to suppress the shock. New book for collection. Chapter 48. Enter the copy of Edible Snake Breeding Base. New book for collection. Chen Fan said excitedly, the whole world is his enemy. Hokage-sama, tell me where there is an enemy. I will kill him now. And the 3 generations of Hokage are speechless. Although Sand Ninja expressed definite hostility, Yin Ninja, Mist Ninja, etc. will soon have corresponding actions. But they haven't fought yet. What's here? I'm going to hit 10, look. And even if they fight, the most serious thing is that Konoha fights against a few big countries, and there are infighting between the big countries, and even some remote countries will not participate at all. At the same time, there are many allies of Konoha in the small country. How come you are all enemies here? Chen Fan, calm down. 3 generations of Hokage wiped the sweat from his forehead. The war hasn't started yet. He tried hard to explain that there is no battlefield yet, and there is no war. We haven't played yet. This made Chen Fan disappointed. Haven't hit yet. So my experience is worth it. These ninjas are not like ninjas at all. Don't they all say that ninjas move fast? Why are you so procrastinating? Master, be sure to call me when you fight. Remember. Chen Fan reluctantly left. 3 Hokage. When the fight starts, it's Hokage-sama, and when it doesn't, it's the old man. But he is so enthusiastic. Is it a good thing for Konoha? 3 generations of Hokage sighed inwardly. The next battle is almost certain. With such a powerful force, and the other party is willing to fight, why not do it? I just remembered what Chen Fan said when he opened his mouth and directly classified everyone as an enemy. Tuanzang's words are also reasonable. Chen Fan is really not careful and may cause a major incident. The 3 generations of Hokage fought for a moment, and there was a result. Well, leave this matter to Orochimaru to solve it. Who made you a teacher? Chen Fan, you can follow me to learn psychic skills in the next few days. Orochimaru said helplessly, hurry up and finish learning. I taught you such a ninjutsu, and it's so slow. He actually didn't care where Chen Fan learned. He only cares about research. Especially with Chen Fan's outbreak, the power of even escape was fully displayed in front of him, which made Orochimaru even more fascinated by it. But the 3 generations of Hokage made him optimistic about Chen Fan. The old man was very worried about something bad, so Chen Fan went to Yanren and Yanren to provoke others. Now that Sand Ninja has clashed with the front line, the war is about to begin. And you are going to add allies to the enemy? Oh, I see, teacher. Chen Fan didn't care. Spiritualism is a very useful ninjutsu. It can summon countless snakes to fight with itself. Okay. Although Chen Fan has never figured out the real usage of spiritism. However, he is also very serious about his studies. He can fight with himself when he is psychic. It is even better to reverse the psychic and directly enter the Dungeon of Snakes. However, my ninjutsu talent is average, and my progress is not fast. Together, Yuhika and Nahara-rin have mastered the medical ninjutsu and illusion techniques taught by Orochimaru, and they have also learned a lot of secret techniques for hiding. And Chen Fan didn't even learn the ninjutsu he taught him when he was getting started. But soon, he already had a faint feeling. Learning such a ninjutsu is so troublesome. It seems that the reincarnation of the dirty earth should not be considered. Chen Fan is very regretful. Reincarnation is the ninjutsu he really wants to learn. The powerhouse summoned is actually not the best opponent. However, this S-rank ninjutsu is much more difficult than a small psychic technique. Chen Fan estimates that he can only rely on the tool Orochimaru to summon. Anyway, the deceased reincarnated in the dirty earth will not be completely killed. After Chen Fan is finished, the Orochimaru can continue to be used. How wonderful! I hope that the teacher will find the secret art of reincarnation of dirty soil soon, and then start learning. Chen Fan sincerely prayed. Teacher, I believe in you. Come on. Next, because of the instructions of the 3 generations of Hokage, Orochimaru rarely put a lot of energy on Chen Fan. The speed of learning psychics skyrocketed. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.